Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Tampa City Council. Roll call, please.
Carlson. Here. Kurtek.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Here. Miranda. Here. Maniscalco.
Here.
You have a physical quorum.
All right, we're going to kick it off with Councilman Vieira to recognize our friend Tonya Lewis. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have here a number of good people, including our very good friend and amazing community advocate, Ms. Tonya Lewis, who is here. January is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, and Tonya has had a very, very, very public battle, which was recently found out on Halloween night of 2023 involving cervical cancer. January, again, is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, and Tonya wished to come here today in Tampa City Council, and I appreciate everyone on Tampa City Council for the last-minute edition of this, to speak about her personal journey as a patient with cervical cancer-related treatment. Every year in the United States, there are about 11,500 new cases involving cervical cancer, and about 4,000 women die every year from this particular cancer. Tonya is using her experience as a community advocate and as a person who is presently undergoing treatment for cervical cancer to be an advocate for this. She is a founder of Children with Vision Incorporated and one of the best community advocates. This month, when the County Commission honored this wonderful woman, County Commissioner Gwen Myers said correctly that she is a true shero. She was a shero before this recent tragedy, and she uses this tragedy to advocate for others. So, and we have here as well the Tonya Lewis care team, including Leanne Beaker, Oliver Sutton, Charmaine Burr, and Anthony Smith. So Tampa City Council, it is, and I'll go ahead and present the commendation if I may. A commendation to Tonya Lewis for everything that she is doing to spread awareness about cervical cancer in January and beyond, and especially to be a voice for those individuals, women and others who are struggling with this condition. So here you go, madam. God bless you. Thank you. And if you want to...
First of all, I want to give honor to God first for being here to be able to talk today with the rare cervical cancer that I do have. And thank you, City Council, for this prestigious accommodation. I just want to say, if it wasn't for the love and the care of the care team who take me every day since October the 31st, I don't know how I would make it. People don't understand when you're a cancer patient, it's a lot. 3 and 4 appointments every day. Radiation and chemo is not easy. It takes a lot out of you. But just knowing that the love that I have from the community, the support of so many wonderful people behind me, from pastors to colleagues to sponsors to my care team, the City of Tampa Police Department, and others who wanted to be here but can't because they're working. To walk into Moffitt, I just have to give Moffitt the highest regard of respect, because when you go in there, it's a revolving door. You see so many people with different types of cancer. I never knew so many cancer existed until I walked in there. I never thought my life would turn in a split of a second. And as everybody knows, Tonya Lewis used to go and go and go, and this is the hardest journey, to sit still and worry about Tonya instead of the whole community like I normally do for 31 years with Children with a Vision. But God is good that I'm here. I'm able to talk today. When you're going in that hospital, so many people, I end up praying for them because they're not in the condition that I'm in right now to be able to walk around, to talk. Is very heart-wrenching. And I'm blessed considering to others. So I just wanted to make sure that I tell a lot of people through my journey, through Tonya Lewis' journey, that I have started on social media, that get checked. I mean, we so often say if we're not hurting, we don't go. We have to get checked and stay up on our health and our appointments, because never did I think that I would have got that devastating news on October the 31st that you got cervical cancer. And a rare cervical cancer, only 70 people in the whole world has the cervical cancer that I have. So again, I want to thank City Council and thank my community and thank the community care team. And I tell you, the community just last Saturday came out so big that it was very humbling. And I'm not used to the eye pointed on me because I'm used to doing everything again for everyone else. But God to be the glory that I'm going to get through this. I'm a fighter. I always fight. And God ain't bring me to it to leave me. He always going to see me through it. So thank you.
Well, I've personally known you for about 14 years, and I've witnessed firsthand the help that you've done and what you've given back to the community. You're a wonderful person. My heart breaks for you, but you are in our prayers, and you're very special to us, and I'm glad that Councilmember Vieira brought you here today, that we can honor you. And you said you put the spotlight on everybody else, but now it's on you. But you deserve the recognition for all the good that you've done in this community, and will continue to do. So, would anybody else like to speak? No, yes, sir.
I can only say this: a fighter is somebody who never stays down for long, and you're going to make it because your desire and your will and your courage to keep fighting one step at a time. And you're right, Moffett is not easy. When you walk in there, you see individuals that are worse off than most anybody you've ever seen in your life. Parts of the face are missing. I had the displeasure and then watching someone in the family pass away many years ago. And for 27 months, he went there. And it's a place where they cure most everybody, and cancer now is finding more and more. There's some screens now that I've seen on these new machines that are coming out that they can look at you from year to year, and they can see formation of cells before it becomes cancer and take those out. So there's been a lot of advancement, and with your drive and your determination to help others, that person upstairs is going to help you.
Amen.
Because of what you've done for the whole community. We're gracious to have you here. We'll always think that you are who you are, and thank God that you are who you are, because if not, a lot of people wouldn't get the help that they got. Thank you very much for being who you are.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. Come on up.
Oh, I just rang the bell Friday.
Good enough this morning. Please pick me. What is it? I'm trivia. What is it? What do they say in this show? I'm trivia. Yeah. Make them. All right, may I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So move.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We're here on item number 42, file number E2023-A, Chapter 27, public hearing for a notice of intent to suspend the sale of alcoholic beverages pursuant to Land Development Code Section 27318 for the property located at 2201 North Florida Avenue. And before we begin, council, I'm going to ask a couple of questions. Number one, have there been any verbal ex parte communications relative to this case that need to be disclosed? I see no response. Yeah,
Can I just, separate to that, I want to disclose, maybe you're going to ask this,
I
but
am going to do that then.
you won't go ahead.
Okay, if you don't mind. Yes, my second question is with regard to Grand Cathedral Cigars at 2201 North Florida Avenue. Has anybody had the opportunity to be familiar with that site, to visit that site? And if you are, would you please disclose it, just so we know for the record? And we don't have to be getting tremendous detail unless it's necessary, but
I have been to the facility several times, just as a customer. I'm not familiar with the owners or any of the issues around it. I've just been as a customer, and it won't affect my decision on this case.
okay, we'll get to that in a second. Anybody else?
Oh, yes, ma'am?
I've only ridden into the parking lot of the facilities about 6 months ago, and I do know that the owners of the facility did donate to the Skills Center $1,000, and that Skills Center is in my district. And I was asked if they, who to make a donation to, and I recommended the Skills Center.
Okay.
But I can be impartial.
I've gone as a customer, but I can be, I've been there many times, but I can be fair and impartial based on the evidence and the case and everything. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I've been there until a couple months ago. I went there 2 or 3 times a month for 2 years or something, after a few months after they opened. And I don't know that I've met the owners before. I have sat on the patio. I saw that they had recently closed it, so I haven't been there since then. But I don't drink alcohol really, and so I have never had alcohol out there. I have paid for other drinks for people. I don't know whether it was alcohol or not. If anybody would like me to recuse myself because of that, please let me know now, so I'll sit in the back for the next couple hours. But if it's not, I think I can be fair and impartial. The decision here, as I see it, is going to be based on the facts of the case.
Yes.
It's going to be based on the law and the facts of the case
Yes.
that will be presented to us, not on any prior experience that we
And
might have.
that is my point. That is, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I have been a couple of times. The last time was for, with Councilman Maniscalco's election.
Anybody else? Yes.
I don't think I've ever been. Apparently, I don't get out much, but I haven't been, so there you go.
Could you just,
Your microphone.
I was just at lunch today, and I'm sitting at a table with a friend of mine, just BSing about Tampa, and this other fella comes up and says, I hear you got a hearing today about closing so-and-so place. I said, well, he said, I told you to know, I don't care what you do, I'm just concerned that the city hired a private detective, and that was the end of the conversation. And then about 2 days ago, I was walking into Publix, and I have a lady walking around behind me telling me about this place, I guess it's this one. And I just kept on going. She said, well, that's it. I said, that's it. It's coming. You can come to the hearing if you like. So that was it.
yes, you have a question,
So
Councilman?
Attorney Shelby, I should say that it is 2 blocks from my home.
Okay.
So
now,
I don't know if
well, then
that's-
Let me ask you this. You do not have any financial interest in this whatsoever,
I
is
do
that
not.
correct? Okay. So now, I want it so it's clear for the record. Is there anybody who says that they cannot be fair and impartial and is not able to judge this case on the evidence that is going to be presented at the hearing? Is there anybody who feels the need that they are not able to assure a fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice? I see nobody responding, for the record. The other thing that I'd like to ask of you, counsel, as you hear this evidence, considering that most of you have had experience with that location, please do not testify. Do not use the knowledge that you might have as personal experience and factor that in and use that. If there are questions that you have, your opportunity is to ask those questions and get the evidence from the witnesses. So I would ask you seriously to not discuss anything but, as Councilman Carlson said, the facts, apply the code, render your decision, and we can go from there.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I would just like to say, based on what we've just said, I don't know what you would like to do legally, but if either side would like us to recuse yourself, I'd like them to say so now, instead of waiting for the testimony. I won't be offended if somebody wants me to recuse myself. I'd just like to know now instead.
That's the question. You're inviting somebody. If somebody wants to go on the record and do that.
I'm not inviting anyone to do it. I just would not like to sit through the whole hearing and then someone at the end say, okay, now you have to recuse yourself.
Okay, but you have stated for the record that you can be fair and
Yes.
impartial and discuss the merits of the case from the
Yes.
evidence at the hearing. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Johnson-Velez? Oh, just one more thing, counsel, before we begin. I don't believe there is written communications. If we could just have a motion to receive and file those. They've been uploaded.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Yes.
If anybody is going to be speaking on this case, public comment, or you're testifying, please stand up, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in. If you are going to be speaking at all.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Yes.
If we can, Mr. Chairman, I believe, Ms. Johnson-Velez, my apologies, but I believe there's some preliminary procedural matters for the record that the attorney for the respondent has to raise.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Mark Bentley, 400 North Ashley Drive, Tampa 33602, and I represent Ybor City Cathedral Cigars. Just to get on the record here is that there is a procedural issue with the manner in which the city handled this process. I believe prevents council from invoking its jurisdiction over the matter. The city has alleged in its notice violation of section 27318 C1D, which I have on the overhead here. This code section requires for the city to provide notice to terminate or cure the alleged condition prior to issuing a notice of intent. This requirement is further confirmed in this May 7th email from the zoning administrator to another staffer, and it says, quote, SJV stated we previously sent warning letters to businesses for operating outside of their wet zone prior to sending a true notice of intent. Had the city fulfilled its obligation under the code, the client would have immediately contacted the city to resolve this matter, and this situation could have been avoided. Notably, the city, even in extreme cases that you've been involved in, for example, the Ybor grocery stop, which involved criminal activity, sales of drugs, things like that, they were given notice and opportunity to correct. And actually, they were given, after the last notice, 56 days to prepare for the hearing, where we were provided roughly 20-something. I would note that the client ceased utilizing the area where the alleged violations occurred. Therefore, I suggest that if the city is still interested in prosecuting this matter, that it take a step back to cure the procedural defect. Otherwise, any action taken by council may be legally suspect. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Johnson-Velez or Mr. Shelby?
If the city wishes to respond to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of City Council. There are two, well, I don't want to get too much into the merits, but if you review the notice of intent, there are two bases upon which the city is notified the property owner of its intent to suspend their alcoholic beverage permit. One is the section 27318 C1D that Mr. Barnaby kind of partially paraphrased. And the other one is 27318 C1N, which there is no, even assuming if you accept his argument, which the city does not, is a separate basis. N is a separate basis, and it deals with violations of any condition, limitation, or restriction that city council or the zoning administrator has placed on the alcoholic beverage approval. So that is a separate basis, and if council, we're happy to proceed with both. We believe that all the procedural requirements have been met to proceed with both. But certainly N, you can proceed with the hearing on that basis this afternoon. And there's been no question raised as to any procedural defects with respect to that particular criteria, which allows suspension for cause.
Is it proper to allow Mr. Bentley to respond to that, Mr. Shelby?
If he wishes.
Yes, sir, please state your name.
Mark Bentley, once again, for the record. I agree with Ms. Johnson-Velez's interpretation, so I would assume that if the city's inclined to drop the alleged violation related to subsection D, I don't have a problem going forward.
Ms. Johnson-Velez.
She just said basically that my understanding is there was a notice requirement to allege a violation of subsection D. The city did not give notice, but she says she's prepared to go forward and defend the other subsection that doesn't require notice. You see what I'm saying?
Ms. Johnson-Velez, do you understand this?
I understand what he's saying, so let me be clear. The city does not agree with his position that notice is required to proceed with a violation under 27-318 C1D. Do not agree that there is a procedural defect in proceeding with a suspension hearing based on that ground. So we do not agree that there's a procedural defect. We do not agree that there was notice required by that section. So the city is not inclined to drop that ground for suspension. What I further said was that there is no requirement to provide notice under 27-318 C1A short of what we have already provided in the notice of intent. And so the city council can proceed on those grounds as well. We believe the city council has appropriate, we have met all procedural guidelines to proceed with the hearing as noticed in the notice of intent as well as the notice of hearing.
Just a brief response, and then I'll wrap it up so I understand here. I cited you the code, and you can see on the overhead it says you can invoke this section or alleged violation after having received reasonable notice to terminate or correct any condition that is in violation of such code, ordinance, or law. We never received notice. That's my point here, okay? And if the city has notice, I would certainly like to see it. So I don't think the city's in a position to prosecute subsection D. Thank you.
Councilmember Clendenin, Carlson.
Yes, ma'am. Does the city have evidence of notice?
Well, and I'll ask council, I know it was a little hard to, and the words are pulled out in what Mr. Bentley just provided.
I just
but
read D myself.
In your notebook, correct. So it says, operation of the establishment in a manner that repeatedly or on an ongoing basis has negative secondary effects on surrounding property, including, but not limited to, violations of city code, where you've been given reasonable notice to terminate and correct any condition. It doesn't say only if you've violated a city code or state law or ordinance. It says including, but not limited to. That, I believe, recognizes the fact that there can be negative secondary impacts from operation of establishment that result even when there's been no violation of city code. There can still be negative effects. And that's why it's not limited to only violations of state or local law.
Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, I'm just not seeing that in that. Maybe I'm just not reading it correctly.
Councilmember Carlson?
Without getting into the facts of the case, could you just tell us if it wasn't a violation of the code that required notice, could you tell us just at a high level what it was that would be included in the not limited to?
Well, there have been complaints from members of the surrounding community that staff has been made aware of, and I believe there are a number of folks from the surrounding community who are here that can provide testimony as to those negative secondary effects from the way this business has been operated.
And so those are not code violations there. But my question is more of what are they violating if it's not a code?
My suggestion then is you hear the evidence, if that's your council's decision, and then you determine.
Well, I think the attorney is trying to see if we should go ahead with part of it, right? So,
well, rather than disassemble the entire presentation of the case to answer a question, it'll be answered in due course. Mr. Bentley's objection is noted for the record, and I believe if you want to renew the objection at some point in time, you may be able to.
Mr. Shelby?
Yes.
My objection relates to procedural due process. It has nothing to do with testimony or evidence. It's a procedural issue. I think council should act on that issue before we get into the merits of the case.
Well, then I guess the question is what constitutes reasonable notice? Because if the neighborhood has been in contact with them, might that constitute reasonable notice?
I think it's safe to say reasonable notice from the city to correct the condition, not from a neighbor.
Mr. Shelby, I simply want to put into the record at this point, since he's questioned this, it seems to me that we need to put into the record at this point what the legal argument is for proceeding on both accounts. And I don't think we fully answered his argument. And so it seems like I don't want to hear the whole case, but in more words, what is the legal argument for proceeding on that count?
You've heard Ms. Johnson-Velez.
Yeah, Ms. Johnson-Velez has already said that. Like, I move to just go ahead, because Ms. Johnson-Velez has explained, and if we want to go back and say something later, but she's already said that it's this, but not limited to. So I think that we're clear.
But
Councilman Clendenin.
Mr. Shelby,
Yes.
so he's asked council to rule on this point. Shouldn't that question be answered?
I don't think this council is prepared to answer that as a matter of law, nor am I in a position to make that finding and holding for you.
Well, who would be then?
If this goes forward and is heard, if he renews the objection and it is acceptable to council, I suspect you may. Otherwise, if this is adverse to his client's position, and this is a fundamental question, that would be resolved in the courthouse, frankly. I can't, unless the city wishes to address it or cure it in any other way than it has, my suggestion is.
So we can do this without curing it here and just move forward based on, with the objection noted?
Well, the thing is, the city has declared that they don't concede it, and that they're prepared to move forward. So my question at this point is how best to go forward, and the answer to that is the objection is noted for the record. It's preserved. He can renew it if he wishes, and at this point in time, you may have your questions answered in the course of the testimony.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am?
Oh, I was just going to follow up on what Mr. Shelby has just said. I believe the evidence, if you receive it at the hearing, will show that there was ample notice of these conditions.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So at this point, we will continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and City Council. Again, Susan Johnson-Velez with the Legal Department. This is an alcoholic beverage license suspension hearing for the property located at 2201 North Florida Avenue, on which is currently operating an establishment called Grand Cathedral Cigars. Grand Cathedral is located, again, on Florida Avenue between Francis Street and Amelia Avenue. I'm just going to put up an aerial on the Elmo. And this is in your binders at tab B1 if you would like to flip to that. But you can see that the location of Grand Cathedral is here with the red dot, and here's Francis Street to the south and Amelia Avenue to the north. And you can see much of the area surrounding Grand Cathedral is residential, single-family residential. So 2201 North Florida Avenue has been owned by LB Florida Avenue LLC since August 7th of 2006. The deed is in your binders at section B, tab 3. And Grand Cathedral, Ybor City Grand Cathedral LLC has operated an establishment called Grand Cathedral Cigars at that location since 2021. I would now ask Eric Cotton, Development Coordination Manager for the Development and Growth Management Department, to come forward.
And if we can, if you could also just state for the record that you had been sworn, and also, Mr. Bentley, if you don't mind coming to the lectern, please, I'd just like to address one more thing. Thank you. It's agreed, Ms. Johnson-Velez, Mr. Bentley, that both parties will have the opportunity to conduct cross-examination if requested?
Sure.
Certainly.
Okay, and what we'll do then in that case is you can direct your question to the chair, and then we can have the witness then answer that, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Eric Cotton. I have been sworn. So just for history on this property, the city approved a special use 2 AB2 alcoholic beverage application for a small venue permit of this property. It was signed by the mayor on February 24th, 2022. Site was for beer, wine, and liquor. Ms. Johnson-Velez has it up on the screen. So the property was approved. There are certain conditions on the site itself showing where alcohol could be served. There's a legal description that goes along with it. I don't believe it's probably better to show the graphic version of this than the actual legal description. So this is the Grand Cathedral. This is the actual building that used to be a church they converted to the cigar bar. And there was an outdoor area that runs alongside of the building where alcohol was approved to be sold. Now, as one of the conditions on the site plan, which I'll show you all in a moment, the outdoor music was supposed to stop at 10 p.m. Alcohol sales were supposed to stop at 11, and by midnight, the whole facility was supposed to be closed. Now, on the approved site plan, which I'll blow this up so it's a little bit easier to read. Which way? Here we go. So as you can see, the zoning is split. There's CI zoning, which is where the parking lot and the building itself is located. And this is RM24 zoning. This is what's being referred to as the patio. On the actual plan that was approved by council, it does say no alcohol sales allowed.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Florida Avenue is to the left, the building is the gray area, and RM24 is the opposite side, correct?
Correct.
Did you do it backwards?
No, this is RM24.
Oh, you're showing it now?
Yeah, it's my
Okay,
hands in
I'm
there.
sorry.
So this area was designated for no alcohol sales. And that's shown clear on the site plan. This is the issue. This is where the alleged violation takes place. The applicant recognized that as an issue, or the property owner, I recognize that as an issue. And this is from the Acela record. You can see REZ 2288 was applied for. Where's my stuff? They came in and they applied for a new rezoning to go from PD, or from CI and RM24 to a planned development. That was to address the issue with, that would have allowed them to extend the alcohol all the way, including this RM24 would have changed to PD. If council would have approved it, if they would have moved forward and council would have approved it, they would have been allowed to extend their alcohol out to the easternmost property line. So it was filed, it was withdrawn by the applicant.
When was that done?
This was applied for, it was opened on 5/30/2022. I don't know the exact date for withdrawal. It was withdrawn before it was set for public hearing.
But, and just to clarify, if I may, Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department, so what is the zoning today as the property sits today? It remains,
This again, this is CI, commercial intensive. This portion that my hand's not on remains RM24. RM24 does not allow for alcohol sales or consumption. It's not allowed, it's either as a special use or a permitted use. Council have any questions?
So the alcohol is only allowed to be sold and served within the gray shaded area?
Yes, sir.
Not in the parking lot, not in the patio, just in the building, which is the gray
The
shaded
building,
area.
and they do have an outdoor area that was approved.
So beyond that, okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. When they came for their alcohol permitting, were they aware of this? in the testimony, did they say, yes, we are aware? I mean, I wasn't here for that, so during that testimony, was this brought up that it was RM 24 and that alcohol could be served? I mean, I know it's on the site plan, but I
Yeah.
just,
I don't know if they were aware of it or not. I can't speak for the applicant or the representative, but it is clearly shown on the site plan, and they did acknowledge it by saying no alcohol sales allowed.
okay. Oh, well, okay, yes, it's on there. Thank you.
And Ms.
Yes,
Hurtak, Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department, just to be clear, that the applicants submit the legal description, which will limit the area where alcoholic beverages can be sold, and they also prepare and submit the site plan, which is certified after council approves the ordinance and the site plan.
So they then created this site plan, the city did not?
Correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Ms. Velez, are you saying, so that area where that line is drawn and they're not permitted to serve alcohol, they actually were serving alcohol in that area?
We will get to that, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
That is what the notice of intent said, and
Cool,
and
okay.
the evidence, we believe, will support that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson.
Mr. Cotton, I try intentionally not to remember cases after we do them because we're not supposed to talk about them. But can you tell us, did they originally apply for alcohol across the whole property and we restricted it to one part, or did they only apply, did their original application only apply to the?
Eric, I'm government coordinator. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't have the original submittal here. All I have is what was approved by council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I think that's,
Any more questions? Nope, thank you.
Excuse me, Eric,
Wait,
don't go away on me, man.
okay, and yes, I'm sorry. I think if Mr. Bentley has some questions, then I will just note that I will be recalling Mr. Cotton. in a few
okay,
minutes.
go ahead, Mr. Bentley. If you could speak a little bit closer to the microphone or
sir.
speak louder.
Well, I think we can wrap up this notice issue that I raised a couple minutes ago. Eric, I have an email here, and I'll show you. It's dated 5/7/23. It's to Lashone Dock. Would you read the highlighted area for council?
Yes, sir. SJV stated that we previously sent warning letters to business for operating outside their west zone prior to sending a true notice of intent to take action.
So the city today is alleging that our client sold outside the wet zone area, correct?
That would be correct.
And what you're suggesting in this email is that SJV, and I assume that's Susan Johnson Velez,
Yes.
stated that we previously sent warning letters before you send a notice of intent, correct?
That's what that email
Okay.
says, yes.
Do you know why our client never received a notice? Excuse me, notice?
No, sir, I don't know.
Okay. Was it unusual that our client didn't receive a notice?
I've only been doing alcohol enforcement for about 2 years, 2.5, 3 years, and we have not sent out notices to people in the last 2.5 to 3 years, given them saying that you're selling outside your wet area. I mean, it's on their site plan, they should have
But
didn't
to the
realize
extent you're
that.
familiar with the process concerning suspensions, generally, it's your understanding, based on your experience, that a notice is sent out before a notice of intent?
No, I can't say that it is or it isn't.
Okay.
I don't know.
And then a final question here. I have an email dated July 21, 2023. It's from you to Mr. John Reed. Who's Mr. Reed?
John Reed is the fire marshal.
Okay, take a look at that and look at the highlighted area here. Would you read that for council?
They are good, in quotes, with zoning.
What does that mean?
I'd have to read the entire email.
Go ahead.
I'll read it for the record, if you all
Yeah,
don't
and then
mind,
if you could show it on
Okay.
the overhead so I can see it.
and I'll read it from up here. Marshall, good afternoon. In meeting with construction service and legal about this site, Grand Cathedral, can you provide me with an update on the fire issue? The attached is dated February 2021, and they still have pulled no permits for the construction on the site. They are, quote, good with zoning, as council approved the alcoholic beverage license. That would refer back to their good with zoning, the area that was approved by council for selling alcoholic beverages.
Okay, but they're not good with zoning now because of these 2 alleged violations, correct?
They're not good to be selling outside of their wet area, that would be correct.
Okay, based on what information?
The-
Why do you know that, how do you even know they're selling outside the wet zone area?
That was the allegement, and if they are, or the, that's not even the right word. If they're,
Allegation.
if they are, it is our understanding, based on evidence that we have received, that they are not, that they were selling outside the area that was approved, the wet area,
And you drafted the notice of intent, correct?
along with the legal department,
And
yes.
but you signed it?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. And in the notice of intent, you indicate that based on a private investigator on 2 different dates, November 11th and the 18th, that he sent 2 reports to you, and based on the private investigator's reports, you sent out the notice of intent.
Excuse me.
Oh, sure.
Is this how this
I'm
supposed to be
having,
happening?
Wait a
I
second.
haven't finished presenting the evidence. I mean, if you
Yeah,
want to
we're
cross.
getting into the
based on
details of
what
the case.
The ordinance said, but.
No, I mean-
Really.
Well, but my suggestion is on the, why don't you hear the rest of, is there going to be more direct examination on this issue?
I can call Eric in my case.
You could.
You know, however you want to do it.
You could, why don't you then?
No problem.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Anything further?
Yes, there's plenty further. Thank you, sir. I do have, and I'm happy to provide copies of the email.
Wait. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Copies of the email to council, just to briefly respond, and I'm happy to get copies of these to Mr. Bentley as well. But as late as Wednesday, October 25th of 2023, I personally sent an email or had a series of email conversations. Actually, it was between Monday, October 23rd, 2023, and Wednesday, October 25th, 2023, with a Jason Sampson, who had written a letter to City Attorney Andrea Zellman, as well as the Police Chief Lee Burkaw, regarding concerns that he had been made aware of with the city's concerns with selling outside of their approved alcoholic beverage permit area. And so, again, I have copies of those, and we had a series of emails back and forth, but certainly, as of October 23rd or 25th, in that time frame, there was indication from the city as late as that date that there was an issue, that we thought that there was an issue. You can see here in this final email that I sent to Mr. Sampson that we said the city disagrees with your interpretation and that they're not allowed to serve, and that I had made it plain in my emails that the issue was not with a catering license or their state alcoholic beverage license, but rather with the limitations on the AB permit that the city had issued and their sale and service outside of their approved area. And I invited him to call me and to contact my assistant in order to schedule a meeting, and I received no communication from Mr. Sampson after that date. And it was a full, more than a month after this communication that we sent the notice of intent.
Ms. Johnson-Velez, Mr. Chairman, may I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Velez. Is that email as part of your record?
I would like to submit it now. I wasn't sure if I'm happy to, I don't know if Mr. Bentley has seen.
Do you have a
it.
copy for Mr. Bentley?
I can get him copies.
Councilmember Carlson.
Ms. Johnson-Velez, you mentioned a catering license. Do they have a separate catering license for that outdoor area or not? What's the catering license?
What I'm aware of, they may have a catering license, but they also have a 4COP license. And so, under the state beverage law, if you have a catering license, but you also have another license that is attached to the location, which they do, they have the 4COP, that you have to operate the license consistent with any limitations that are placed on the service and sale of alcoholic beverages. So what I was told by Mr. Sampson, that email exchange, which council can review, is that, well, we have this catering license, we can kind of serve willy-nilly wherever we want without restriction. And that is just not the case. Under state law, that's not the case.
But if the alcohol license only applied to the building that's allowed to have an alcohol license, we'll hear their argument in a minute, but would it have been allowed for the other area for a catering license to apply?
That's a question.
It could if you got, for example, a temporary event permit to extend the locations where you could sell alcoholic beverage. But if you have a site plan that is tied to a location and there are limitations on it, you can get, for example, for a fundraiser or a special event, you can get a temporary permit that extends into areas where you otherwise couldn't serve under your main license. But short of doing that, you're restricted by the alcoholic beverage permit.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. Did they ever apply for an event? license?
Not to my knowledge, maybe Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton.
Why don't we ask Mr. Cotton if he
And
has
he-
any awareness for the record, please?
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. All records would be in the Acela system, so even for a temporary special event, a temporary AB permit, it would all be listed in here. There are neither in here, neither a temporary special event nor a temporary
Okay.
alcoholic beverage.
And then I had the other question, can you explain a 4COO, COP, whatever that is? Can you just define that for us?
Would that be Mr. Cotton?
What council approved for this location was a small venue, beer, wine, and liquor for consumption on premises. And so that is, the 4COP state license is consistent with what council approved because it does allow beer, wine, and liquor on premises consumption.
Okay, thank you. I
You're
just
welcome.
wanted to make sure that everybody knew and
You're
to
welcome.
remind me.
Okay.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Yes, so for clarification, so we have zoning, we have a divided property, we have RM24, and then we have the CI. And the previous council approved the COP in that area that was defined as the building and then that outside patio. Now we add the complexity of this catering license. So the COP covered the building and the patio. Could they, with just a catering license on the RM24, sell liquor on the RM24 portion only? No, not just on the divided property.
If there was a temporary permit,
For the divided,
That-
so you had to have a temporary permit even on the RM24 property if you had a catering license.
that would be the only way that
Okay.
my understanding, that would be the only way that you could serve alcohol, because according to the site plan that city council approved, it says no alcohol beverage sales or consumption in this area.
Because it's on that site plan. But if it didn't state
correct.
that on site plan, if you had RM24 and you had a catering license, could you then sell alcohol on that area?
That's a question.
Okay, that's.
No, go ahead. Just for council, just for you know that when you ask these questions, if there's somebody in the room that's a subject matter expert that's able to testify, rather than have the attorneys respond to the questions, that would be much more helpful, I think.
Thank you.
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. I will say I'm not an expert on the state regulations for alcohol. However, my understanding is whenever there is any type of consideration given, meaning you pay for a ticket to get into an event or you pay directly to someone to drink, you're required to have a temporary alcohol permit from the state of Florida. For the internal part of the city, we require you to go get a temporary alcohol permit from us before we will sign off on the state application. So a caterer's license by itself, unless it's a private party for like a wedding, my daughter gets married and I have a caterer come and pour alcohol. As long as there's no consideration given for that, like you as a invitee is not forking over $10 for a beer or something, you don't need an ABT. But if you're paying for anything, you need to have the temporary alcohol permit.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you so much.
You're
And
welcome.
when you have a catering license, are you limited to how many events you can have? Or you can go 365 days a year, or you're limited to 10, 100?
So by our code, temporary alcohol permits, I believe, are limited to 3 per year. The state limits any nonprofit to 10. We limit any nonprofit to 3. Our code has never been adjusted to reflect what the state allows.
But this is not a nonprofit.
Wait, your microphone.
This is not a nonprofit, so that would not apply in this.
No, ma'am,
case.
but they could always hook up with a nonprofit
Okay,
to
if they
get a
had a-
temporary alcohol permit.
But we're
Correct.
not discussing special events, because that's not
Correct.
what they had, that you're just giving, for instance, of if they could have done so, they would have been able to use that area if they got special permission.
Councilmember Hurtak.
It's my understanding, or if you have a catering permit, is there a portion of alcohol versus food that you're required to provide?
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know.
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. I do have, and this is in Florida Statute, Section 561.20. It's limitation upon number of licenses issued. So this is a statute that governs the quota licenses, as we call them. And it excludes, or it doesn't apply to caterers' licenses where a caterer derives at least 51% of its gross food and beverage revenue from the sale of food and non-alcoholic beverages at each catered event. So so it's the limitation.
So
And
they would have to sell 51%
Food,
food in order to be in compliance.
correct.
And if that is the case, under this catering license, who checks that? How does the city or the state make sure that 51% of a caterer's revenue comes from food?
That would be the state, that would be the state ABT office to ensure. And I can glance through the statute, but there are probably reporting requirements. So for example, the types of AB permits that council approves that require 51% food sales, the owner of an establishment that has that type of license is required to submit reports on an annual basis that show the gross receipts and show the percentages and that they are meeting those percentages.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, since I have the statute out, I just wanted to read from a paragraph or a section that I highlighted that says, if a licensee under this subparagraph also possesses any other license under the beverage law. So if you have a catering license and you also have a 4COP license, the license issued under this subparagraph, in other words, the catering license, may not authorize the holder to conduct activities on the premises to which the other license or licenses apply that would otherwise be prohibited by the terms of that license. So in other words, if you are, and also this section does not permit the licensee to conduct activities that are otherwise prohibited by the beverage law or local law. So if local law prohibits sales and consumption in a certain area, then you're also limited by that with your catering license. So we've gotten a little ahead of ourselves here because I hadn't talked about the state license, but the establishment also has a state alcoholic beverage license issued by the Department of Business and Professional Regulation. It's license number BEV 3908897, which is a COP license. According to DBPR's website, it was originally issued on August 17th of 2022 and expires on September 30th of 2024. So again, these proceedings were being brought and the notice of intent was issued pursuant to Land Development Code Section 27-318 that governs alcoholic beverage permit suspensions and authorizes the revocation or suspension of alcoholic beverages for cause. And that code section, I provided a copy of it to you in your binders at Section A, Tab 1. And if you'd like to follow along and turn to page 3 of 5 under Section 27-318C, in order for City Council to suspend or revoke an alcoholic beverage license, it must determine that the property owner, holder of the alcoholic beverage license, operator of the establishment, or any agent or employee thereof have been found to have violated or have been convicted of any one or more of 14 qualifying criteria listed in subsections A through N. And we have discussed that the two bases that the city included in its notice of intent were subsection D and N, and those will be the focus of today's hearing. And again, D is operation of the establishment in a manner that repeatedly or on an ongoing basis has negative secondary effects on surrounding property. And again, including, but not limited to, violations of city code. So again, doesn't require a violation of a city code or ordinance or state law. That is not listed as a requirement under this section D. And then secondly, the second basis is section N, or item number N. If the property owner or the holder of the alcoholic beverage license or the operator of the establishment or any agent or employee thereof has violated any section of Chapter 14 or Chapter 27, any condition, limitation, or restriction imposed by City Council or the zoning administrator at the time of approval, or any other section of the City of Tampa Code relating to alcoholic beverages. So again, this afternoon, we're going to present evidence and testimony that the property owner, as well as the operator of the establishment, have violated both subsections D and N. So before suspending an alcoholic beverage permit, City Council must hold a notice public hearing, and that is today's hearing. Code Section 27-318D provides these notice requirements for the hearing, It requires that notice of an AB license suspension hearing be sent via certified mail to both the property owner and the business owner at least 30 days prior to the hearing. And the city complied with the notice requirement by sending notice of this hearing to both the property owner, LB Florida Avenue LLC, and the holder of the alcoholic beverage license, Ybor City Grand Cathedral, as well as the establishment location itself on December 20th, 2023. So that's 36 days prior to today's date. And that notice of this hearing can be found in your binders at Section A, Tab 3. So I'd like to turn first to subsection N and present some testimony and evidence to council regarding the violation of a condition, limitation, or restriction imposed by city council at the time of approval. And so I would like to ask Brett Bartlett to come forward, please.
Ms. Johnson-Velez?
Yes.
Could I just ask you a quick clarifying question, just for the record?
Sure.
The file says Ybor City Grand Cathedral, DBA Grand Cathedral Cigars. You just mentioned two different companies, LB Holdings.
That's the owner of the property.
And so
And LB.
this violation is only for the business, not the property? Or is it the other way around?
Well, we notify the property owner because the alcoholic beverage permit's attached to the land, and so they have an interest in this as well. So we notify.
So it's for both?
Correct.
I mean, okay.
That's correct. So.
Yes, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Brett Bartlett.
Have you been sworn in?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your position? Who are you? Okay, go
I'll
ahead.
bear that out. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Bartlett, what is your current occupation?
I'm a private investigator,
And with whom are you employed?
ex-Umber Defense Solutions.
And prior to being employed by ex-Umbra Defense Solutions, were you employed previously?
Yes, ma'am, I retired 10 years ago from the Tampa Police Department. I retired at the rank of captain.
And how long were you employed by the Tampa Police Department?
Almost 32 years.
Thank you.
And how did you become involved with this matter?
Well, I got a call from your office, so there were concerns at this location, and we had some discussions, and I conducted an investigation.
Okay, and what were the two dates on which you conducted your
The
investigation?
first date was 11 November 2023. The second date was 18 November 2023.
Okay, if you will.
Sure.
All right. All right, and I've just placed on the Elmo here a diagram of the site plan for Grand Cathedral Cigars. Have you reviewed this site plan previously?
Yes, we had. We had discussions on a Zoom call several months ago, and you showed that to me.
Okay, so you recognize this as the location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so starting with November 11th of 2023, can you please describe what your activities were on that date?
Yes, ma'am. On that particular date, I parked in a remote parking lot, and I walked through the parking lot for the establishment, and I went and sat on the patio, which is marked by the yellow color on the diagram there. I sat furthest east as I possibly could by the fence. I sat there for a few minutes, and nobody came up to me. And I went up after about 5 minutes, and I went to a little, I'll call it a kiosk. It was kind of like an outdoor but covered location where they're serving alcohol. It's a little tiki bar looking kind of place right there, if you can see that. I purchased a Corona Light. I paid my cash and got my receipt, and I went and I sat down at the patio, and I was sitting in this general area here, right along the fence line. I wanted to be as far away on the property as I possibly could without jumping onto the next property. So I was right by the fence.
Can you mark that a little bit more with the...
Okay, sure. A little while later, I was sitting there drinking that particular beer, and I looked over at that little area where I purchased it, and a young female was there, and she looked my way, and I raised my glass in order to get her attention. And she came over to me, and I ordered another Corona Light, and she came back with it, dispensed it in a glass. I paid cash, and I got a receipt for that as well.
And are those receipts, and counsel, Mr. Bartlett's two reports can be found at section C, and so the incident that he's describing can be found at tab 1 in section C. if you'd like to read along, but included in those are two receipts, photographs of two receipts, and are those the two receipts that you have just referred to?
Yes, ma'am, and they're, thank goodness, all receipts are time-stamped, so the one that's time-stamped 4/41 is where I actually purchased the beer in that little bar area, and that was dispensed according to the receipt by somebody named Joel. He was a young Hispanic male. And a little while later, a young white female came over to me, and she dispensed a second beer, and the receipt on that is time-stamped 5:05 p.m. in my report.
Question?
Yeah, Councilmember
Just
Moore.
for clarity, my Mark,
Yes, sir.
let's go back to your first beer. You bought it in the area that's zoned or not zoned for alcohol?
It is zoned, there's a,
That's zoned for alcohol?
yes, sir.
So did anybody ask you, you had to go to the other side, or did you walk over on your own volition, or were you directed to go there, or what?
Well, I sat down, Mr. Miranda, at that area by the fence. Nobody came around. It was a pretty light time of the day, and so I didn't know if they'd even seen me. So I walked up to them and to say, hey, I'd like to buy a beer.
Well, thank you for your 32 years of service and your other work that you do. I
Thanks, sir.
appreciate that very
Appreciate
much.
Thank you.
But so then the first, I'm trying to get the mindset, which is difficult to understand in my mind anyway. You went and purchased a beer
Yep.
within the confines of the zone district that was zoned for alcohol.
Correct.
You took your own self to an area, not knowingly, or maybe you did know, I'm not sure, that that area was not zoned for alcohol. Did you know at that time that area was not zoned for alcohol?
For consumption, correct, sir?
Pardon me?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
So then the person who sold you the alcohol was back in the area that was zoned for alcohol, am I correct?
Yes, sir. And then after,
Did she signal you, or did you signal her that you wanted a beer?
I signaled her.
You signaled her?
Yeah, she looked my direction, and I raised the glass to get her. She came out to me, asked what I wanted. I said, I'd like another Corona Light.
And she walked over and served you the alcohol?
Yes, sir.
That's it, thank you.
And Mr. Bartlett, did anyone indicate to you at any time, either Joel or the young lady who served you your second beer, did anyone indicate that sales and consumption of alcoholic beverage were not allowed in the area in which you were seated?
No, ma'am, they did not.
Did anyone hesitate or refuse to sell or serve you alcoholic beverages on the patio?
No.
And did you force either of the two persons who served you that day, Joel or the young lady, to serve or sell or serve you alcohol on the patio?
No, ma'am.
And were there any signs in the area of the patio or in the entryway to the patio that indicated that alcoholic beverage sales and consumption were prohibited in that area?
No signs, no indication.
Okay, thank you.
There were a few other people in that same area sitting as well, a few people.
Councilman Carlson.
Councilmember Miranda kind of mentioned this a little while ago, but is it common that the city would hire a private investigator? Why not hire a police officer, undercover police officer or something like that? Is it typical that you would hire a PI?
The city uses private investigators for any number of things. Our litigation department uses private investigators, and we use them all the time. So it's
And
not
the law allows that.
atypical. Correct.
The law allows, okay.
All right, proceed. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Bartlett, I'd now like you to turn to your trip to the location on November 18th of 2023. Can you please describe your activities?
Yes, ma'am. Saturday, 18 November 23, about 6 o'clock in the evening, I went back to the property, went right to the patio, and I sat very close to where I sat at first, with the eastern edge, as close as I could get to the edge of the property, somewhere close to the same location as before. And a few minutes later, unbidden, the young man who I'd seen the week before who sold me the beer at that little kiosk came, approached. I didn't ask, he approached, asked what I wanted. I told him I'd like a beer, a Corona Light. He returned a few minutes later. I asked for a receipt, and he gave me my change back. I tipped him, and a little while later, I moved somewhat. Right next to the parking lot, there's like a long high-top table here. So I moved over there, and after a little while, the same young man came over and said, "What would you like?" I said, "I'd like another Corona Light," and he went back and brought it to me, and I paid him, and I tipped him, and I have the receipt.
Yes, sir.
I'm also coming out, not that I'm practicing.
Your microphone, sir.
But you mentioned yourself only.
Turn it on.
Was there any others in that same location that you witnessed that did approximately the same thing you did, sat down, order a beer from
Yes,
that
sir.
young lady
Yes, sir.
and from a young man.
Now, I'll tell you what I did see. At that second event, there was a large table, looked like maybe they're having a small party there, and I saw the bartender, wait persons coming back and forth. Now, I don't know what was in those glasses, but they looked like wine glasses,
yeah, I would make an
and some of the
assumption.
glasses had an amber-colored liquid. So again, I can't answer to what was in there, but I could see, in my mind, they were vessels in which alcoholic beverages are typically served at a bar.
And the restaurant business, sometimes you have a lot of changeover. I'm not trying to form excuses one way or the other. Do we know of those individuals that served you the first time or the second time? Were they new employees? I don't know, I'm asking.
I don't know.
I'm not saying it makes any difference, we're looking at something else.
Yeah, my first trip, the young man that served me in that little kiosk, he identified on the receipt as Joel. My second trip a week later, I was served twice by the same gentleman, I recognized him, who also put his name Joel on the receipt. So it was the same person twice. I didn't see the white female who identified herself as Alyssa that first day. I didn't see her again.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department Counsel, Mr. Bartlett's report of his second visit to Grand Cathedral is again at section C at tab 2. And you'll notice there that the two receipts that he just referred to, or I'll ask him, are the two receipts that you just referred to, are those accurate copies of those receipts?
Yes, ma'am.
On that
dated
report at
20
tabs?
November 23, on page 3, you'll see those two receipts. They're date stamped like receipts are, and they both reflect the name under the line for cashier as Joel. And that was the same person who had dispensed it to me that week before.
And so, again, on November 18th, 2023, did Joel or anyone else indicate to you that sales and consumption of alcoholic beverages were not allowed on the patio?
No, ma'am.
And did Joel hesitate or refuse to sell or serve you the beer on the patio?
Not at all.
And did you force Joel or anyone else to sell or serve you alcoholic beverages on the patio?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And on November 18th, 2023, did you notice any signs indicating that alcoholic beverage sales and consumption were prohibited on the patio?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bartlett, I have a question for you. On the picture located on, right after the receipts, there is a picture of a portfolio of some sort. Is that yours, or is that a menu that indicates other drinks that are sold at the
I
establishment?
think it was one of those where they bring the receipt to you.
Okay.
And you leave the money in there, best I can remember.
Okay, there are
Yes, ma'am.
two of those. I see one, something to the left and something to the right of the beer.
Might have had my iPad, I don't know.
Okay. And the people in front of you in this picture, were they drinking alcohol, or could you make the assumption that they were drinking?
Councilperson, are you referencing the event on 11 November or the?
November 18th?
18th, all right.
1817
Let me flip to that.
has page, indicated as page number 4. There are people in front of you, baseball cap, white baseball cap, and a
Yes, ma'am.
female I can see. There is a drink sitting in front of him.
Yes, ma'am, there's something in front of him. It was an
Yes.
amber-colored liquid. I don't know what it was, but it was an amber-colored liquid. And there was a number of people at that table, but you can't see, they're kind of out of frame a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Bartlett, were you, just based on your experience as both a veteran of the Tampa Police Department of 32 years and then subsequently as a private investigator with ex-Umbra, any conclusions that you can draw, or any based on the service that you received at Grand Cathedral Cigars on these two occasions?
Just that I went twice, it was done twice, so it wasn't a one-time event, it wasn't a one-off.
Okay. If I may, I would just like to recall Mr. Cotton, and then if Mr. Bentley would like to cross-examine both Mr. Bartlett and Mr. Cotton, I think it would be more efficient.
All right.
I just have a few questions for Mr. Cotton.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Cotton, if you'll look at the diagram on the Elmo, you'll see where Mr. Bartlett indicated with an X in the purple, right here, that he was served alcohol at that location on November 11th. Is that an area in which alcoholic beverage sales and consumption are allowed under the alcoholic beverage permit?
Eric Condon, Coronation, no ma'am, it's not. It's You can clearly see on the plan right underneath, it says no AB sales or consumption.
Okay, and then turning now to the red X and also the kind of the oval that he placed at the top of that yellow area, is that an area, well, he indicated that that was an area where he was served alcoholic beverages on November 18th. Are either of those areas where alcoholic beverage sales or consumption are allowed?
Eric Continental McQuination, no, ma'am, it's not.
And upon learning this information, what action did you take, if any?
That was part of the basis for the notice of intent letter that was sent out on December 7th.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this time. If Mr. Bentley cares
All right.
to inquire.
Mr. Bentley, come on up. And please speak loudly.
Okay, let me just,
I'm sorry, I'm coming down with something, you know.
uh-oh, well then let me.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Cotton, thank you. Mr. Bartlett?
Yes, sir. You know what the term entrapment?
Wait, come closer here.
Mr. Bentley, there's a sound bar at the top of the lectern. Do you see it?
Okay, I
Yeah,
got
it's
You
the
stay
microphone.
there in the center.
I just said, you're with the police 32 years TPD, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how long you been a PI?
10 years.
Okay, are you familiar with the term entrapment?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain it to me?
No, sir, I've never made an arrest for it. I've never been accused of it. It's a.
How would you define it?
That would take in somebody who is absolutely not prone to do something that was of a nature against some code or ordinance.
Liking someone to do something.
And coaxing or forcing them to do it.
It's coaxing.
Well, it's your words, you're asking me.
No,
to-
I mean coaxing.
No, not at all.
Okay, that'll do it, thank you.
That's it.
Are you done?
I don't have any more questions for Mr. Bartlett at this time.
Okay, I'm done, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Counsel.
you very much.
Should I proceed? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
So I would just briefly also like to call Officer Ferdinand Barbosa, just very quickly, so that we can clear up any notice issues. Sir, would you please identify yourself?
Officer Ferdinand Barbosa, Tampa Police Department.
Thank you. And can you tell me how you have been involved in this matter?
You contacted me when you drafted the letter of intent to serve upon the Grand Cathedral.
Speak
I can't hear.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. You contacted me when you drafted the letter for the notice of intent to serve to the Grand Cathedral.
And did you accomplish that service on Grand Cathedral?
I did.
And do you recall the date?
I believe it was December 8th
And-
at 12 o'clock.
And can you describe what you did in order to,
I walked into the Grand Cathedral. I was in plain clothes. I had a uniformed police officer, Tampa police officer with me. He had a body camera. We walked into the Grand Cathedral. I identified myself to the business owner, Ms. Angela Yu. I advised her that of the notice of intent for the suspension hearing. I provided her information. I asked her if she had any information or any questions for me. I advised her that she would be getting a notice via certified mail for the actual date of the notice of intent.
and did that conclude your interaction with Grand Cathedral?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No, yep.
Barbosa? Hi, my name is Bentley. Are you junior by any chance?
I go by junior, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I heard it. So, just a couple questions is, what are your duties with TPD? Do you investigate AB issues?
I have not investigated AB issues yet.
Okay, how long you been with TPD?
I've been with the Tampa Police Department 24 years.
Okay, have you ever heard during your career of the city hiring a PI to go undercover to orchestrate, I guess, a zoning violation?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I personally don't.
Okay, thank you. So it is unusual, based on your experience?
I wouldn't say, I don't know, I've never heard that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am?
So if I can just one clarifying question, you don't have any knowledge of whether or not the city has ever,
I don't.
okay, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. What's next?
But Mr. Carlson did ask that if we use PIs all the time, and you said
Wait,
yes,
wait.
correct?
That's correct, ma'am, yes, that's correct.
I did, oh, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. Thought I kept it on, thank you, Ms.
Yes.
Councilwoman.
We do use private investigators. And now, council, I would like to turn to the second ground cited in the notice of intent, operation of the establishment in a manner that repeatedly creates negative secondary impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. And I would like to ask Ms. Erin McKinnon, if she's in the chambers, to come forward.
Hi, I'm a first timer, so you're gonna have to explain this process to me a little bit. My name is Erin McKinnon. I live at 2212 North Morgan Street. I have been sworn in, if that's pertinent. So I live at 2212 North Morgan Street, which is 190 feet from Grand Cathedral Cigars. As of Tuesday of this week, January 23rd, given that a change of use permit was never obtained and neither was a certificate of occupancy, I am here to request that all business operations temporarily cease because there are multiple violations that need to be remedied. In addition, Grand Cathedral should host conversations with Tampa Heights neighborhood to ensure that they hear our issues and can work to establish mutually agreed upon guidelines that allows their business to thrive while coexisting with their neighbors in a respectful way.
Wait till she finishes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, keep going, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. I hope you've taken the time to read my 100-page packet that I dropped off to you. Like I said, a first timer, so I just wanted to be thorough. I am here representing the many voices of the Tampa Heights residents, some that have been unfairly silenced and bullied. Since November of 2021, my neighbors and I have tirelessly sought assistance in curbing the disruptive noise that has plagued our lives. I initially only engaged in conversations with neighbors through group text, hoping that the others could handle the situation. I'm a single mom, I have an 8-year-old son, full commission, independent contractor. So there really is not room on my plate for anything else. So I refrained from reporting noise complaints until the situation escalated, leading to the harassment of one of my neighbors. This neighbor, a dedicated City of Tampa employee, resides directly across from Grand Cathedral Cigars. He was silenced, unable to take meaningful action against the relentless disturbance affecting his family. If anybody in this room has children, picture the challenge of putting your children to bed on a school night while music is reverberating through their window. Allow me to point out to you that this noise is coming from an area that is not zoned for alcohol consumption or sales. Consider repeatedly calling TPT to complain about the noise only to witness no tangible results. This has been our reality for the past 786 days. In the course of my extensive research and outreach, I reviewed the video from the hearing for their special use ordinance that was conducted on September 23rd, 2021. It was pointed out during the hearing that Grand Cathedral was serving alcohol prior to the hearing date. They argued that they had a caterer's license, asserting under oath that their service was not illegal. While they did possess a catering license, it was issued on May 11th, 2021, and as some of you know, their soft opening occurred on January 23rd, 2021. Furthermore, pictures from their Facebook page posted depict alcohol consumption in the months of February, March, and April of 2021, before the catering license was issued. Also, in 2021, they failed their fire inspection. I forgot this document in the 100-something pages. So anyway, in 2020, they completed a massive renovation of their patio without obtaining any permits from the city. They actually just applied for a permit yesterday. We all understand the importance of these crucial inspections and permits to keep the citizens of our community safe. These findings highlight a pattern of disregard for rules and procedures, including those outlined in their special use ordinance, demonstrating a lack of adherence to the established regulations. It is essential for us to address these issues collectively as a community and ensure that our city remains a place where everyone can live peacefully and respectfully. I value the businesses in Tampa Heights and appreciate the ones who have taken the time to speak with us, partner with us, and create opportunities for Tampa Heights to thrive in a manner that brings value to them and us as their neighbors. As I stated earlier, if Grand Cathedral wants to be an asset to the rapidly growing Tampa Heights area, we need to be able to work together and operate under the guidelines and regulations in place. In conclusion, please consider imposing a temporary closure of this establishment until the multiple violations are remedied to operate legally under the City of Tampa's Code of Ordinance. Additionally, that they be mandated to open the dialogue with their neighbors so mutual agreement can be achieved, as well as a public apology to the neighbors and neighborhood at large for their reckless behavior, especially to those who have been bullied and retaliated against. If Grand Cathedral could work with the neighborhood will lift them up. Look at King State. I even created a graphic. Where do I put this? I even created this graphic to show how Grand Cathedral could use this opportunity to bring an even better experience to their customers and neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilmember Hurtak.
Can you go back to the beginning of your statement? You said that they have no certificate of occupancy?
That's correct. They failed the fire inspection in 2021. There's actually another code case filed by the city on the 23rd that states that there's no certificate of occupancy.
And you said that they had no permit for the patio?
No.
But you said there was something else other than the certificate of occupancy, and I didn't catch it. Before you said there was no certificate of occupancy? What else did you say?
Let me go back. There was change of use permit. So currently it's zoned since 2000 as an art gallery, the building.
Thank you. Ms. Susan Johnson-Velez.
Oh, here's the letters from the neighbors that could not be here today.
Yes, ma'am. Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department.
They have no certificate of occupancy?
That is my understanding.
How have they been able to operate?
This may be a question for staff, unless you think you want to be able to answer.
I don't know if Mr. Cotton is able to address that or not. That is
Okay.
something through another department other than Development and Growth Management. But if that is an issue, I would ask, again, council to focus on the items that were listed in the notice of intent. Not that that can't be addressed at a later date, but the notice of intent is very specific, and I would ask council to focus on that for purposes of today's hearing.
I just
Because
wanted to clarify that they have no certificate of occupancy. They do not have a permit for the patio, developing, building it. They didn't get a permit. Is that, Mr. Cotton? Is that correct?
Yeah, like all the.
I'm sorry, I just have to ask because
Eric, kind of on coordination, I don't know if they have,
that would be in that list you showed us, right?
well,
The
it would be
Acela
part
list?
of the overall
Can you put the
development.
Acela list back on for
Yes,
me?
ma'am, I can do that. It's probably gonna be the last page I
Oh,
find.
no
so
problem.
Bear with me, of course. There we go. This is the Acela list. Now,
Can you zoom in just a little bit so we
Yes,
can
ma'am.
read it? Thank you.
what wrong way?
So then, there's no permit for the patio work. They failed a fire inspection, or they don't have a fire inspection. Is that correct? Did they fail it? Have they? I'm asking staff. Have they passed that fire inspection?
I do not know the answer to that question. I honestly do not know.
Okay. And she said it's been zoned for an art gallery.
The previous use, which is what the purpose of this application is, the one up here, the BLD that was submitted yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. That
Okay.
was to do a change of use from an art gallery into a bar lounge kind of establishment.
My question, traditionally, how can you open an establishment if you are not zoned for the establishment that's?
Well, the zoning is correct. The zoning is, I believe, CI or CG. That would allow the use itself, the place of assembly, the bar or lounge. The special use is to sell the alcohol. There's a change of occupancy, which is what this has to do with, to go
Oh.
from one use to another use.
Okay.
But the underlying zoning would be allowed.
Okay, so the zoning is correct, they just don't have a CO. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, Councilmember Miranda, Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you, and I don't want to complicate things, but under the leadership of former Councilmember Yoli Capeen, before this council here, I was there with her, and there was a thing that we had a post inside the building. This is what I'm getting a little concerned about one way or the other. It said you had to put how many occupants you could have in the building. So was that there, or are we talking about the same thing or different things?
No, the posting is required. We would have sent that out. Whether it's been posted or not, I don't know. I have, honestly, I've never been inside the establishment before. I don't smoke cigars and I really don't drink,
All right,
so.
thank you.
Councilmember Carlson.
We were talking about notice before, and it may be not directly or tangentially related to this, but is there a record that they were noticed for not having a certificate of occupancy and not having approvals on all these other things?
Again, we're going back to the Acela list. You can see the different, the CMP and the CODs, those are code enforcement complaints. So they were cited for, they have been cited for work without permits. That's, I think, what started the BLD.
And for no occupancy,
I don't know exactly what they were cited for.
Does it say on here somewhere that, I don't know how to read the.
No, these are just
codes.
different case numbers. This, you'd have to, if I had my, with this was a computer, we could click on the little number and it'll tell you what the violation was for.
But for each of the things on here, they would have been noticed, so if.
Correct.
not
Notice goes
having-
out for violation, just right.
And then, could I ask the neighbor, you said something about people being bullied? Could you talk to us about that? Who and how?
Yes, and I don't know if you have your packets, but that letter is in there. So my neighbor that lives across the street would be the one, it was him and another gentleman who's since moved, who were the ones leading the noise complaint charge. When initially, we tried to work with them directly. He was texting them. We then turned to filing or calling the non-emergency number, which I have all those documents in that packet to show how many times we called non-emergency and nothing was done. And then it just came to the point where I just started filing through TPD's website and then calling non-emergency because we weren't getting anywhere.
But there was bullying related to it, is that what you're saying?
Yes, so there was a letter sent to his HR department within the city of Tampa saying that he was abusing his position within the city and harassing them. So I took up this cause at that point because he was terrified he was going to lose his job. And he has a wife and 2 young children that he has to take care of. And that's not something that anybody should have to deal with. I mean, it's your house. You want to feel safe and comfortable in your house. And nobody, you know, because of the retaliation and because of the not wanting to work together, it's just uncomfortable. It's like having that bad college roommate that just, you know, you have to live with them, but you don't really like it, and it's not a comfortable situation. And we could definitely get there, but I think that, you know, all of these things need to be
And did
addressed.
that letter come from the property owner or their attorneys or?
Their attorney.
And so, just Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department, I'd just like to ask Ms. McKinnon just a clarifying question. So, have you or any of your neighbors or anyone that you know of communicated to the owners and or operators of Grand Cathedral Cigars regarding these issues that you have described this afternoon?
Yes, so there's, in your packet, there's emails back and forth between our neighbors, with Angela Yu and Mr. McElhaney, and then the Civic Association was trying to work with them, and the only response that we received from them was TPD came out and said that there's no violation to the noise ordinance. Well, it was not being enforced, the special use ordinance was not being enforced where the patio area was. I keep going back to that issue because if it was enforced, we wouldn't be here. I mean, this would be non-existent.
Wanted to speak?
Nope.
Councilmember Clendon.
For Mr. Cotton, can you throw the page you add up with the violations or the complaints, excuse me?
Yes, sir.
So can you highlight, I understand a complaint is complaint, but which of these complaints were found against the Grand Cathedral operators?
So starting, let me, so the ones that were open, so Grand Cathedral opened, I guess, in 2021. That was the first CMP. This one here, it's still an active case.
Okay.
The next one, the rest of these are all considered active cases still.
Okay.
They're still moving through the process.
So have they had any complaints against them that were successfully filed against them, so they were found in violation?
Code
And
case
fined?
193, that ends in 193. There's a current, it's an order imposing lien of the finding of fact, conclusion of law, and order imposing lien based on the foregoing findings and facts and conclusions of law, blah, 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 blah. So it says properties in violation of code section 5105.1, and, yeah, do you want me to, here. That's your job.
Now, the one said this is still in process. Is this done now? All the recourses have been settled?
No, it still says in process because I think it still has to go through there's still, the code enforcement process is not a short process.
Right.
So even once they're found guilty by the magistrate, there's other processes they go through. Even if a lien is enforced, there's the enforcement process, there's all the other kind of things.
Right, that's what I'm, so on that list, there's nothing's been closed out and they've been found guilty on, so they don't have any cases against them where they've been found guilty and
Well, this
fined
one-
or penalty?
This one was found guilty. They
But I
were
mean,
found-
but it's been closed out and it's done, all the recourse has been,
No, they're still all active cases.
okay, they're still all active cases, okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shelby.
Did you want those two documents as evidence, the sheet that had the Acela complaints and that sheet?
Yeah, if those are not already in evidence, I think they should be put into evidence. Because we start looking at mitigating factors and, yes, I think.
I can submit that.
All right, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. McKinnon, you have a paragraph in your opening statement that indicates that the Grand Cathedral Cigars have hosted several fundraisers for Tampa Police Department and made donations to 2 city council members.
Correct.
What city council members are you speaking of?
Excuse me if I can.
Because that's in her opening letter here.
Yes, sir.
Is that, I'm just curious about that, or that doesn't matter?
It's not necessarily
Not
relevant
relevant?
because, well, we had this discussion earlier about whether
Okay.
one could be fair and impartial.
Okay,
Okay.
true, but it is there, so I just want to point that out.
Well, and that, by the way, what you're looking at, that book, just so you know, is in evidence and it was uploaded.
Correct. My next question is for Ms. Velez, Johnson Velez, about, since I have a couple of approvals and non-approvals for alcohol zoning. This area that we're speaking of that's currently in violation, that would require them to come before us and ask for permission to use that space for alcohol, correct?
Yes,
Has
council,
that ever been done?
council adopted the ordinance in 2022, approving the area with the specific limitations. If they want to expand or change anything about that approval, they would need to apply with a new site plan and come
Right.
before council for approval.
Okay, correct, because someone else has done that before, I believe, like over in Hyde Park, Kennedy Boulevard, they wanted to extend
Correct.
to an outdoor area, and they had to come and do it over again.
That's correct.
And they've never attempted to do that.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay,
And Mr. Cotton can confirm that, but no, I don't believe that.
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. They did apply for, remember, the zoning is RM24, so they
Right.
cannot have alcohol there.
Right.
They did apply for a rezoning in 2022 to go from CI and RM24 to PD. Once they would have had the PD in place, they would have been able to come back to council to expand the alcohol.
right, but that did not happen.
That has not happened yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Moran.
Chairman, thank you. As the council started talking about clearances and noise ordinance, I'm looking at them now, and I'm just going, and I'm not saying that there anything outstanding in them, but on time, January 31, 2023, at 20.30.90, that's 10 o'clock, 10:30, almost at 10:31, and it was clear January 2023 at 20.3420, or 4.5 minutes later. And I'm looking at it, it says cleared on top, and I'm not here to take sides, I'm just saying what this item says that was received by us on the information we received. And I don't know if Tampa PD or the investigator wants to speak on these things. I'm just going through them real quickly. And that was one. I find another one here dated December 4th of 2022 at 21:05. We received a call at 21:05.10, and it went on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas, dispatch and route on scene, and then 2022, 21.35.39, and the bottom says cleared, and the top it says cleared. I don't know what, I guess they're talking about cleared up. I can't make it out what that means. I'm not trained for that, but I'm just seeing, bringing what I read here, And then the other one is November 21, 2022, 22.46.28. It has again received 11, like I said, and en route. It received there about 10 minutes later and cleared at 00. I guess they're talking about the following day in the morning at midnight, 45.09. This is cleared and cleared. I don't know what the results were of that. After that, again, November 15, 2022, received November 15, 2022, 21.09.24. That's when they received the call. They were on the scene at 23, or a few minutes, 15, 16 minutes later, and it was cleared at 21:47. So I'm just going by what the book says here. I'm not going to go through all of them. That's just a few that I've seen here. So I have yet, October 18, 2022, cleared, started on October 18, 2022 at 21:14.6, cleared at 21:52.20, and I guess cleared means that they didn't find the facts. I'm not sure what it means. That's what I wanted to find out from whoever put this together. What does that mean? There's others here that go back to October 15th and so forth and so on. Can anyone tell the board, the Tampa City Council members, what all that means?
Would Officer Barbera, would you know and have any answers?
Susan Johnson, Les Legal Department. Mr. Miranda, without having the officers who wrote those reports and who responded to the calls, I don't believe anybody else here can speak to that, but I do believe it speaks to the fact that, or what I was saying earlier, that subsection D, things that may not amount to a violation of the city code, yet and still cause negative secondary impacts to the neighborhood, as Ms. McKinnon has described.
I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm saying we received the calls, the police, addressed the call, and that's what the report says. I'm not sure what it means.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If I can, Ms. McKinnon, you, I believe, handed a stack of papers, and they're all pretty much the same form, appeal to suspend cathedral cigars.
Yes, those are from the neighbors.
From the neighbors. And I just want to let council know that it is in the record, but I also want to let the public know, and also for the record, these sort of petitions, in a way, do not constitute competent substantial evidence in terms of you're looking at me strangely.
No, I'm just waiting for you to.
Oh, wait, okay. It's just that, just want you to know that a petition, absent competent substantial evidence, would not form a basis for you to base your decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Johnson Velez, another question. So regardless of the noise violations, when the police come out, they don't come out to address alcohol violations, correct? They're coming out about noise.
Susan Johnson, Les Legal Department, yes. As far as I know, all of those response calls related to complaints about noise from the neighbors.
And the decision that we're making today is based on, did they violate
Their alcoholic
beverage
That's correct.
situation? So that wouldn't
That's
be
correct.
considered substantial evidence. It's just based on the fact of the violation of the alcohol, correct?
Correct. That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess would Mr. Bentley like to ask Ms. McKinnon any questions? Okay.
You good? I'm released. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like, I believe he's in the audience. Mr. Ralph Schuler, are you here? Say what you would like. Yep.
Thank you. I didn't realize I was going to be
Yep.
asked specifically. Thank you very much. Ralph Schuler, 2101 North Jefferson Street. I have been sworn. I currently live in the neighborhood for 25 years. I live 2 blocks from the proposed establishment. Been a past president for several times, and wanted to express, also I'm an architect, by the way, that while at the beginning, I did go to this establishment. They actually ran it properly for quite some time. I don't know the exact amount, 3 to 4 months. What I mean by properly, they actually, at 10 o'clock, came to me, said, you need to go inside at 10 o'clock. You need to consume your alcohol inside. I believe we did consume alcohol in the patio portion. Again, I have no knowledge of any of these things. But soon thereafter, and I don't understand, as I believe there was a change of the person who ran the establishment, the outdoor patio became much more active, and was consumption of alcohol was very apparent. Also, they had outdoor events there with live music. That live music extended far past 10 o'clock. And this is really the crutch of the neighbors' complaints, not maybe the city's complaint. There are many other issues that we're all aware of here today that express the other code violations, which aren't really part of this hearing. But for the health, safety, and welfare of the patrons there and the people here who live within the neighborhood, obviously those need to be addressed at a different time. But I just wanted to express my extreme desire to make sure that we can resolve this matter, and we're looking forward to a compliant business in all aspects. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Is there opportunity for cross-examination? Oh, you want to direct questions?
No, I don't have any questions for Mr. Schwartz.
Does anybody have any questions?
Not right now.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and now, Mr. Brian Seal, I believe, is also in the audience. And I don't believe he's been sworn yet.
No, raise your right hand, we'll swear you, and you came in a little late.
There's one more witness too who has.
Mr. Federico, okay? Please swear him in.
I do. Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Brian Seal at 313 West Park Avenue in Tampa Heights. I'm also a board member of the Tampa Heights Civic Association, but only speaking on my own behalf today. I was involved in meeting with Grand Cathedral and their agents during this initial wet zoning period for the AB2, and we discussed various issues at that. And ultimately came to withdraw opposition to that. However, in that subsequent time, I've learned from surrounding neighbors about the violations related to this. I believe specifically in that AB2, there are also restrictions on noise and special events aside from the standard city noise ordinance as well. But I'm here to ask that you take these questions and allegations seriously. I can say personally as testimony, the only violation that I witnessed on October 4th, 2022, the only time I visited the establishment, I did witness drinking out in the patio area. It appeared to be alcohol. I did not go sample a drink out there of other patrons, but I can say that is what I observed personally as it relates specifically to this. To the broader picture, I'm just really disappointed that it has come to this. It really shouldn't have. I have called several times to various either ownership interests or managers of the establishment and said, hey, this is what the surrounding neighbors are saying is going on. I've seen, I've been shown videos or other types of evidence that they appear to have recorded that shows something. Can you please work with them? We want to be a welcoming urban business, or urban neighborhood that welcomes businesses. And I'm a business owner as well as a construction professional myself. I've built numerous projects in this city. I've been slapped on the hand for not passing inspections. I just want everybody to play by the same set of rules. And so that's what I ask you to consider here. Take the evidence that's been stated here and just make sure everybody plays by the rules. I personally do not want this business to permanently close and leave the neighborhood. I think it's valuable to the history of Tampa, as well as a very unique and cool establishment, which I'm sure many folks from the business will say. I agree with that. I just want to make sure that codes are being followed and codes are being enforced. To the point of noise ordinances, I will state that according to a Creative Loafing article from last year, the prior year in 2022, there were over 6,500 noise complaints, but only 50 violations found. I've been before this council previously, as a side note, for noise issues. And I'll state this again, I would be glad to work with the city to attack and craft a better noise ordinance that serves both businesses and residents. That is not evidence related to this case, but a bigger picture that I would encourage you all to take a look at so that we can avoid things coming to this head and find something that is more enforceable and more agreeable to all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurtak.
Yes, I have a question. I'm not sure if Mr. Cotton or Ms. Johnson-Velez can answer, but Mr. Seal talked about there being noise time constraints on the site plan, and that wasn't discussed before. Are there noise constraints on the site plan?
Yes, ma'am. It says on one of the conditions that was placed on the site plan, it says 10 p.m. for outdoor music. Outdoor noise has to stop at 10 p.m.
Every day of the week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Yes, ma'am.
And then Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department, and finally I'd ask Mr. Ricky Pederica to come forward.
Thank you, Council. Ricky Pederica, 501 East Amelia Avenue. I have been sworn. I am a neighbor in Tampa Heights, and I'm a licensed landscape architect by the state of Florida and a certified planner by the American Planning Association. I cherish Lee's and have for 10 years. Lee's Pizza, which is several hundred feet from my house, barely even that. And it has a similar wet zone with an outdoor consumption area that has been a part of my weekly life for a long time now. And I welcomed the idea of Grand Cathedral coming into our neighborhood, being only a couple blocks from me. And I still do. But as a practitioner in permitting and entitlement that's before you often, I'm puzzled by several things that have been discussed and have been observed. Regarding noise, I've personally made a noise complaint hearing very enjoyable Latin music from my backyard blocks away. And I asked Councilman Miranda, in the list that was read of the noise complaints, if any of those exceed the 10-year or the 10 o'clock timeline, I apologize.
I believe I read them into the record, didn't I?
You did. And I just wanted to point out, though they were cleared, they were cleared of conforming with the noise constraints, but there was a limit, a 10 p.m. limit on whether the noise should have even be occurring at all.
I believe I tried to do that without realizing, I'll be honest with you.
Yes, thank you. I just want to kind of speak to that. Second, there is a provision, Section 5 of the Ordinance 2234, that states that the development shall be built out in 2 years from the effective date. The effective date is either February 17th, 2022, when it was passed by council, or February 24th, 2024. We are now January 25th, 2024. Approximately 30 days remains prior to the build-out deadline, and permits have been sought yesterday for change of use work that will, in my opinion, satisfy the certificate of occupancy deficiency that there was a very recent notice for in the list that Mr. Cotton showed up, specifically a failure to obtain a CO. Having permitted many projects in the city, actively permitting them now, I'm puzzled at what a scenario of unpermitted work constructed prior to permit approval and a CO, how that can contribute to a build-out deadline as part of the ordinance. And it's not my expertise to speak how that works, but I want to mention that relative to the challenges and puzzles that I've had as a neighbor in support, but as a practitioner of development in the city. And I hope that we can come out some way with this resolve, but this is not how I would have not how I typically approach projects, and surprised we're here today in this context.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Cotton, I have a question for you. When someone applies for a permit, as the gentleman mentioned, a permit required to obtain a certificate of occupancy, not relevant to this case, how long does it take for it to be processed, denied, or approved, or?
The
are we
permit
back up?
itself?
Yeah, for whatever this is.
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination, I don't process permits. I can't give you a definitive answer because I don't know. A lot of the time is timing based on when the initial review comes in, what the city asks for, how complete the application is, and then there's that going back and forth. It could be a month, it could be a year before somebody gets everything finalized on a construction site.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
Yes, Ms. Johnson-Velez, what's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department. At this time, the city has concluded its initial presentation, but I would like to reserve some time for closing remarks after Mr. Bentley presents his position.
And then we go into public comment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bentley, your rebuttal or your presentation. We'll have closing arguments from Ms. Johnson-Velez, and then we'll open it up to the public. I have 4 registered speakers for this. So.
I get rebuttal as well, don't I,
Yeah,
sir?
yes.
Yeah, you'll have an opportunity to.
Well, this is your case in chief, Mr. Bentley.
We said, Ash?
What you got? Thank you. For Mr. Bentley.
I don't know how to pull this thing out. Once you get started, I'm gonna move to that side. Do you want to start on one?
Yeah, let's start.
I'm going to stay on this side. You stand over here.
Mark Bentley, once again. Before I get started, I've got 1,793 letters in support, and significantly, one of them is from Chris Sullivan at Sullivan Elementary School, which is across the street. So they're in this box here. I don't need to drag it up there. But I think, council, you received a lot of these things, I think.
That's not substantial evidence, right, Attorney Sullivan, right?
Well, it depends on what it is. Are all the letters the ones that came in through email that have been signed, that came into council's offices?
There's 1,700, I can't verify that, so, that they all made it to council.
We had paper petitions, and then, yeah, it's a mix.
Okay, well.
Go ahead, sir.
He wants to put in the whole, you have a box there?
Yes, sir.
Do you want the, I guess, without council reviewing it, I'm just wondering what its value is.
Ashley. Hey, thank you, Junior.
What's in the box?
The petitions.
Their petitions.
Letters of support.
Does it say that they
Well,
didn't
these are
fill it out?
petitions, and those are petitions.
How are you gonna scan all?
Yeah, but those emails said they weren't in violation.
Before I get started, I want to talk to you a little bit about licensing. I've been practicing the area of alcoholic beverage licensing, not just the AB stuff that you guys handle, but actually licensing transaction representing Buffalo Wild Wings, Ruth's Chris, Miller's Ale House, Pizza Hut, many bars and restaurants, probably about half in Ybor City. So anyhow, I thought that was important because I think what you heard today was a little off the mark, with no disrespect to the city attorney. And we'll get into that. But You know, it is unfortunate and disappointing that the city, in its rush to judgment, kind of missed that one step and didn't give us an opportunity to come into compliance. It went straight to a notice of intent, which is very unusual, as I mentioned earlier on. And on top of that, the city, from our perspective, orchestrated 2 alleged violations that became the basis for this case, especially in light of the fact that the client is considered, in the eyes of the city, a first-time offender. We're not an offender, okay? That's our position, as I will demonstrate in a few minutes. It's unprecedented for the city to hire a private investigator who was acting as if he had the authority of a TPD officer. At the direction of the city attorney, this private investigator knowingly coaxed 2 servers to deliver drinks just outside the wet zoned area per Ms. Johnson-Velez's direction. And in doing so, in consuming outside the boundary, the PI, as a private citizen himself, also broke the law knowingly that he was outside the boundary. However, unbeknownst to the private investigator, he was in the middle of 2 catered events where our client's 4COP, which is a dual license, and I'll explain that, and state food caterer's license allowed sales and consumption outside the wet zone boundary, which I'll explain. Just briefly, think about Julian B. Lane Park, Riverfront Center. It's not wet zone, but alcohol is sold with food under a caterer's license. I want to stop right there. What the city attorney was talking about is a CT license, a caterer's license. When you go to Higgins Hall for a wedding or something like that, the caterer shows up, he's selling alcohol and food. That's called a CT license. Our client doesn't have a CT license. They have a 4COP, which they call the Mac Daddy under, in this area of alcoholic beverage licensing. And with the 4COP, you can do virtually anything. You can do 1 COP, which is beer, 2 COP, beer and wine. You can do an ABC liquor if you wanted to, okay? So when you have that 4 COP and you use that in conjunction with the CAT, a caterer's license for food only, you combine those 2, okay, and that's a catered event. And I verified this with Chief Counsel, Division of Alcohol and Beverage and Tobacco on Monday. His name is Jed Bauman, Chief Counsel for the Division of Alcohol. I explained the scenario that our client's operating under on these special events, and he confirmed that was legal. And actually, once you do a catered event, if you've been out there, you could even sell alcohol in the parking lot. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's how it works. It's kind of a mobile operation. So Julian B. Lane, how does that happen? They don't have wet zoning. They don't have commercial property. They just hire a caterer for that special event. They sell alcohol and they sell food. And there is a 51% requirement once you implement or place your caterer's license at a particular location. Same with the Gasparilla party. When you see these big blowout parties with the caterer, it's not zoned for commercial. It's not wet zoned, okay? You just use a caterer's license. So what I said is this PI, he didn't realize he was in the middle of 2 catered events when he was out on the patio. And I'll show you the contracts and the flyers and everything, and they were charitable events as well. I want to clarify, this is slides 3.
You're still on the same slide. Okay.
I want to clarify a mistake the city made in its notice of intent. Slides 3 and 4. The city's notice of intent says that the PI consumed drinks in the wet zone area. However, the 2 reports authored by the PI never mention consumption. So when you figure out what the PI did or didn't do, he only purchased 1 drink on November 11th, it appears, outside the wet zone area. And you guys got it right, that one area when he bought the initial drink, that was a legal area, okay? And then on the 18th, at the direction of the city attorney, went out there and purchased 2 drinks on the patio. And that's the end of the story. That's what we're here today for, 4 drinks on the patio, and we have these 2 young servers out there. And that's no excuse. You know, my client's obligation is to educate these people, all right, where the parameters of the wet zoning exist. So that's what this case is about. 3 or 4 drinks purchased after coaxing by a PI coached by the city. In any event, if the city would have provided notice to our client to correct the situation, we wouldn't be here today, and the taxpayers wouldn't be stuck with a bill for the PI and unnecessarily wasting the city's time and resources, including all the staff and the 2 or 3 lawyers you have present today. Slide 5, please, Ash. Also, I want City Council to realize that while this matter is being sorted out, the client is not using the patio area and has ceased using the patio since around December 11th. One qualification, Arturo Fuente on January 10th had a company luncheon where no alcohol was served and there wasn't any music. I want to talk a little bit about our client. Some of the more positive things you probably hear today is they repurposed a 118-year-old church into the #1 cigar lounge in the world as voted by Cigar Journal magazine last year. Since opening in January 2021, the business has generated over $800,000 in sales tax revenue, which in return directly impacts various local services such as education, transportation, and more. Grand Cathedral is a premier venue for weddings, retirement events, fundraisers, funerals, corporate gatherings, and other special events. They partner with several local and national businesses, particularly international conventions such as SOCOM and SOFIC. Examples of Grand Cathedral charity fundraisers benefiting local organizations include 2022 TPD Mounted Patrol Unit fundraiser, they raised $120,000. 2023 National Smoking Shield Summit raised $52,000. Smoking Shields this year in December, 22,000. TPD Police Explorers, and on and on and on. The scope of this hearing is set forth in the notice of intent, which was confirmed by the city attorney before we got to the hearing. And here are the 2 issues before council when you just break it down. Whether there were 2 unlawful sales and consumption outside the AB boundary on November 11th. Second issue, whether there was the unlawful sale and consumption outside of the AB boundary on November 18th. We know that the PI never put in his report there was consumption, it was just sales. And I'm not sure what his testimony was today. But the notice of intent contradicts this PI's report for what it's worth. Our contention is that on each date a catered event was taking place under the client's state licenses, the 4 COP and the CAT. The CAT is just catering food only. And you couple that up with the 4 COP and you have a catered event. And therefore, any sales or consumption outside the local ordinance boundary were lawful, as state beverage law with respect to catering preempts or trumps local law. These events were on November 11th, which was Veterans Day, November 18th, employee holiday party. So unbeknownst to the PI, he was there in the middle of these 2 catered events. The legality of employing the catering license was confirmed, as I mentioned, by the chief counsel for DABT on Monday, Jet Bauman, during a telephone conversation. As a matter of fact, the city intended to bring the Division of Alcohol here to testify on their behalf, and Mr. Bauman refused to let them testify on the city's behalf. He felt uncomfortable with the city's position on this matter.
Say that again? Who?
The chief counsel for the Division of Alcohol prohibited anyone from Tampa division office from testifying today because he felt uncomfortable.
No, I just didn't.
Okay, no, he felt uncomfortable having someone testify when they didn't necessarily agree with the city's position with respect to the catering license.
Does that mean he would have testified if it was the other way around?
Turn on your microphone.
He was.
I understand, I take it back, I'm not gonna say that.
No.
I have a question then. So why isn't he testifying for you?
Huh? Well, number one, I have his position, Mr. Bauer.
But yeah, that's just what you're saying. You don't have any proof.
I have an email saying that
Is it
his
in the
people are
record?
prohibited from testifying on behalf of the city.
Well, can you share that?
Sure, Ashley. While Ashley is digging that up,
While she's doing that, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Why did you say that the investigator was coaxed? How would you know that?
well, he says he went there initially on the 11th, went to this mall, he called it Tiki Bar, and bought a legal drink. Okay, that's in the wet zoned area. And then when he went out in the patio, he said that during his testimony, that he went like that. Actually, what happened, he went out there initially on the patio, and he testified he couldn't get anyone's attention. So then he went to the Tiki Bar, bought a legal drink, carried it out, then waved the young server, "Come on out, I want a second drink." And that was the end of that night, okay?
Okay, well, that's not unusual for a person, you know, that's a server being called over for service. The area where the kiosk is located, is any server aware of the location of the drinks that they deliver
Well,
from that particular location where the kiosk is?
Well, according to my client, they are now, okay?
They are now, but were they then, when he was there?
I couldn't say, I just got retained, to be honest with you, to defend these two
Understood.
violations.
Okay, the two flyers, if you gave us 1,000 boxes of letters of support, where are the contracts for the 2 catered events for that day? Did you provide those?
Yep,
I mean, so quickly, you provided 1,500 letters so quickly, you should show us the
Hey,
contracts
yeah,
for those. And does it really mean anything in terms of the violation of where the drinks were served on the patio, that clearly
Yes, it
they didn't have a
does.
permit to build?
yes, it does, because under state law, if you have a catered event, and you're audited by the state annually on this, if you have a catered event, you can sell anywhere at that, you place your catering license, we'll call it the 4COP and the CAT license, you can place them at any property. I could add a party at my house, South Tampa, with the 4COP and the CAT.
I understand that.
Okay.
You used examples that the examples that you used were special events, like at the park, Julian B. Lane and Gasparilla. The cigar, the cathedral is a business establishment that sells alcohol and is not just for catering special events. They have business where they're serving alcohol all the time.
I understand.
Are you standing before us saying that they do not serve alcohol on that patio?
No, ma'am.
Period.
I'm
They
saying-
never do that outside of catered events.
I can't say that. I mean,
Okay.
Here again, I'm kind of.
I know,
Just
but
got involved.
I want to
Okay,
get to the
all I can
point
s-
of understanding.
All I can tell you is this.
Are they in violation? That's what I'm trying to get the understanding of.
All I can tell you, when they have a catered event, okay, there is consumption on the patio, okay? There are sales consummated where there's a guy going like that on the patio.
Okay, one more question.
Sure.
Do you have anyone from Grand Cathedral that can stand before us and say that they do not serve alcohol on that patio and that they're never in violation?
No, I don't right now, okay? I mean, I'll just,
Councilmember Miranda.
I just want for clarity, you mentioned a couple of things, and I want to clear the record, in my mind anyway. The PI that was a private investigator that was assigned to that operation by whoever hired him, the city, whatever. Is it coincidental that you had 2 events for catering, and those were the 2 events that he went to?
they have so many events there. It was coincidental, okay? It's not a catered event.
Well, I'm just
every day.
asking that, my mind was when I heard the discussion here now, say, let me understand this. You had 2 events, but you didn't mention if you had any in between event 1 and event 2 from your records or the company's record at the cathedral, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
But coincidentally, and again, coincidentally, the PI was at both of those.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't have any other events. Does anybody know that?
Mr. Miranda, in a couple minutes, if I sit down and talk to my client, I can maybe sort that out
All
for
right,
you.
thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Carlson.
But
Wait, Carlson.
You were describing state law in having catered events. The city testified that the establishment should have applied for an event license. Can you just clarify, you're saying that state law supersedes the local
here's
rules?
what's interesting is, this got so convoluted, what the testimony was from Eric and Ms. Johnson-Velez, they talked about, and you can do this 12 times a year, it's called an extension of the licensed premises. Say you go to Carrabba's and they're having a party in the parking lot, you go to Division of Alcohol, you get an extension, a temporary extension of licensed premises. It doesn't have to be catered. You can just use your parking lot to sell alcohol, okay? Whereas a catered event, you just place that at any particular address and you can sell and consume at the address. You're not confined to like any local ordinance or anything like that. And the client did the first year, and Division of Alcohol has been out there a number of times over the last 3 years. It's never found a violation. So, you know, the first year was pretty much like catered events, and they're operating on what they call a CT license. That's a caterer's license out there, okay, till they bought their 4 COP in early 2022 for $330,000, okay? Because one wasn't available at the time they opened, so they're operating on a caterer's license, just a CT, okay? And that's what Ms. Johnson-Velez was trying to explain to you. There's a difference between a CT and a CAT. CAT is just for food, and that's what my client has, CAT and a 4 COP.
So another, thank you, and another question, and you presented some of your credentials. You're well-known in the community, and I don't think anybody would question your credentials. But you also just said you've only been working with them for a short period of time. Based on the testimony that we heard, and I don't remember all the terms for the different licenses and everything, it seems like before they hired you, they were pretty loose about getting the, what was it, the occupational license, the different approvals. Also, they could have applied for a permit for the eastern half, or the patio area. Wouldn't a different strategy would have been to say, well, before you got in, they didn't have the advice that I'm giving them now, and now based on my advice, they're fixing this. So what can we do going forward?
You know, what happened is, this was a walk-on item on December 14th, and the notice of intent didn't go out to the 22nd, on the eve of Christmas, okay? It got hand-delivered, I think, by Junior. Correct me if I'm wrong. December 8th, okay.
That was, the 22nd was the hearing date.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The 20th, okay. Ash, it got delivered on the 8th?
That was the notice of intent, that there was no hearing date set.
Yeah, exactly.
We had a city council meeting on December 21st.
Yeah, okay, so let me back up. It's important. So on December 8th, Junior delivers the notice of intent to our client. And then on the 14th, this is a walk-on item before city council at a night meeting. But the notice of intent didn't go out till the 22nd. Okay, so I got retained somewhere around Christmas time. All right, so a lot of these questions I think are important, but the facts, obviously, I don't have a good handle on a lot of the history or anything like that. And then this dialogue between Ms. Johnson-Velez and this other attorney representing my client is, if you look at the document, it's like, hey, he says, hey, I talked to Division of Alcohol, all right? And they're on board with my interpretation. And Ms. Johnson-Velez says, we disagree with you. If you want to meet, we'll gladly meet. And that was the end of the discussion there, okay? So it's always been this tension or debate about the caterer's license, all right? So I'm telling you what I know based on my conversation with the state chief counsel last Monday, all right? And you just take it for what it's worth. But I feel very comfortable with my legal position on this.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said that you have an email that said that they wouldn't support this, but all it says is that they have been directed not to testify or participate. That doesn't say that they feel one way or the other. You said that they felt one way or the other, but this email simply says they're not going to participate.
Okay. Well, the backstory is...
But where is the backstory in the email?
The backstory is not in the email. And you're dealing with a state agency. They're not really going to say too much, okay? When I called this attorney, I said, did you realize some of your employees down in Tampa were going to testify at a public hearing? He said, they can't do that. We don't allow that. So what happened is they contacted the local office here, says you can't get involved, and that's the end of that.
Oh, so there's just period, they can't get involved. So they're not getting involved because they think it's a poor case. They just simply never get involved, is what you're saying.
I really don't know if they never get involved.
But that's what you just said, that they don't get involved. Anyway, Ms. Johnson-Velez, I have a quick question. With what he's saying, it sounds like anyone in this city can get a catering license and then just do whatever they want with alcohol. Is that the case?
Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department, and perhaps Mr. Houghton can address that as well.
Okay.
But my understanding is that even if you have a catering license, you have to have at least a temporary permit to sell alcohol in the areas that you're going to sell alcohol.
Mr. Cotton?
Eric Condon on Coronation. So there's two layers of alcohol. There's the state layer, which is what Mr. Bentley's referring to with the Ford Cop and the 13 CT and all. And then the local level, council chooses to regulate alcohol. It's in chapter 27. One of the provisions, if you are, and this is what we've always been told by the state of Florida, if any consideration is being given for an event, unless it's a private party where no tickets are sold, you don't have to buy the alcohol, such as a wedding, the caterer can pour the alcohol. But the minute you start charging or say you need to make a donation, you need to do this or that or the other thing, then you have to get an ABT permit from the city.
Okay.
And that goes on there.
So his example of Julian B. Lane, the people who are getting caterers still have to get an event permit.
Correct, that would be
Okay.
processed through the Parks Department.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Councilmember Clendenin.
Is there a quotation from statute about the differences between complimentary liquor and charged liquor for caterers? And for that situation that you just defined, do you have a citation or something that you could show us that
No, sir, I
differentiates
don't.
that?
No.
But I can address that
Go ahead, sir.
if you like.
I think,
Well, I just wanted to, by way of partially answering your question, Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department. I understand the distinction you're asking for, complimentary where you don't charge and sale liquor, but the note on the site plan says no alcoholic beverage sales or
well,
consumption.
the reason why I asked that is
Doesn't
because they're making a position that because they have the state license, that they're permitted to use that state license anywhere that they want on this property.
I don't know what the statute section that he's referring to that allows that, but I'll let him address that if
Okay.
perhaps he can.
So you have some citation showing the preemption on that?
It's in my slides here. I'm gonna be getting to it.
Okay,
Can-
okay,
can you-
I'll be patient and wait for it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But, let's just go to slide 6, Ashley. This is the first catered event on November 11th, Veterans Day, and here's the contract. Ashley, next one, please. 7. Here's the contract for the next catered event. And then on the 8th, slide 8, here's the licenses the client has at the property. And the important ones are the middle one, it's the CAT, you can see, license, that's a caterer's license for food only. Then it has what they call a 4COP dual license, okay? If you cater food and you've got a 4COP, like I said at the beginning of my presentation, you can do anything allowed under state beverage law in terms of sales, whether it's beer only, beer and wine, or an ABC liquor, or a catered event, okay? And that's how that works. And like I said, ABT's been out there a number of times. They've never found any violations of the alcoholic beverage laws at the property. So slide 9 says, this is Florida statute governing caterers, or catered events, I'm sorry. Notwithstanding any law of the contrary, any vendor licensed under 565 may, without any additional licensure under this paragraph, serve or sell alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises of a catered event at which prepared food is provided by a caterer. So it says, without any additional licensure, you can serve or sell alcohol at a catered event. And then one of the requirements at a catered event is not only the auditing, but you have to buy from a retailer, not a wholesaler. You have to get rid of the alcohol that after the event, okay, and there has to be 51%. It's not necessarily food, it's food and non-alcoholic beverages.
Yes, ma'am.
The sentence after that says, if a licensee under this subparagraph also possesses any other license under the beverage law, the license issued under this subparagraph may not authorize the holder to conduct activities on the premises to which the other license or licenses apply that would otherwise be prohibited by the terms of that license or the beverage law.
Great question. There is no other license. They have a 4 COP.
That is a license.
Yeah, but it says any other, you can't do anything contrary to another license. Okay, you can't have two.
But their license is based on the site plan.
See, that's the conflict here. What I'm telling you is there's preemption for a state catered event preempts local ordinance, okay? So we're getting confused on that.
No, I'm not confused.
Well, I think you are, ma'am. I mean, with all due respect.
Okay.
The sentence right after that says, this section does not permit the licensee to conduct activities that are otherwise prohibited by the beverage or local law.
Yeah, it's a catered event. It's not,
But
it's not prohibited.
by local law to serve alcohol on a RM24 site of
Okay.
plot of land.
Here again, Julian Lane, it's not commercial. There's no wet zoning,
It's a
right?
public park, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, there's no exception for public park under the beverage licensing.
Councilwoman Hurtak, you remember that we have, interesting enough, we actually have 8 caterers that have liquor licenses.
Yeah, and they only work with events,
And they
don't
only
they?
work with events, yes, and so, that's just so interesting that you actually picked that one as your example, which is not good, because only 8 companies are allowed to have events at Julian B. Lane, and all of them have liquor licenses.
Yeah, those are the preferred caterers the city recommends. That's all that is. I've been online. I see what it is.
Yeah.
Okay? The point is, though, is
Yeah,
they
but
are,
you actually know about the area, you're more aware than anyone else that there is an area within the cathedral where they are not permitted to serve alcohol, and that's what we're here talking about
I agree.
today.
If it wasn't a
You're
catered,
reaching.
if it wasn't a catered event, okay, then you
Then-
could
Then
not.
how did he get in, and get served alcohol?
That was like, one of
He
the
got
first
lucky.
questions to the client was, how does this happen when they commingle like that? And it's like people aren't pushing you into a public area versus a private, so they'll have a private event, and someone can still walk in there, and they'll be served wherever, and that's essentially how it works. There's no, catered event over here, et cetera, so.
And may I, Mr. Chair, a point of order, if I may? 2 things, Mr. Chair. Can we have, if council members are going to speak, because this is going to be a long meeting. Number 1, ask to be recognized. Number 2, whenever council or anybody up there is speaking, to let them finish. Otherwise, we're going to create hell for our court reporter, and it's going to be a long, not just a long meeting, but a painful meeting.
I
So
apologize.
no, it's not you.
And
Yeah.
Just
I think I
point
got
of
that.
order going forward, because otherwise it is going to be chaotic.
Mr. Shelley?
Mr. Chairman, it'd be my recommendation to let Mr. Bentley complete his presentation. If you have any other questions, just jot them down, so you remember them when he's done.
Okay,
Go ahead, sir.
thank you. Okay, moving along here is, this is slide 10, please. Okay, this is the code that's been talked about, discussed a few times already. But under this section, it says there has to be a violation or a conviction of any one or more of the following. And so it's a violation or conviction. Now, in roughly 2008, I worked with this assistant city attorney, I think it was Rebecca Kurt back then, and we drafted, I think, together pretty much this section about suspension. The city really hadn't had anything like that before because they converted from wet zoning to special use permits in I think, April of 2008 is my recollection. So one of the things we wanted to ensure is that there has to be an actual violation and conviction under other codes or laws as determined by county court, civil court, administrative law judge, or code enforcement before the suspension process could be involved. This was to ensure that mere allegations could not be the basis for suspension. If not, then mere allegations of a violation by staff, opponents, competitors, neighbors could be the basis for putting someone out of business. Now that makes sense, okay? So there has to be a violation or conviction, all right? So this makes sense as council is not a super court of law that could determine violations of the various items under 27318 that could trigger the suspension process. And Ms. Johnson-Velez kind of went through those, okay? But the way it works is there has to be violations of these other laws as determined by a court or whatever, another tribunal. And some of these items include whether someone committed a felony. You're not equipped to do that. That's, you know, court of law. Maintaining a nuisance, that's code enforcement. Noise violations, that's a civil infraction. So you need a violation in county court. Selling to minors, and on and on and on. So the point is, council's not a court of first impression, and that the actual violations have to be adjudicated first in another form. There has to be an actual violation. The city has not asserted any violations that would trigger the suspension process except selling alcohol outside the wet zone boundary involving 4 drinks. The city is not alleging any other code violations as the basis for suspension. It's selling outside the wet zone property, end of story. So that's the scope of this hearing, and nothing else is at issue. So the question before council is for whether suspension is warranted for sales outside the wet zone boundary based on 2 reports prepared by a private investigator that relate to 3 allegedly unlawful drinks. The city alleges violation of section 27318C1D. That's why Ms. Johnson-Velez put the neighbors up here to testify. There has to be repeated ongoing violations that create secondary effects on surrounding property. And I'm reading the code, including violations of city code, ordinance, or law that relate to noise, parking, or trash and debris. And these violations repeatedly occurred after having received reasonable notice to terminate or correct any condition. Now, we beat this to death at the beginning about the notice, okay? So let's put that aside. Obviously, we didn't get any notice, but the city didn't. You heard all this testimony from the neighbors and Ms. Johnson-Velez. They never proved up there were any violations of noise, parking, trash, and debris, because there weren't any. The last time a noise complaint went to TPD was January 2023. Over a year later, okay? I'm not saying that the neighbors haven't been irritated. I'm just saying what the facts are, and I'll show you the document, the log from TPD. Our response is there are no documented violations concerning noise, parking, or trash. So Ms. Johnson-Velez hasn't met her burden of proof under D. That's pretty clear. Ms. Johnson-Velez never proved there were any violations, and if there were, she certainly would have brought them up and showed them to you. Let's go to slide 11, please. This is the site plan. You're all familiar with that. It says outdoor music must conclude at 10. 12, please. Here are the TPD noise complaint logs, okay? We got this response to a public records request. If there's more out there, I'm not aware of it, okay? But they're almost identical the way they log them here. There's essentially the same dates. But what you can see is 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 7 complaints registered with TPD. Like I mentioned before, the last one was January 31, 2023. And if you look to the right, Mr. Miranda, you had gone through this early on. All of these were canceled or cleared, okay? So, as I showed you in the code, it says violations or convictions. There haven't been any violations. So clearly, Ms. Johnson-Velez failed to prove a violation under this section of the code, 27318 C1D. And here again, we didn't get proper notice. And I think if we would have got notice, we all wouldn't be wasting our time here, to be honest with you. We would immediately take an action. And the client did that after they got the notice of intent for this hearing. They stopped using the patio. And I think you heard, maybe it was a member of council said, hey, the patio, I went by and I noticed the patio was closed. And it's been closed since December 11th, except for the Fuente employee party on January 10th. And so, at this point in time, even though noise is therefore irrelevant and our client has never been cited for a noise violation by TPD or city code enforcement, I just want to briefly touch on it. That's slide 11. We already went through that. Okay, 12. Okay, the second section, let's go to, it's second section in the notice of intent that the client allegedly violated, alleges the client violated 27.318C1N relating to Chapter 14. That's noise, so that's off the table. Chapter 27, they didn't allege a violation of 27. And here's the issue. It says, or any condition, limitation, or restriction imposed by City Council. In connection with that AB site plan, City Council, through a condition, imposed a condition that there could be no sales or consumption in that area that's zoned RM24, where the PI, what he discussed, and you saw in the site plan. So that's what this is about. We boil this down, is did you violate that condition on the AB site plan? So the alleged violation is violation of a condition imposed by council on the AB1 site plan, which limits sales and consumption to a certain area of the patio. However, as I explained, the client was utilizing its licenses for state-authorized catered events on November 11th and 18th. So it was lawful to sell or consume on the patio where the PI was, where he was ordering drinks. State law preempts local law concerning catered events. The state is aware of the way the catered events are conducted at the property and has never voiced any concern, as I mentioned, and they've been open about 3 years. So, in summary, as a good neighbor gesture, our client has, as I mentioned, on December 11th, roughly, closed the patio, will remain closed until we conclude this process. So I think everybody can rest easy here. There's not going to be any music or alcoholic beverage consumption or sales out on the patio. However, this matter should be withdrawn by the city for failure to demonstrate with competent substantial evidence violations of the 2 code sections identified in the notice of intent. Here again, no noise violation and preemption by the state on catered events. I know it's hard to fathom, this place is commercial and you're using a catered license, but it's all perfectly legal, okay? And the state's aware of how we're using the catered license and the 4 COP. And failure to provide the required notice and opportunity to cure, which opportunity is always given per Eric Cotton's email dated May 5th, 2023, when I showed you when I was crossing Eric. In slide 2, excuse me, go to the next slide. No.
You want to go up to 2?
No, that's fine. We'll just stop right there. Even blatant violators receive notice. As I mentioned, the Ebor convenience store that y'all were dealing with not too long ago. Further, the on-site reports by the private investigator are considered fruits of the poisonous tree and shouldn't be relied upon, as the PI participated and orchestrated what turned out to be unlawful sales on 2 different dates. Think about that. The city hires a private investigator and they go out and create the violation, then they prosecute it. So this guy goes out there, he's instructed by the city attorney, go try and buy a drink in a certain part of the patio, okay? No, if you look at his reports, Mr. Miranda, it says, it says, per your instruction to Susan Johnson Velez, per your direction, I went there, I went out on the patio, bought a drink, et cetera, okay? So this is orchestrated by the city. Private investigators, they're just private citizens like you and me. They don't have any greater rights at all, okay? And you can't manufacture a crime like that. And I think I want to get on the record here too, is that as a result of the actions and conduct of the private investigator in connection with this matter, he's under investigation by the licensing agency, Department of Agriculture. And probably in an abundance of caution, I wouldn't rely too much on his reports, okay? because he can't knowingly assist in a crime as a PI. So what we perceive to be, those were unlawful sales on 2 different dates, as he employed an entrapment technique to coax the servers to serve him, notwithstanding they were catered events, so they were lawful. Here again, there were no unlawful sales, as the client was lawfully utilizing its licenses for catered events, which preempted the zoning wet zoning at the property. Also, what you decide today not only affects the owners, but numerous employees and their livelihoods and their families. I anticipate that you will hear allegations concerning other issues, and you already have, that are outside the scope of the notice of intent, about building code violations, lack of permits, and things like that. But those are all interesting and they're all important, but they're not before you today, okay? If the city took issue with those, there's other provisions under the suspension process where they could revoke based on failure to get permit, public health, safety, and welfare, and things like that. But the city didn't do that. And what I can tell council is we have a very experienced, sophisticated team of architects, contractors, and engineers working through some of these issues with the city, okay? And I think it was also kind of interesting is these violations you heard, except for the one code enforcement from last year, which has been corrected. The city came out, not only is this, they use a private investigator, 2 days ago, the city went out and issued those violations on the eve of our hearing, okay? Knowing that they would be probably discussed at the hearing. So that kind of blindsided us as well, all right? So in any event, I really appreciate your time and consideration, and I'll just make further comment on rebuttal. Thank you.
So, Mr. Bentley, they received notice of intent on December 8th. This is per your letter that you provided in the record. And as of December 10th, Grand Cathedral ceased all alcoholic beverage sales and closed the outdoor area?
The 11th.
Okay, the 11th.
I made a mistake in the letter.
They stopped serving alcohol completely, or they closed the patio and that's it?
According to the client, they stopped serving alcohol out there and stopped using the patio, okay, except for the Fuente luncheon, where there's no liquor on the patio.
Okay.
It is blocked off now. It says, you know, stay out. There's barricades and things like that, barriers.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Very much. Yes, sir.
Why would they need to do that if they, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Councilman Carlson, then Councilmember Henderson.
You mentioned the sanctions or investigation, I don't know what the word is, into the private investigator. Do you have any written documentation on that you could show us for the record?
What, the complaint? You know, I probably have a copy, okay, but I think
But
the way
it's a
it works,
public-
when, you know, you have to make a public records request
Okay.
to properly get it, you know. I shouldn't be the one giving you a copy.
Not that we wouldn't believe you, but just so, because we're in this room and it would be nice to see something like that, just so we could see it in writing. The second thing, there was testimony by the neighbor that, and I don't remember the exact words, but there was something like bullying or threats to some of the neighbors. And from an attorney, can I assume that wasn't from you? And do you know the nature of that, or what's your response to that?
No, what I can tell you, and I've gotten a lot of public records getting prepped up for this, is there's a neighbor who's also an employee of the city of Tampa, and apparently he was using city resources to investigate the permitting issues and things like that. And I've got his emails, and maybe some of you guys have seen those. So that was an issue that, I mean, and there was just kind of a bad relationship between this property owner who lives right across from the Grand Cathedral, I think the first house off Florida Avenue. But there was no bullying. There was a back and forth dialogue, and, you know, he was upset about some of the noise and things like that. So, you know, it seems like it's kind of the heart of the issue is the noise. I mean, it's kind of a smokescreen, like, are these neighbors really concerned about whether you have this permit or that permit? Okay, what's the motivation here? You know, what's the end game? So, you know, we got the noise thing under control. We're sensitive to that. They can play music till 10, okay? And On rebuttal, I can show you some of the videos that actually the neighbors supplied the city, and you can kind of figure out for yourself, is that unreasonable or not, you know? But to answer your question, according to our client, there's no bullying. They just agree on several issues, and he's disturbed by the activities at Grand Cathedral.
Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Hurtak, and then we'll open it up for public comment.
If there is, since you've closed the patio to satisfy this issue, why would you need to do that if you're justifying your catering license, allowing you to use that area?
Because our client wants to work with council in the city and work with the neighbors and get this resolved. That's just an act of good faith. They don't have to do it. I mean, they said they wanted to do it. When I got retained, I didn't tell them, they already closed it off and said, time out here. You know, we need to get this straight with the city. You know, the last thing they want to do is get up here and like he said, she said, and all this kind of stuff we're going through. And they just did it as like an act of good faith, to be honest with you.
So have they worked with the neighborhood to address some of these issues already?
Well, it's, you know, we just got out of the holidays here, you know, and it's probably not a bad thing if everybody sat down and maybe was facilitated by the city so we could come to some, you know, common ground on some of these issues. It's, you know, we're not adverse to doing that, okay? We're not adverse to actually, you know, bring in noise experts there and, you know, have decibel meters on the property to identify when you exceed a certain level, you know, that would be unreasonable under your code, for example. There's a lot of things we can do, okay, and we're open to doing it.
Yeah, I know you're an attorney and it's your job to represent your clients, but you're holding on to the 2 catered events. But I'm inclined to believe that they served alcohol out there on a regular basis, and you can't say that that's not true, because I know that would hurt your client for you to admit that. But I don't think and believe, I don't want to testify, that's not my job, but have you, you know what, let me just leave it alone and go on to the next person.
Councilmember Hurtak, yes, sir, Mr. Shelby.
Let me just say that if you're going to come to any sort of conclusions, rely on evidence that you've heard at the hearing that you determine to be, give it the weight that you think is necessary in order to make whatever conclusion you ultimately come to.
Correct. Thank you, Shelby, Attorney Shelby. I appreciate that.
Were the private events signed and said, this is private, you may not enter this, you may not be here?
I don't know how they sign it, to be honest with you. I could talk to the client and respond once I get back up here.
So then if the private investigator is still here, he is, okay, I have a follow-up question then for him. And then I also have a question for Mr. Pederica, if he wants to make his way up here. If you could just state your name again for the record.
Brett Bartlett.
Did you see any signs that notated the patio as being a private event?
No, and the 3 or 4 people sitting there must have been a pretty small private event.
Okay.
And the second time I went, it must have been a pretty small private event, and I didn't see any food on those tables at any time.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Pederica. And just your name again.
Ricky Pederica, I've been sworn.
Thank you. Did you say, I believe I heard you say that you had been to the establishment and had a drink on the patio? Was that during an event or not during an event?
I recall being on the patio, consuming an alcohol beverage prior to understanding the AB consumption limit. I don't recall the date. I don't recall.
But were you there as part of an event?
I did not go for an event. I went
Okay.
for a meeting for a design discussion.
Okay, so again, thank you very much. Those are the questions I had. Also, I had a question. You said that the neighbors are really just against this, but every single neighbor that's come up has said they really want the establishment to stay. They just want them to follow the rules. So you saying that the neighbors don't want them just directly conflicts with what the neighbors have said, and I just wanted to.
You know, Ms. Hurtak, it's like this, is that we think we're following the rules, okay? We have to stop the music at 10. okay? And it's all context, you know. This is commercial property right on Florida Avenue, all right? And right next to it is single family. There's inherent conflict. Whether we put a restaurant in there that's open 24/7 with a dumpster, you know? So they're following, we think we're following the rules, but you know, if you're, say you're in Hunter's Green or in New Tampa and you're sitting in the back of your house and all of a sudden you hear some music, it's the kid next door, he's playing his radio. It just seems like, hey, that's really irritating, but it's because it's so out of context. You know, it's quiet and that's what you hear, but that kid is still respecting the noise ordinance. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a matter of context. I could see, you know, even though you're respecting the sound limitations, if you live across the street, it still might be irritating to you, but it's legal, okay?
For RM24 though, we're talking about a site that is zoned as residential.
I understand. I'm just saying, if you had a home across the street, you might hear music and it's irritating to you, but it's still under your ordinance considered to be reasonable.
So then just, I have one more thing. So say the neighbors across the street from my house had a catering license with alcohol permit. They could have an event every single night and there's nothing we could do about it?
Under state law, there's no limitation about the number of events. Now, you heard Eric Cotton testify, you can have a special event, but those relate to charitable organizations, and I think you can only have 12 a year, okay? But to answer your question, I guess in theory, you probably could do it every night and still respect the state law, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank
We're gonna
you.
start
Oh,
public
one other
comment.
thing, Ms. Hurtak, the client says they use chalkboards to identify the special event, and they have a food truck there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with public comment, registered speakers that have been waiting, and then we're going to go into the general public here. First public comment, I have a Matthew Suarez. If you're online, sir, please, wait, do we have to swear everybody in? Yes. We'll get your video on, unmute yourself, and then we'll swear folks in.
I am online.
Please turn your camera on. We'll bring you up in just a second.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. We're going to swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Matthew Suarez, 406 West Azile Street, Unit 508, Tampa, Florida, 33606. Honorable members of Tampa City Council, during this meeting, I would like to request council members not to proceed with the intent to suspend the sale of alcoholic beverages pursuant to Land Development Code Section 27318 for the property located at 2201 North Florida Avenue. From the perspective of public interest, I believe Grand Cathedral Cigars, the business relating to the property at 2201 North Florida Avenue, brings great value to Tampa Heights and the city of Tampa as a whole. My position relating to Grand Cathedral Cigars is purely intended to be subjective in nature. It is more to serve as a reminder of the larger picture that relates to the situation rather than rebut the objective points of fact that have been identified in the moment by neighborhood concern and evidence. These momentary points of fact based on concern and evidence are important and must be dealt with. However, I am currently more concerned about the spirit of Grand Cathedral Cigars as a place than its structure as a place. Too much history has been lost in this community to owners who see just land and the next quick opportunity versus the story that is told through what has been previously built. A story of the past that can be realized in the present through tangible means as long as what has been built remains in a preserved state and has an owner that is willing to take it from that state and turn it into something that uniquely speaks to the place in which it exists. At the former home of Tampa's first congregational church, the place where Grand Cathedral Cigars is found, Angela Yu has achieved this. She has taken a preserved piece of Tampa's history and given it back to its spirit in a way that uniquely speaks to the place where it exists. A cigar lounge, its function speaks in this manner. A former church, it's the name of its beverages speak in this manner. A former place of communal gathering, its ability to bring people together through the cigar, a product that has defined Tampa for generations, speaks in this manner. Grand Cathedral Cigars is not just a mere bar, but rather a meticulous work of art down to every detail. Be fifth generation in this community as I am, and study this place as I do, and you will see it. From the Grand Arturo Fuente mural that can be viewed in the main lounge, to the pictures relating to Charlie Wall, the Traficantes, and President Kennedy in the members lounge. Every piece Angela has introduced into that church tells a story. They tell Tampa's story.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next speaker is Frank De La Grana. Sir, if you are on, please unmute yourself, turn on your camera, raise your right hand, we'll swear you in.
I'm here.
All right, please raise your right hand, we'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I won't take too much of the members' time today. I want to thank you guys for having me. And I just wanted to speak in favor of the Grand Cathedral Cigars not having their liquor license affected. To repeat what Mr. Suarez said, what they've done with that place is taken a historical place and made it an institution here in Tampa. It brings great value to the community. It's a beautiful place. With everything, all the changes happening here in Tampa right now, and all the historical significance being taken away, they've done something special there. And to affect their business just doesn't seem fair. Whatever wrongs they have done, they can right. And this can be remediated without all the fighting and bickering that needs to go on. So I'm in favor of them keeping their license, and hopes the board makes a proper decision. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Tonya Navarro. If you're on, please turn on your camera, unmute yourself, raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. She's not? Okay. Todd Swift is the last registered speaker. If Mr. Swift is on, please turn on your camera. Thank you, sir. Raise your right hand and unmute yourself.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Please unmute yourself, sir. You're still muted.
There you go. He's unmuted now.
To unmute his device. He may have his device muted. Let him know that he's unmuted on the platform, but his device may be.
Your device probably needs to be unmuted, not just the platform.
No, we can't hear you.
No.
You could get Tia and I work with him if you.
All right, we're going to have T and I work with you and try to figure this out. We're going to start with public comment. When he's ready and it works, we'll bring you back on, sir. Thank you very much for your patience. All right, we're going to go to in-person public comment. If you wish to speak on this matter, you will have 3 minutes each. Members of the public, line up to the this side of the room and come up one by one to the lectern and state your name. And I believe everybody's been sworn in, even the folks that had come in afterwards, so. Huh? All right. Has everybody been sworn in that is going to be speaking? Did anybody come in late? Okay, when you get up, we'll swear you in, but, sir, if you want to come up, please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Brendan McLaughlin. I'm a resident of Tampa Heights at 405 East Ross Avenue. You can add me to the list of Grand Cathedral Cigar neighbors who do support the business, who think it's a great use of that historic property. It's a unique destination that puts us on the map, featured in Cigar Magazine and magazines around the world.
And it's a shame that it's come to this sort of adversarial point where there are people that say they're for Grand Cathedral, people that are against it, and I don't think that's the case. I think everybody, for the most part, is rooting for this to work. And I will tell you, I enjoy a fine cigar and an adult beverage and live music as much as the next person. I can also tell you that I have enjoyed aforementioned adult beverages on that patio numerous times. I can't give you dates, I don't have a log. At the time, I did not know what the zoning situation was for that purpose, and I think there's a lot of people in this room and many of my neighbors who can say the same thing. So this private detective business with the two light beers strikes me as a little risible when we're talking about what's actually going on. Again, I don't think most of the people in the neighborhood want this restaurant to be stripped of their zoning, of their alcohol privileges. We do want them to get the proper permits like everybody else. We do want them to abide by the rules that they implicitly agreed to when they receive these licenses. Like Brian Seal, who spoke earlier, I do have a small business. I currently have a stop work order from code enforcement on a house I'm rehabbing in Tampa Heights. I don't like it. It's not fun. It's time consuming. It's expensive. But I don't feel like anybody's singling me out or picking on me. I think it's just the rules, and the city staff has been actually pretty good in helping me move forward and resolve this. So I think it's just an issue of fairness. It's looking at this city council and this city staff and knowing that you are going to enforce the rules that are on the books without favoritism. The only thing I'll finish with is, if there's any substance to this idea of a neighbor being intimidated or threatened or bullied in the course of this, I would hope it's looked into. I hope it's just not brushed over, because that's a disturbing dimension of this. I happen to know that neighbor well, and he is literally in fear of his safety, and I think he should be heard, and this should be considered as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Rene Valenzuela, and I'm the owner of Rene's Mexican Kitchen, a small business, and I want to speak in behalf of Grand Central Cathedral. They support small businesses like mine. We have a food truck in the premises, and we have done also numerous caterings at the place. And they have done caterings, one of them which was paid by Grand Central Cathedral themselves, the owner, for a chartering event. And so this is important for the community, where there is weddings and there is corporate events and these charity events, but also for small businesses, not only like mine, but also for the tobacco industry, not to mention what other people have said about the good job that they have done in putting in a good place Tampa. So I would encourage you, and I would plead you to work with Grand Central Cathedral, and not to revoke their license right away, but to work with them to make they will make it right for you. Well, so that's what I will say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Thank you. Michael Delano, I was sworn in. I'm a resident of 19 years and definitely in support of keeping Grand Cathedral to have their liquor license. I lived in Ybor for 10 years. I've been smoking cigars for 25 years. And I've bought a house in 2015 in Tampa Heights on Tampa Street, so I know what it's like to be on a busy street. And I expect some noise. I expect a little bit of hustle and bustle and cars driving by and all. You know, I'm going to be riding my bike back up there. My car's in the shop on Florida Avenue. And as soon as you hit over the highway, from there all the way to MLK, which is the start of Seminole Heights, it's nothing but Salvation Army, empty lots, an abandoned church, you know, chain link fences, a tire repair shop, a liquor store where there's a lot of crime in front of, and then a couple used car dealerships. The only nice thing we have on that entire strip is Grand Cathedral Cigars. So I share that because anyone who smokes cigars, and I've been there about 50 times, knows that if you lose your liquor license, it's done. It's a death knell. So I've been there 50 times, probably 30 of them at night, and never once have I seen them, you know, break the noise ordinance. I've asked sometimes, like, hey, is the band coming on? They say, no, we're about 15 minutes till 10 o'clock. We can't have them come on. And it's dead quiet. If you go out in Seminole Heights to some of the places, they are a lot noisier, actually. So I was actually shocked to hear some of the noise complaints. And again, I live on Tampa Street, so if you live on Florida, You're gonna have busy streets. So I'd expect, you know, if we shut that down, nothing will survive there. So thank you. I hope you keep it open.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
For the record, my name is Jason Sampson. I have not been sworn.
Please raise your right hand and we will swear you in. Please swear the gentleman in.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. When I moved to Florida in 2004, I had the opportunity to look at my first house, a building in from Florida Avenue. And I quickly told my brother-in-law, I can't raise my kids here. We're a house off of Florida. That's a state highway. It's crazy. It's very noisy. This is where these neighbors live. The major antagonist that created a number of complaints with the city, that works for the city, that's been sanctioned by the city. The bullying that they're talking about is coming from the city. It's most assuredly not come from anyone associated with Grand Cathedral in any way, shape, or form. That individual lives a building off of Florida Avenue. The noise complaint that was submitted to the city council, I've heard the video and I can hear crickets chirping louder than I can hear music at Grand Cathedral. To hear the questions come from city council today about prior remedial measures somehow being bad. And that was Ms. Henderson asking the question, well, why would you have to do that if there wasn't a violation? So now we are sanctioning small business owners from getting a notice from city council and taking a step back and saying, if you believe we violated something, we're not gonna do it anymore. That's somehow a bad thing, like you're catching them in the act of doing something. To use the neighbor's analogy, he got a stop work order. They've never got a stop work order. They never said, they never got anything from the city. Don't do this. You cannot do this. They've never been sanctioned. They got a notice of intent. They stopped immediately, and now somehow that's being held against them. I work with business owners every single day. You have in Angela Yu, a business owner that goes above and beyond to comply with the law, to research the law, to know catering license better than most of the people in the city. And she understands what she is doing. These are good people trying to be good stewards to our environment. Look at what they've done to that environment around Florida. It used to be completely crappy. They are painting neighbors' houses, neighbors' buildings, the church next door. They are picking up trash in the area. You have 2 neighbor complaints that have come to this fruition. That's what's led to this. Sanction after sanction, they've tried, use city resources to come after them. No violation, no violation, no violation. That's what we're talking about today. And let's be quite honest, because the people at Grand Cathedral that work for them are too nice to say it. Both of those people that have made complaints were removed from the premises for illegal and lewd behavior. That's who you're relying upon today. One of them that testified today, because I wasn't present, I heard her, she was removed for lewd behavior.
Thank you very much. No, we're not gonna have clapping. No, we had plenty of clapping this morning. Yes, sir, go ahead, please state your name.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Korch. It's a tough act to follow. I am one of Grand Cathedral's neighbors, and I've outlined my position below. But in short, I'm not trying to be unreasonable here, but I am trying to get Grand Cathedral to abide by the rules that we in the neighborhood have to follow. And if Grand Cathedral can't or won't, then maybe they shouldn't have a liquor license. Now, before I begin, I want to say that I do support Grand Cathedral in theory, or another business in that location, but it's in a residential neighborhood. And as a member of that neighborhood, they are expected to follow the rules just like the rest of us are. And if no one follows the rules that this governing body promulgates, or things will devolve into chaos. If nobody follows the rules that you all put into place, what's the point of promulgating any rules? This whole issue started with noise, and Grand Cathedral's evolution from a good, quiet neighbor to one that within the past year can't or won't keep its noise within the confines of its property. And not surprisingly, the neighbors have grown tired of attending mandatory involuntary concerts in our homes after long, stressful work days, while in our couches, while in our beds. Grand Cathedral's live music on their patio is audible from blocks away, and those of us who live near it can't escape it. This wasn't always a problem, but in the last year or so, it's become endemic, with live music outside many nights of the week that all of the neighborhoods can hear in our houses, and our walls vibrate with the rhythm. Thus far, it has felt like Grand Cathedral is excused from following the rules that the rest of us have to abide by, whether it be licensing requirements or noise requirements or historic preservation requirements. And when called out for flouting the rules, they have claimed victim, and they have vilified and retaliated against my neighbors, trying to get them fired from their jobs. Counsel for Grand Cathedral talked about how no noise complaints have been filed lately, and I'll admit, I've never called the police because I don't want Grand Cathedral calling my company's HR department. I need my job. As other neighbors have said, all we want is for Grand Cathedral to follow the rules, and we don't understand why that is so difficult. We're not torch-carrying, pitchfork-carrying villagers here. We're professionals and homeowners living in a beautiful historic district, and not unreasonably, we want peace in our 100-year-old houses. I think it's great that Grand Cathedral is a popular cigar bar, and I'm all for small businesses as well. I don't care if they serve liquor on their patio, and if they limit their live music to 6 times a year or whatever their zoning provides for, that's fine, and cut off at a reasonable time, great, but that's not happening. So if their license is suspended, I'd like it to come with some teeth for reinstatement. I'm fine with them doing whatever they want in their yard, as long as it doesn't come into mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
I'm Mike Drapak, long time no see. I have no dog in this race, but I am the only established professional in this room to talk about acoustics, since I own an acoustic consulting firm in Florida, Illinois, and Nebraska. So I will say that if the city wants to pay me to go have a couple of drinks, I'm totally open to that. But anyways, that being said, sound ordinances, I think the sound ordinance in Tampa is something like 75 dBA during the day. 65 decibels at night. The thing with dBA versus the other scales is the way it doesn't take into account low frequencies, right? So sound and the science of sound is a complex thing that states, the federal government regulations, and the environmental agencies have trouble regulating. It's a new science that we're looking into, along with light pollution. Noise pollution is very much becoming very prescient in our communities. The thing is we do have bars and restaurants that have bands, that have activities everywhere. We have parties at all of our houses. We make lots of noise, and that's why you guys set these ordinances, so that there can be some kind of peace within the community. So, I mean, my point in kind of coming up here and talking about it is just to give some context on what a sound ordinance is really for and what you can do with it. But there are some people who complain about it. I get 7 calls a week from people all around the country who are suffering from all kinds of issues, from sympathetic nervous system issues and everything else because of noise issues. I worked on a project that was outside, the door was literally 15 feet from a long gun shooting range. So these are issues that sometimes are very serious and sometimes are not. And when it comes to bars and restaurants, I think it's best that the community try to work together with the businesses and the community to try to solve these complex issues, because there's going to be something else there. There's always going to be this kind of establishment within our communities. And with that, I'll let the next person talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Ali Rezaegai. I'm actually a resident of Gainesville, Florida. I took time out of my day to come down last night because I am a corporate client of Grand Cathedral who has been developing business in the Tampa area, and I found Grand Cathedral indispensable for that purpose, for networking and the conscientiousness of Angela, Dominic, Nick, Sheena, and all of their staff in general has been, bar none, the best business lounge experience I've had of any sort in the nation where we've done business, including San Diego, San Francisco, Seattle, New York City, Hartford, Connecticut, and a couple of other cities. Grand Cathedral has become a destination in and of itself. If this is Cigar City, USA, Grand Cathedral is the cathedral and the pulpit for Cigar City, USA. So any consideration of revoking their liquor license is unfortunately a reality that is possibly a serious blow to the business, if not an existential one. I would ask the City Council to refrain from that and consider alternate options, arbitration, mediation, something to that effect. I would also like to add that because of my particular line of business, I'm familiar with people calling HR departments. Grand Cathedral is a cigar bar, they're not the Gestapo. So they're not calling random HR departments and getting everybody fired just on a whim. So this idea of bullying seems to be, from my perspective, interesting and people are just very agitated and they need to take a step back, which is the reason why you bring mediators and so forth. Lastly, I personally, on a personal note, Grand Cathedral is a great custodian for law enforcement, military, and veterans. I think that's very important, kind of in the time and space we are right now. I think that should be part of the consideration for what they do for the community, including that community in particular, and that shouldn't be considered a point of advantage for them per se, as was insinuated in a testimony earlier. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
My name's Stacy McIntyre. I'm actually a resident of Lakeland. I had 23 years as a law enforcement officer. I do go to Grand Cathedral on a regular basis, probably since their opening. This is what I can tell you about them. First off, just because y'all keep on harping on this municipal code D, no one's read the last part that says that after receiving reasonable notice to terminate or correct any condition that is in violation of such code, ordinance, or law. I think y'all got tied up on the not limited to previous, but the end of it pretty much says what it was, and the lawyers can fight that out. I don't really care. So the other thing is, I've been there. I've heard much louder music where I've asked Angela, who I met from her business, where I've asked them to turn the music up so we didn't have to hear people's cars and everything down the road, that we're playing much louder music, and everything there is conversation level. Now, when they had live music, that's one thing. I'm sure that was a lot louder, but every time I've been there, it's always been with the speakers on the patio. I was there on December 11th when they had their last catered event. I was there for a Smoking Shields event. I just looked at my timeline, and I generally leave when they turn the music off on the patio. And according to this, I left at 9:00 p.m. So just wanted to say my piece. Grand Cathedral's been an excellent supporter of law enforcement. I can tell you that even when the past couple of hurricanes have come through, they've made a point of making sure that they had food available for any first responders that were having to work during the hurricane. They made every effort. I remember some of my first arrests in that area. That place was blighted. Grand Cathedral's gone out of their way to help clean it up. I don't see the trash piles along the sidewalks anymore. So do with that what you will, but I think they should keep their license. I think they're an asset to the community, and maybe if the neighbors would like to work with them also, that would be helpful.
Thank you
That's
very
all I
much,
got.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Yes, I'm Roger Grunke. I am a resident at 2708 North Elmore Avenue. So unique restaurants and bars peppered throughout a residential district are the very thing that differentiate those urban, historic, and much sought-after residential districts from the banal and socially isolating, autocentric suburban districts that characterize the county. The ability of residents to frequent such venues without needing to drive to them is advantageous on many levels. Lee's Grocery and King State are two beloved venues in Tampa Heights Historic District. The neighborhood loves its urban but residential character, and we love our local businesses. However, all of those businesses must be user-safe, neighborhood-safe, and considerate above and beyond official regulations, considerate of the surrounding residential properties and their families. Our businesses must comply with life safety codes, state and city permitting procedures, and follow the aesthetic architectural standards mandated by law for those buildings within a national and local historic district. The Grand Cathedral is in such a historic district and must comply with all the regulations. As a preservation architect, urban theorist, and resident of Tampa Heights, I'm asking council to firmly guide the Grand Central Group to full compliance to all of the standards, just as much as you would expect them to comply in any other business to comply. We have something that's really wonderful going on here in Tampa, and that is the emergence and development of these historic residential but urban neighborhoods. They are not really something you can go out and manufacture in the county. They are precious, and these businesses belong in those neighborhoods. They make them alive, but they have to be considered. Mr. Bentley talked about the property being commercial. Well, it is commercial, but it's not the same commercial as Fowler Avenue. I've sat on a patio, had drinks in Palm Beach, listened to acoustic music. I've had a drink in Ybor where the sound was deafening. One commercial space is not another.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Eric Parker. I have been sworn in. I'm a Tampa native, a business owner, a father, and someone that deals with PTSD from my time in the military and working for various government agencies in the Middle East for 10 years. I've held a membership at the Grand Cathedral for 2.5 years. I find it very therapeutic and more specifically healing. Why I bring this up is I don't do well around large crowds and loud noises. I find it absolutely atrocious that an AB suspension is even being considered after all that Grand Cathedral Cigars has done for the city of Tampa and the community. This is the work of some neighbors that apparently just do not like cigars. If you've ever been to the Grand Cathedral, you would know that it's not a nightclub where underage minors are drinking until they can't stand up. It's not a place where concerts are being held. It's not a place where drugs are being dealt and consumed. It is a place for like-minded professionals where, if I were to guess, the average age is the upper 40s. As a security consultant and private investigator myself, I was recruited a few years back to take part in a task force of sorts to improve safety and security of Ybor. I'm on a live feed with the bar and restaurant owners as well as TPD, so I see what happens and goes down in Ybor City daily. Being from Tampa and not in the long loop not so long ago, I used to frequent Ybor City for cigars, and in fact, until I was brutally attacked from behind and robbed of my watch. It's funny how the Grand Cathedral is being targeted where there's no violence, no crime, and draws the attention of affluential people to Tampa. To come have a cigar, it was voted the #1 cigar bar in the world. And if you do not think that cigar enthusiasts plan trips to specific locations just for the experience, you're mistaken. I've met all walks of life at the Grand Cathedral from all over the United States who said this place was on their list to visit. An AB suspension for a wet zone violation is in a fenced-up patio, or this hearing itself is a waste of the city's time. It's clearly a manipulative tactic being used to settle a vendetta by a local resident. I would hope that the board sees this for what it is as well and dismiss this ridiculous charge. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Hello, my name is Michael DeAugustine. I live at 207 East Ross Avenue, and I have been sworn in. I've lived at this address for 2 years, and I'm almost 2 blocks away from Grand Cathedral. I didn't count the steps nor the days I've lived there to make my presentation more dramatic, but I will say that Cathedral is part of the neighborhood, and you know, when I have guests visiting, I always take them there, regardless if they smoke cigars or drink, just to show them the fascinating building and the history that was there. There's been occasions on my walk over that I'm afraid they're not even open because I can't hear the music. So, you know, I've heard a lot of complaints about, you know, my walls rumbling and I could hear it from blocks away. The only thing I can hear from my house, and I live on the corner of Palm in Florida, are the cars going by. So I find it hard to believe that you could hear music that's being played at a time that they're allowed to play music, you know, deafening and ruining your day after, you know, a hard day's work. In my previous life in Tampa, I owned a couple restaurants, and, you know, I've actually stood before council many years ago to request a variance for one of my restaurants because I wasn't zoned properly. You know, I served liquor out my patio for 5 years unknowingly until someone showed up and told me otherwise. I understand the process, and I do know that if you suspend their liquor license, they will close down. You will cripple their business, they will close down, and as some of our neighbors mentioned, you know, now we have a second abandoned church, like on the street. I support Grand Cathedral, and I know they'll do whatever it takes to make this right, but a suspension of their liquor license will cripple them. So I ask you to vote no on this and to, let them operate business in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir, please state your name.
My name is Nick Baez. I'm retired, 25 years of law enforcement. 11 and a half years of that was with the Tampa Police Department. I run the day-to-day operations at Grand Cathedral. I'm the general manager. We run a safe and special place for people to come and enjoy cigars in the cigar capital of the world, Tampa, Florida. We are not Ybor City, where there's been documented drug investigations which led to shootings, yet these places are allowed to still run to this day. This is all stemming from complaints by the neighbors of loud music and disturbances in the area, yet we have zero sustained reports of any noise violations from the Tampa Police Department. If there were violations, it would have been documented. Anyone could call a noise violation on anyone, including you. But are they realistic ones? The police department determined that was not. Also, the PI's testimony, there was no report of any loud music disturbances or any attempt by the city to look into those allegations, just straight to the permits that different folks have different interpretations on. Regarding the neighbor who works for the city, there is no bullying, I assure you of that. However, we believe that there might be something going on with him accessing city computers. At Tampa PD, this was a big no-no. You don't use city computers for personal issues other than city business. And also, since when does a governing body rely on the citizens to issue out warnings? Doesn't happen that way. That's not how government works. Grand Cathedral has done extraordinary things in the community. The events alone have raised over $200,000 for the city of Tampa, for first responders and military. That's extraordinary, and it has a huge impact on the community as a whole. The outdoor is open. Our door is open to anyone who wants to come sit and talk with us. We want to do the right thing. It's not about us versus them. This shouldn't have even got to this point. If we had gotten a warning, we would have taken care of it right away. So I encourage you and I implore you to give us another chance and let us do the right thing by the community as well, because a lot of people benefit from Grand Cathedral Cigars. And I'll end it with this, from a famous quote from Carlito Fuente: "It's not about the people. It's not about the cigars. It's about the people." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Tony Gomez. I stand before you to highlight the remarkable philanthropic efforts of Grand Cathedral Cigars over the past 3 years. Since its inception, the establishment has actively engaged with numerous charitable organizations, hosting fundraisers, supporting local charities, and making a significant impact in our community. In 2022, Grand Cathedral Cigars successfully raised over $125,000 for the Tampa Police Mounted Unit, contributing to the purchases of horses, equipment, and maintenance. Throughout 21, 22, and 23, Grand Cathedral Cigars hosted charitable events benefiting the Hillsborough County Fire Rescue Department. In a notable initiative, Grand Cathedral Cigars hosted Smoking Shields, a national club of law enforcement and military cigar enthusiasts. The Florida chapter, which is the largest in the country, held its first ever national summit at Grand Cathedral Cigars, raising over $52,000 in just 4 hours. A substantial portion of these funds was redistributed to local Tampa and Hillsborough County charities. Notably also, in 2023, Grand Cathedral Cigars donated $10,000 to Metropolitan Ministries, Tampa Police Explorers, and the Tampa Police Black History Committee. This commitment to giving back extends annually to the Knights of St. John, providing Christmas presents to children in local cancer hospitals and families facing financial challenges in Tampa. Additional recipients of Grand Cathedral Cigars' generosity include the Team Kiwi Volleyball, the Skills Center, the Men of Vision, Tampa Police Benevolent Association, and multiple donations to Smoking Shields Florida chapter. These contributions have assisted police officers and military members in the Bay Area facing personal catastrophes, from house fires to sickness and loss. Moreover, beyond the financial contributions, the proprietor of Grand Cathedral Cigars, Angela Yu, exemplifies dedication by personally delivering leftover event foods to the homeless living under the bridge in Route 4 in Tampa. Her selfless acts, often in the dark of night, embody the spirit of community, since that defines Grand Cathedral Cigars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Nicole Pederica. I've been sworn in. I am a design professional, a business owner, and a resident of Tampa Heights, 501 East Amelia Avenue. I am merely here to speak in support of following the regulations and the rules regarding permitting in all aspects. I understand that we're not to consider some of the certificate of occupancy issues, but I would say, is the AB permit even valid with all of the other precedents of unacceptable, non-compliant issues? Other than that, I think I agree with every other Tampa Heights resident. We love our businesses. Again, Lee's Grocery is just a stone's throw from my home. It has been a staple since we moved into the neighborhood over 10 years ago. And you know, that, I think they serve alcohol. It's all fine. We love it. It's part of our neighborhood. We want that fabric. But we want everyone to follow the rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Good afternoon, my name is Yaite Ruiz Novoa, I already sworn. And even though that I never been in Grand Cathedral, so I'm probably the only person in the whole room who never been there. Even though that is the case, I am in support of Grand Cathedral. And all what I hear this afternoon for both parties, it is like instead of a code enforcement employee from the city go to this establishment and make the code enforce that, oh, I am getting you serving alcohol in a part that is not a wet zone. Or what I hear is some private investigator go under there, not saying who is, well, now it's not a private investigator anymore because now we all see his face, making a case and entrap it and orchestrating this situation just because a noise nuance between neighbors and this establishment. Since when a beer sing? I never hear a beverage alcoholic making a microphone and singing. So I don't know what thing has to do with the other one. I just want to say that I believe this is just a situation like the neighbors, can I figure it out how to get the situation done for the noise? And the only way that they find out that they can retaliating is making a case to the establishment getting affected in the business through a suspension of liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
My name is Anna Ning.
Wait, come closer, say it again.
Okay, my name is Anna Ning. I live in the Harbor Island. It's much close to the Grand Cathedral. And I need somebody help me read the letter and wrote because I'm speaking very heavy accent. I hope everyone can understand what I'm writing down about my Harbor Island. 30% leaving this building. Last night, we have a meeting because we really want to support Green Cathedral because they've done too many for our city. You know, it's not only the Florida Avenue, include my Harbor Island. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
She wants me to read her statement so you guys can understand it.
Thank you.
understood everything she said already.
But right now I have lighter. Please, just give me 2 minutes. Please, thank you.
The timer on.
Yeah.
Dear council members, I'm a resident here and I live in the downtown Tampa area, Harbor Island Boulevard. In front of my building is the Westin Hotel, next to the restaurant American Social. There's sound and music every day, but we have no one to complain because we think that development and the needs of our city are also the pride of our city, so that more people can enjoy real life and also bring a lot of employment opportunities and see development. The place where I live is 5 minutes away from this Grand Cathedral cigar store. 3 years ago, the street was dead and dark. Since the opening, this store, the street has brought light and popularity. There's also many retirees who like to come to their place and enjoy the store is not only for business. They mainly bring hope for development to our city. I hope that there will be more stores near them in the near future and that there will be more churches that can start businesses. And we can't be afraid of our few voices. We have to develop to affect the interest of most people in our city and not let a few people influence the progress of moving forward. This is not 1950 or 1960. Now the world is moving forward in 2024.
the country is moving forward, and our city should also move forward. It will get better and better, and it will develop more and more prosperously. There are more churches by their store. Why can't they open it? Because they have a small number of people complain that there is noise and traffic. Some people are afraid of trouble, so they leave. So the street has become a street that seems to be a very deserted street. Since they opened the store, it brings vitality, brings light, which makes many people open again. I began to have confidence, so I hope that the judge will not affect the development of our city and benefit of the minority and the complaints of the minority. When the city develops and moves forward, it will make the city better, and only a few people will never meet their requirements. I know that this store has the opening time and closing time, not that there is noise 24 hours a day. I hope that the judge will also consider the hope of most people and the hope of everyone and the change of everyone. It's not a few people who affect our development of our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, sir, you did not use your time. You spoke for her, read for her, so you have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Thank you very much. My name is Dominic DePinto. I was sworn in. I was a 25-year law enforcement officer in the most densely populated city in the United States, in New Jersey. I ran our gang and narcotic unit. I'm also the first employee of Grand Cathedral Cigars. I'll speak tonight about Grand Cathedral Cigars as a neighbor. They transformed an eyesore, a dilapidated building with a neglected rear patio, and a parking lot infested with grass, weeds, rodents, and a hazard to local residents, especially the children. The building at 2201 North Florida Avenue, previously a site of a major fire caused by homeless squatters, has now become the top-rated cigar lounge in the world in Cigar City, Tampa. Grand Cathedral Cigars took it upon themselves to address community concerns by placing a large dumpster funded solely by the establishment in an abandoned lot between Morgan and Florida Avenue on Amalia. The dumpster serves as a responsible disposal option, preventing illegal dumping and keeping the neighborhood clean. Their commitment extends further with a weekly crew cleaning the neighborhood from Francis to Amalia on Florida Avenue, including the side streets, removing trash and debris to enhance the neighborhood's aesthetics. Grand Cathedral Cigars also actively combats the graffiti on the wall along Amalia Avenue belonging to the Haitian Church. We paint it whenever someone graffitis it. In addition, we put a sound pad barrier on Francis to try to appease the neighbors and keep the sound contained in our yard. Staffed by retired law enforcement officers, the establishment prioritizes safety, employing members such as lighting the patron lot on East Amelia Avenue to deter criminal activity. We diligently enforce a 10 p.m. closure for the outdoor patio and maintain neighborhood tranquility, and use a decibel meter reader to comply with the noise ordinance that we are bound by. I've done it several times, all the way up to Morgan Avenue. And the traffic on Florida Avenue is way louder than the music that is coming out of our patio. And a commendable act during Hurricane Ian and Idalia in 2022 and 2023, Grand Cathedral Cigars opened its premise to first responders, offering food, beverage, and restrooms for those working tirelessly to keep the community safe. Addressing potential disruptions, Grand Cathedral, but I said that already. Moreover, the establishment provides job opportunities for 15 Tampa residents, continuing their financial well-being and enabling them to support their families. Grand Cathedral Cigars, as a neighbor, has not only revitalized the space, but actively contributes to the betterment of our community. In conclusion, it's essential to highlight what Carlito Fuente, proprietor of Grand Cathedral Cigars and president of Arturo Fuente, a renowned family in premium cigars since 2012, he consistently emphasized a profound belief that it's not merely about the cigars, it's about the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir, please state your name.
Hello, my name is David Strait, and I've already been sworn in. Honorary council members, thank you for giving me this time to speak. I'm here to speak on behalf of Grand Cathedral Cigars. For the record, I am not, nor have I ever been, an employee of Grand Cathedral, so I can't speak on any supposed zoning violations. I have not attended Grand Cathedral in months just due to personal reasons, but when I read what happened, I knew that I could not stand by and just do nothing. I knew I had to do something. In all my time of attending Grand Cathedral, personally, I have never once encountered anything that could remotely resemble anything as disruptive. Go to any cigar bar, any cigar lounge, not just Grand Cathedral.
the chances of you finding someone or people who are there to cause chaos are extremely low. And if people are there to cause chaos, they'll probably get kicked out, okay? These aren't regular drinking bars that we're talking about here, okay? People don't go to these lounges to cause chaos. They go there to enjoy themselves. They go there to unwind after a long week of work. They go there to celebrate a special occasion or to reunite with friends and family that they had not seen in ages. As someone who has been immersed in this world for a few years now, I can tell you personally that brothers and sisters of the leaf, which is a term we like to use in the cigar world, these are some of the absolute nicest, the kindest, most down-to-earth, most considerate people that you are ever going to meet. Their hearts are made of gold, and they treat you like family. As an example, Carlito Fuente has been mentioned many times, okay? President of Arturo Fuente Cigars, giant in the industry, and a well-known figure in Tampa. I've met Carlito, and he could not have been any kinder to me. Someone of his status treated me like I was family, and that should give you an idea of just how kind and wonderful cigar people are in general, all right? Now listen, I understand that even if you don't like cigars or alcohol in general, that's totally fine, okay? Like, that's all right. But I ask that we please think beyond cigars, beyond the products here, okay? Because at the end of the day, this is a local business we're talking about, and to be frank with you, I find the enthusiasm to want to end a business and just, end people's livelihoods absolutely disgusting, okay? Grand Cathedral, the people of Grand Cathedral, they have done so much amazing work for the community, and they continue to do amazing work for the community. And as it's well established, just establishing themselves in an area of need, they have done so much for that area as well. All right, listen. If there was any violations or whatever, then I ask everybody to handle it like adults, but I can only speak from my experience. And I'm asking you, please do not go through with the suspension. It's not worth it. People's lives don't need to be ruined because of a misunderstanding, and that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ed Fernandez. I'm a local Tampa Heights resident and business owner. I've also owned a restaurant in the neighborhood. Grand Cathedral Cigars is very instrumental to our fabric of our neighborhood. I've got a speech here, but I'm going to speak from the heart. I've been a member there for 3 years. These people are selfless people that give back to their community. Their patrons are great people. I've been attending the cathedral for 3 years now. I've never seen any issues, whether crime, noise, or any disturbances. The person that is making these allegations, which is a city employee, Andy McCloskey, basically the issue started with him having a disturbance with his wife on Mother's Day. He was sitting on the side patio, and his wife was screaming at him, and he was out there having a adult beverage and a cigar, and his wife got upset. Also, Miss McKinnon has been escorted out for being disruptive with customers. I think this is a personal vendetta with these customers, and they're bringing this to light and digging up dirt, trying to, bury the cathedral. And it's uncalled for. And I think you guys should really consider not suspending their license and, keeping this business in operation. Businesses today are suffering, and by you suspending their license, there's going to, be another empty church. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir, please state your name.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrew Tsunis, and I hail to you from St. Pete Beach. I may not have standing here before the council with respect to what I'm about to say, but as a very good customer and loyal supporter of Grand Cathedral, I wanted to take my time to come out here today to speak to you for a few moments in their support. I had written down a list of items that I wanted to share with you about the Grand Cathedral, but given the fact that I'm one of the last men standing, you've heard it all already. So there's no need in me repeating what a great corporate citizen they are, how much they do for the community. You folks understand that. But having had an opportunity to listen to both sides, and having had an opportunity to take in what both sides are concerned about, I'd like to introduce a new concept to today's hearing, and that is the concept of compassion. We have a corporate citizen here in Grand Cathedral who has went out of their way to help the community. We have some issues that the residents have explained that are of concern to them. Clearly, there is an opportunity here to work together to resolve this. They are not serving alcohol, from what I understand, from what I've heard, on the patio. That has ceased. They are serving alcohol where they are legally allowed to do so. So stripping them of their license or suspending their license is not a compassionate result. And I implore all of you to think about compassion when you're coming to your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Matt Wolf, and I'm a resident of Tampa Heights as well. I actually live in a garden apartment directly across from Grand Cathedral. I'm going to kind of focus my discussion on the noise issues. I recently moved here not too long ago from another location in Florida, and I will have to say, when it comes to the noise, it is extremely loud, and it is past 10 o'clock. There's been multiple times since I have lived where I live, and I don't live directly facing the street on Francis. I'm probably 200-300 feet away, not even have my windows open at all. I'm all for supporting business. I came from a local area that really engaged their small local businesses as part of the knit and quilt of their community. So I am not against business. I actually work for a developer. So I'm for development, but I have to follow rules as well in my business. I have to make sure I cross my T's and dot my I's. And I hope in this case that this individual business is doing the same so that everybody is on the same standing here. But there is, whether or not, I'm not going to get into the stuff before I moved here, but I do know there was extremely loud noises. And if you have a family, even if you don't have a family, that is extremely disruptive to someone because that is your safe place. When you work all day and you go out and do something, you want to come home to your house or wherever you live and simply want to be quiet and relaxed. Now, if you're going to live in a very dense area and a high rise or so forth in a large city, that's fine. This is a residential neighborhood. And I'm not saying that, small business shouldn't be, I go down and go to Lee's quite often. But my issue is with that noise. I can hear it pulsating in my windows and doors. And it's not me being NIMBY about anything. You have to respect others. I mean, I want to be a good neighbor, and I expect everyone else around to be a good neighbor as well. I thank you for your time and for your efforts. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you spoke earlier, but was the gentleman a witness or part of Ms. Johnson-Velez? Because I saw him come up.
Yes, Susan Johnson-Velez. I mean, he was part of the city's case, so I don't know if, okay, so.
I don't know, you tell me.
Yeah.
I just wanted to-
If you, I mean, I suppose
Anybody
you
have
can.
an issue?
Yeah, I just, it's probably not.
Wait.
Yeah, you spoke, so thank you, sir. Yes, sir, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, good evening, council. My name is Maj Vasai. I am here on behalf of the neighbors. First and foremost, I want to say, like a lot of people, Grand Central is awesome. Grand Cathedral is a fantastic place. I love going there. However, I went there with the assumption, like most consumers do, that the business that you're partaking in is going to be above board. Now, to sit here and find out today that these people haven't even had a certificate of occupancy and haven't passed the fire code, I mean, we're dealing with a cigar lounge. These are drunk people with torches in their hands nonstop. I'm a little annoyed. I send my guests there. I really like going there. I have been there past 10 o'clock, drinking bourbon and listening to live music outside. I didn't know I was offending my friend of 20 years until she told me. So what you've seen here today is a lot of really good defenses in mitigation, right? Nobody has provided a single substantive, legal, or factual defense. Nothing. They just said, hey, this place is great. It's a pillar of the community. Well, Bill Cosby was great. He was a pillar of the community. R. Kelly was great. He was a pillar of the community. If you break the law, there's got to be consequences. Period. You need teeth in your rules. Otherwise, people are going to keep breaking the rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Jackie Mikulski. I live directly across from Grand Cathedral. Andy Mikulski is my husband, the one that's been referenced today multiple times, and I will speak on the bullying. I hope I have a chance to answer any questions you might have later, if acceptable. I first have to clarify what was said about myself, my husband, and Aaron, which were false. He was never sanctioned, my husband. We were never removed from Grand Cathedral, not me, not my husband, and not Aaron. I don't have time to talk about his case, but I'm happy to answer questions. Grand Cathedral submitted a complaint against him. The city did their job, investigated it, and cleared him. All of this is in your files, it's all in your record, and he's emailed you about this. So he was never it was never formal. He did not use computer or his work resources. Everything was on his personal computer at his own time. Everything that we've talked about today is public record on the Excella and all the other resources. The citizens didn't issue a warning. Someone said that. They talk about the sound barrier. It's a green, 5-foot thing that doesn't stop sound from an outside courtyard. I don't mind the blocking. Please block it. I don't want to see them in my front yard because of everything that's happened. They mentioned a decibel reader. That's not what the city cites as how they measure noise violations. That's what I heard the police does, but that's not the city code. So there's a discrepancy there. And then the bullying I'll get to in a second. I hope that everyone's testimonies didn't make you forget about all the important facts that were discussed in the beginning. A really quick review, and Miss Lynn and Miss Gwen, thank you so much for asking your questions because those are the questions that we've had for years. The really quick review, the fire inspection from February 2021, which you have. It says they need to be properly zoned for what they do and advised to get fire alarm maintenance and done immediately. It wasn't done. In February 2023, they were cited for work without permits. To all the supporters, I don't know if they really understand that. Continuing with the timeline, I have talked with the owner, Miss Yu, maybe 3 times, not a lot. They, on my side, and hers too, together we are always civil, no issues with that. On February 2023, when I called out of many attempts over the years, I called the establishment because of music. She happened to answer. I asked her to lower it. 2 weeks later, on March 8th, I received a trespassing warning. I have it here to show you if you'd like. My husband also received one. Moving forward, on August 2023 and October 2023, back to that work without permits from February, they failed on the case. It says failed. And then just recently they were cited for not having a certificate of occupancy, so they didn't change over. How are they able to operate with all of these issues? And lastly, I need to say this on record. I am very uncomfortable, as you might be able to tell. I'm afraid. I like to talk more about the bullying if I can, but even on their Facebook, when they talk about today's hearing, they reference neighbor. They say the word neighbor that caused all of this. I hope the supporters see this is not just about noise. This is about all of the things that they didn't do properly, and I don't understand why the city or whoever didn't enforce this. But it's now about the neighbors to advocate for themselves, and I feel very uncomfortable. I'm in a room full of men, larger men than me, and I'm speaking out on behalf of everything, as well as Aaron, and I just don't feel safe, so I hope that is understood and on record.
Councilmember Carlson?
For land use, or these kinds of cases, we're allowed to ask the public questions, correct?
Go ahead.
I would just like to ask you more questions. There were several members of the public that testified about bullying.
Mm-hmm.
Could you describe what happened to your husband and or you?
Sure.
There was allegation that an attorney on behalf of the owner sent a letter. Could you describe that? Could you describe any other kind of conversation? And to your knowledge, was there anybody else who was quote unquote bullied besides you all? And would you characterize it as bullying? Thank you.
Sure, thank you for asking questions for me. After 2 years of trying to handle this directly with them, they had a previous manager, I think his name was Steve, I'm not sure if he's still there. We used to talk one-on-one. He would turn down the music when we texted. He left, or we no longer talked to him. We would call the police department, the non-emergency line. Nothing came of that, so we had to contact them ourselves. We went over, and a gentleman said on Mother's Day, that was the first thing I should have led with. We didn't have an argument on our patio. I have no idea he said that on Mother's Day we're sitting on the patio. I didn't follow that. It was November 2022. They were having their staff party. It was a Tuesday at 11:30 at night. The music is pounding, and they're smirking behind me. It pounds in our house. It pounds at all times throughout the day, randomly. It's not every day, no, but it's at different times, and it does not stop at 10 p.m. It often goes on till almost midnight. We have documented this. We have videos of this, but I know you asked me a direct question. So we went over there. We stood the entire time outside of the fence where that green tarp is, and we had to get their attention. We asked them to lower it. The music was so loud, I couldn't say, excuse me, I have to talk to you. So we had to raise our voice to speak to them, and both sides were upset. We were always standing on the other side. They were on their side. After that, they sent, a few months later, a letter to his work saying that he used his city power, since he works for the city, random. He used his city power to expedite this. Everything he did was on his own time. It's all public record. There's nothing he did. He's a very ethical person. He is nicer than I am. And everything he did was something a neighbor would do. So the first thing was they sent a complaint. They tried to, I believe, get him fired. After that is when we received the no trespassing. I don't know if you want me to show it to you. We both received the no trespassing, which, how do you think that makes me feel? I live directly across and I walk with my kids, and I feel I can't even go on their sidewalk, because what if they are going to say that's no trespassing?
Do you also have a copy of the letter that was sent to the city? Can you show us that?
I don't have it here. It is in the files. I might be in Aaron's 100-page document. It has been sent, though. It's not private or anything anymore. Aaron has it? And again, just to make sure I said this, he's been cleared. He did nothing wrong. There were no violations.
I know it's in the packet, but
I understand.
It would be great to see it for the overhead.
Is this, I'm not sure how to switch over to this. Can someone?
It's gonna activate,
Okay.
so we'll see it. There we go.
So
We
this
see
is
it.
my trespass warning. I received one. They spelled my name wrong. That's okay. My husband also received one. Do you want me to switch over to? Okay. This is from February 22, 2023. It was sent to an Abby, maybe, Feely. You see it?
It's in our records.
Okay. And it also in here, right here, 9:45 p.m. They say they do it as a courtesy. Can I say again how uncomfortable I feel right now speaking out against everyone who's behind me? They say they turn off the music at 9:45. That is absolutely false. So they just have lies in here is my point I'm trying to say. And then you asked another question, sorry to go back to repeat. So the violations, and now we hear how they sent a complaint to the private investigator who did their job. So another example of whether you want to call it bullying or intimidation, or like a fear tactic, but I don't feel comfortable.
Are you aware of other neighbors besides the two of you that feel like they've been bullied?
Unfortunately, because we're the one that, as far as the noise, hears it the most, the other neighbors understand, but it doesn't affect them like it does us. So they haven't, except for Aaron, who has represented, us, they haven't had to be as direct as we have. But my main thing is it's not about just the noise. I know that's a personal thing, been very sensitive to me, but we're here because of the certificate of occupancy, serving alcohol in an area that is not zoned for it. And if they were never serving there, they wouldn't be able to be out there till 11 drinking and playing music. It probably just wouldn't happen that way.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, next speaker. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Pointer. I have more questions than anything. Number one, why hasn't the owner gotten up here and told everybody that she hasn't been serving alcohol on her deck? I don't know. I mean, if it hasn't happened, then why isn't she telling everybody? Because she knows better than anyone. And if you can operate the catering license on the deck, then why do they give a crap if you take their liquor license? Oh, wait. Okay. The staff member indicated was found that he had not violated code. So all this nonsense about him is ridiculous. How many AB licenses were issued to dual land use properties? Please, for the love of God, if this had all been rezoned as it should have been, then we wouldn't be here today, wasting everyone's time. Because here's what it would have been. They would have been able to serve it anywhere on their property. I want to know how many times this has happened in the past, and I want it changed in the code so that we can never deal with this crap again. This is a waste of everyone's time and energy. I would like to also recall, I don't recall, you guys all know that I read special event codes. I read every bit of the agenda. I've never seen a special event code for this property. And yes, let me tell you something. People in the mafia do nice things in their community. They make their money illegally. I'm sure that these folks are nice people, and they've given $200,000, but how much have they made? I just keep asking questions. Are there any signs on the patio that said, no drinks out here? I mean, here's the thing. It's against the rules. So why wouldn't you have a sign up? Music stops at 10 o'clock. You know what? Since his wife was just up here, I want to show you this. This was sent on December the 2nd. This is December the 1st of this year. And I'm going to tell you right now, our neighborhood folks who get harassed and harangued, after a while they stop putting in neighborhood enforcement complaints. They go directly to neighborhood enforcement. I would like to pull public records on the number of contacts that these folks have made directly to staff who work for neighborhood enforcement, because one of the big issues that I've seen in South Tampa is when people complain after a while, it kind of stops going through the customer service system and migrates into direct contact with the staff. It shouldn't happen, but it does, because people start feeling comfortable with somebody who's telling them what they want to hear, as opposed to reporting it anonymously. Let's see. The owner, I'm sure I forgot something. Council,
Thank you very
well,
much.
I don't know anything else. Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Annalise Meyer, neighborhood advocate, and I'm actually here for another item 46, which I oppose, but this whole situation is just eerily similar to my life in the past 20 years and my situation on Howard Avenue, which we've cleaned up for the most part, but we had to go through great growth to get there. They're not following the rules here. Mr. Bentley, you've done an admirable job. You have really tried to get your petitioner's point across, and I understand this is a good business. I get it. I understand the neighbors want this business there, but they've got to follow the rules. And as Stephanie said, there were so many checks and balances here. The city's not working right. What's going on here? I mean, the city is not working right at all. This employee of the city, I'm sure he looked up everything on public record. What's wrong with that? It's all public record. And you know what I have sat here doing this entire time? Did anybody go to the Department of Professional Business Regulations? Did you look at the page for this establishment? The 2 catering licenses are not even supposed to be located at that property. It states right there. It's on an address on South Del Mabry, both of them. Renee's Mexican Kitchen is there. He does have a license for there. He has been cited for not putting his license up. He has had several inspections over the past couple years. He passed all of them except one. He was cited in every inspection for violations, which you can go look up. I'm sure his food is good. I'm not eating at his place. Go look at that. We've got to either find these people. I hate for them to lose their license, but I know how much these liquor licenses are worth. I know how much the South Howard Avenue people are making. Don't forget, 2 of the owners live in my neighborhood. I know which houses belong to them. They're making a lot of money here. At the very least, we need to have fines in place. Close them down for a while. I don't know. Let them become a good neighbor again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comment, and we go to rebuttal. Yes, is there somebody, oh, the gentleman online, is his microphone working? Oh, she is? Okay. Tonya Navarro online, if you can turn your camera on, unmute yourself, and we will swear you in. Fade to green. Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Please raise your right hand. We're going to swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Tonya Navarro, and I'm a professional musician of almost 20 years now. I've performed in not only public venues, but also many private venues where noise restrictions are applicable, and I'm very experienced in measuring decibel levels, including dBA and dBc. I've also been playing at Grand Cathedral Cigars for the last few years. I've played in Soho, which was referenced by the former speaker, and there is no comparison between the noise. I've been a firsthand witness to targeted, aggressive exchanges from one particular neighbor towards the Grand Cathedral management and staff. One such exchange was during an employee Christmas party where we carefully monitored the decibels to remain within the lawful limits, and said neighbor and his wife, who spoke here today, walked over to the fence and began screaming at everyone with profanity and threats. In fact, I cannot think of a single event that we've played at this venue where there has not been some type of noise complaint from this one neighbor consistently, despite me going so far as to walk the sidewalk in front of their home to check the decibel level, which was well within the city of Tampa's lawful limits. Angela, the owner, has gone above and beyond to ensure that not only all musicians are conscientious of the volume, but in the rare event that we play on the patio, that we are positioned so that the sound is not even facing their home. I have seen her do absolutely everything within her power to try to appease this one neighbor, and has been met with nothing but aggression and ugliness. In my opinion, this neighbor will not be satisfied unless the business is shut down completely. I, like this neighbor, have young children, 3 under the age of 8 to be exact. I also have a live music venue that was recently built right near my home. And while this venue is inconvenient for me for a multitude of reasons, it certainly does not give me the right to attempt to tank their business with baseless accusations, especially not when I'm benefiting from the increased property value and the cleaner and safer streets as a result. I'd like to note that this particular neighbor's property value has increased by 40% since Grand Cathedral opened its doors. It is wholly implausible that there is bass thumping in her living room. Firstly, 99% of the musicians performing at Grand Cathedral don't even have bass as a part of their instrumentation. Even if they did, not a single one brings a subwoofer, which is the piece of equipment used to make the bass thump. I have performed in venues from the Kennedy Center to huge festival stages stacked with massive subwoofers. You'd have to place large subwoofers directly in front of a home and crank them almost all the way up for it to actually thump inside. The science of how sound travel indicates that this is an absurd and false claim. Additionally, there are many things that the residents can do to help mitigate any noise in their homes, including but not limited to heavy curtains, area rugs, and white noise machine. These are all reasonable attempts. The good that this business does for the community as a whole is immeasurable. I've been hired by them to perform for several events benefiting Metropolitan Ministries and several for the police department, to name a few. This is a business that is about so much more than making a profit. They truly seek to give back to the community that they serve. Businesses like that are almost impossible to find these days, and it is my genuine belief that it would harm the community and inhibit their tremendous philanthropic work to suspend their license. In addition to that, I see no real reason to do so. As we've mentioned, every event has been carefully monitored. It is my understanding that a video was submitted as evidence. In that video, I was there. That's the video where the neighbor came over to verbally assault the attendees. And at the point the video was taken, the music had been moved inside. As a professional musician, I can tell you that if the crickets nearby are louder than the music, then the video must be dismissed. It's ludicrous to believe that music would be so disruptive to their life, but that the crickets, who are significantly louder in the video, are not.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hurtak.
Yeah, I'm glad she brought up the video because I actually have a question for Ms. Pointer. You didn't say it at the time, but the video you showed had music in the evening, but when you first put the video on, there was a time there, wasn't there?
Yes.
And I didn't know if that was your phone.
This is something that Mr. McCloskey sent. Actually, you guys received
Oh,
it. Yes.
they need to put it up. Okay, so it was 11:38
Yes, PM, obviously.
PM.
On December the 1st.
Okay, thank you very much. And there, we have, if I'm correct, Mr. Cotton, they have to stop all music, all noise by 10 PM. Is that correct?
That's what the site plan says.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? If not, we'll go to rebuttal. Rebuttal will be limited to 5 minutes because both sides had lots and lots of time to present. Who wishes to begin? Would you like to, Mr. Bentley, go ahead, and then the city will close it out.
Council, just a couple things. I just want to set the record straight. The initial friction was Mr. Mikulski was checking into the business and finding out whether they were permitted for certain items, you know, or had certain permits using his city computer. So the statement here that he never used city resources, that's not true, and I've got a series of emails. So I think that caused the inquiry with the city. Then the neighbors did reach out, our client did reach out to the neighbors, and I've got a timeline here. What happened in early December 2022, Brian Seal apparently approached our client and said that that the client attend a Tampa Heights Civic Association meeting. So a couple days later, you can see on the timeline, maybe you can't, on the left side. The client agreed to that, and then they confirmed the meeting a few days after that. Then our client called to confirm the meeting, and one of the clients actually flew in from San Diego, and Mr. Seal called off the meeting because the neighbors wouldn't confirm attendance. And he says, "Hey, Angela," who is the owner, "my apologies," et cetera, et cetera. So he said, "We can pass tonight." And after that, there were no further meetings. I want to talk a little bit about the sound mitigation. The client spent thousands of dollars and bought this acoustic mitigation material. And you can see it here. It was referenced on the south side of the property, and Mr. Mikulski and his wife lived directly across the street. Once the material went up, Ms. McKinnon contacted Historic Preservation and said she didn't like the color. She said, "It's hideous, please help." Okay, then the city turns around and contacts my client and said, "Can you flip it over?" But you can't, because that material is just one side and the other side it's black, and it's not the same material, and also it's got like a logo from the manufacturer. So anyhow, there's been a good faith effort on our client's part, I think, to reach out to the community and try and work something out and mitigate some of the issues. Just in closing, and under your code, you're now required to consider the three things: the gravity of the violation, which is set forth in the notice of intent. Those 4 or 5 drinks we're dealing with on the allegedly outside patio that wasn't wet zone. So we're dealing with the gravity, any actions taken by the violator to correct the violation. Like I told you early on, once we got the notice of intent, I think it was within 2 or 3 days that they stopped using the patio. And any previous violations, there aren't any. So, and I think if we would've got the required notice under that subsection D, there wouldn't have been a notice of intent. So, the gravity, we're talking about 4 drinks under questionable circumstances staged by a private investigator. Actions taken, stopped using the patio, and then there's no prior violations. And there are 3. Anyhow, there were 3 other cases I was going to reference. The Club Piranha had multiple notices of intent. to suspend, and they got 7 days. The convenience store I keep referencing, they got 30 days, and they just had multiple notice of intent, you know? So I think in this situation, given the circumstances and that we didn't really get the opportunity to come to the table with the city, you know, the first stop was notice of intent and go to a hearing, is that in this situation, here they are. So Club Prana and then Ritz Ebor. I represented the Capitano family on the Ritz Ebor case, and we got the notice of intent, the notice prior to the notice of intent. We approached the city and worked things out with the city, and they canceled the hearing. And that's what should have happened here. So we believe, based on the facts and circumstances, that council should provide a formal warning to our client, especially in light of the facts, and the client wasn't provided the required notice. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, sir.
See you.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Johnson-Velez. And this will close out the hearing, correct? Your words, thank you. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Susan Johnson-Velez with the legal department. So I just want to clarify a couple of things. We heard a lot of testimony from the public about noise, and a lot of statements made about noise and mitigating noise. This is not about noise, except to the extent that the testimony that you heard about noise from the neighbors who spoke about how it negatively affected their quality of life in their neighborhood. And that goes to item number D in the 27318 C1D. Again, that requires a showing of operation of the establishment in a manner that repeatedly or on an ongoing basis has negative secondary effects on surrounding property. Now, you've heard both my statements about this. You've heard Mr. Bentley's. I think the language speaks for itself. It doesn't require that there be a violation of city or state law. Negative secondary effects can occur, and I think you've heard testimony from the neighbors, Ms. McKinnon, Mr. Pederica, Mr. Schuler, and, and Mr. Seal about all of those things. And so I believe the city has established a basis for suspension based on that ground. And I would also note that the notice of intent doesn't mention any violation of the noise ordinance. It's not based on noise. It's based on violating a limitation or condition or restriction that City Council placed on this alcoholic beverage permit at the time of its approval in February of 2022. You had testimony from Mr. Cotton in that regard. You had testimony from the private investigator in that regard. And you had testimony, in fact, from some of the members of the public. Mr. Seal testified that he has seen alcohol consumption on the patio. Mr. Prederica said he personally has consumed alcohol on the patio. So it's not isolated incidents. The investigator said in his experience, that's what that indicates. The way in which he was served and the manner in which he was served indicates that it's not an isolated incident. In fact, you have testimony from again, Mr. Pederica and Mr. Seal. You also had testimony from Mr. Brendan McLaughlin, who said that he's enjoyed alcoholic beverage on the patio. And then Mr. Matt Asai, who said that he's had drinks on the patio. And so even if, assuming you believe all of those people, including the private investigator, that certainly supports that alcoholic beverages were being served on the patio, which Mr. Cotton confirmed to you is not an area that's allowed for consumption of alcoholic beverages. And so the city has proven its case in those regards. And we've established through sworn testimony from both the private investigator, Mr. Cotton, Ms. McKinnon, Mr. Pederica, Mr. Seal, and Mr. Schuler, as well as some of the members of the public who spoke, whose names I've just mentioned. There's been no testimony to establish facts or to counter the testimony of anyone who testified regarding either having consumed or having seen alcohol consumed. You had Mr. Bentley, who made statements on behalf of his client, but nobody associated with Grand Cathedral, either the owner or anybody who works there. You had Mr. Baez, who spoke about how he works there. You had Mr. Dominic, whose last name I didn't get down, but he said he was the first employee of Grand Cathedral. Neither of those gentlemen said, we don't serve on the patio. We've not served on the patio. And so you don't have any sworn testimony. Lawyers can't provide factual testimony or evidence. Please keep that in mind. So you've had statements from Mr. Bentley. In fact, if you look at his letter from January 12th, which is included at the last half of your packet, and I think he's repeated it multiple times since December 10th. They've been open since 2021. What's been happening the last 3 years? You've had testimony about alcohol being consumed on the patio, where it clearly states on the site plan, you saw it highlighted in yellow, no AB sales or consumption in this area. Now, council, every fourth Thursday of the month in the evening, I stand here with you every fourth Thursday, you all approve alcoholic beverage special use permits by ordinance. And every ordinance contains language similar to what we showed you this afternoon, that it limits it by the legal description that's attached as Exhibit A. It limits it by the site plan that's attached as Exhibit B. And those conditions mean something, and they have to mean something, because you all place those on there to protect the neighborhood and to ensure that city regulations are followed. And you take it on faith, and you trust that anybody who's going to operate an establishment under those approvals makes it their business to know what those approvals provide and any limitations or restrictions on those approvals.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Mr. Shelby?
Yes, thank you, counsel.
I'm sorry, I was just going to ask what the city is seeking in this case.
Well,
yeah,
I
I'm
was
sorry,
thinking,
I'm sorry.
I was suggesting, Ms. Johnson-Velez, unless there's an objection, that they bifurcate their decision, that they make a determination, make findings of fact, and then have a discussion as to what a penalty would be, if it gets that far, unless you want to have it as singly done.
No,
singly.
I was just going to ask that, again, we believe that we have shown through evidence, fact-based evidence, sworn testimony, that this establishment has violated their alcoholic, well, both D and N of 27318C1. And council can take into account, I believe Mr. Bentley correctly cited that to you under 27318, the gravity of the violation, any actions by the violator to correct the violation, and any previous violations committed by the violator. And so, based on all the considerations and all the evidence and testimony that you have heard this afternoon, the city would be requesting a 30-day suspension, a finding of violation of their alcoholic beverage permit, first violation, and the code limits, because it's a first violation, to a 30-day suspension. So it's not, again, let me clarify, it's not revoking their permit. You don't have the authority to do that under the code for a first violation. But we would ask that you find a first violation and you impose a 30-day penalty in consideration of all the factors that you may consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilmember, Mr. Shelby, then Councilmember Hurtak.
Counsel, when you deliberate this, or ultimately when a motion is made one way or the other, I'm going to suggest to council that as part of the record, you make specific findings of fact in this case. So, in other words, determinations. And one of the things that was argued that regarding the caterer's license is that irrespective of what your site plan says, that that there's a preemption. But council, and whatever council finds, to make a specific finding of fact relative to whether those conditions are on the site plan and whether they're enforceable as a finding of fact. If that's your version, or Mr. Bentley's argument, because frankly, if he says that they have the right to do that, then it raises the question of whether there's a violation to begin with. And I think that's the argument that he made. But that's not for me to discuss or say. I'm just asking you to be specific and relate to findings of fact based on the evidence that you heard as you find it to be.
Councilmember Hurtak, you were
Do we have
first.
to close?
Yes.
Motion to close the public hearing? So moved. Motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Carlson, all in favor?
Aye.
The public hearing is closed. Councilmember Hurtak, you were first.
Thank you. This was exhaustive. And the things I wanted to say are a lot of the things that Ms. Johnson-Velez said. The issue is alcohol being sold in an unlicensed area. That's the issue here. We've had multiple public comments, not just the people that testified, but multiple public comments admitting that alcohol was sold and consumed on the patio at all different times. That's been going on for years. I understand the clients created their own site plan and knew they couldn't serve on the patio and chose to do it anyway. So there was no competent and substantial evidence against that. The only thing was that they're good community members. And that's great. It's wonderful that they're good community members. And the neighbors have clearly said they want to work with them. But they're not being good community members in flaunting the alcohol rules. And, I mean, I'm happy to make a motion, but those are the
Anybody
things
else?
I want to say.
I don't care.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira, Councilmember Carlson, Miranda Glendale. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me just say, I commend everyone for coming before us today for or against. As a Tampa Heights resident, that is not necessarily weighing on me. I am an educator. I love rules. I love following the rules. I went to ISS for being tardy, even though I was the president of several clubs and, did everything right and I was the good kid, but I was tardy and I had to go to ISS because that was the rules. This really falls into that same category for me. There is so much substantial evidence that there was drinking on the patio, and that's just the bottom line. From neighbors, I know that the attorney cannot admit that, but several people have come before us and admitted that, even though Grand Cathedral are good public servants. But I want to say this, Tampa Heights was thriving before Grand Central opened. Don't clap, it's okay, it's okay. We know that as residents. You are a good addition to our community. I haven't been there. I'm gonna have to come, to check it out since people are, saying things about it, but that is not the point. Yes, you can be good neighbors and still do bad things. And serving the alcohol in the area where alcohol was not allowed to be served is very evident. The other thing about it is, especially in today's society, there is a thing about rules and fairness and privilege. And you don't get the right to have privilege and use that as a reason for not being sanctioned for the violations. And so I know Councilwoman Hurtak wants to make the motion. And, and there may be other things to say beforehand. But there is an opportunity here because it's just what's being requested by our staff is 30 days. That doesn't mean that Grand Cathedral, that is the #1 cigar, destination in the United States, is going to fail. It is an opportunity for you to improve and get it right and be good neighbors. And I actually really do believe in my heart that you have the capability of doing that. So I will go.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just want to make this point
Yeah.
clear. At this point in time, Council, ultimately, I don't want your opinions and your discussions of policy to cloud the record.
Yeah.
What I'm looking for ultimately is a decision, and a decision based on competent, substantial evidence. So what I would like ultimately, when the motion does come, is I'd like you, as Joe Friday would say,
Okay.
just the facts.
Okay, so
And
I
then-
can just
and then-
move
and
the
then- and
motion
what-
then, and then we can have the discussion.
But what I'm concerned about is that when you get into discussions of policy or things that are outside the scope of what your decision is, it may affect the record in ways that might not be helpful to actually coming to a decision that would be upheld irrespective of what it is.
Okay, so let me just make the motion then.
Wait, well, I want to hear from other council members. Yes, Councilmember Vieira, Miranda, Carlson, Clendenin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, for me, it's a matter of you either did it or you didn't. And, you know, there's an old saying, which is you're entitled to your own opinions, but not to your own facts. And there seem to be facts in this case that are not really in dispute. And the burden, obviously, on this issue that Mr. Bentley carries for his client is very great. Of course, as always, he's done a fantastic job. But again, to me, this is a matter of, you know, strict liability, so to speak. You either did it or you didn't. And there has been plenty of evidence that I think is reliable, that we can rely upon, that is very substantive and robust, showing that this happened. And there has been no evidence put forth showing to the contrary. No evidence has been put forth because it would appear no evidence can be put forth on this one issue. So when it comes to opening up the door to show that a violation has happened, I think it's reasonable to say that. Now, on the penalty or whatever you want to call it from City Council, you know, that's a whole separate issue. But finding that a violation has occurred and then giving some sort of a penalty or whatever term is proper for it, I think that issue is not really in dispute. Again, you're entitled to your own opinions, but not to your own facts. And here, there's plenty of evidence showing that a violation has occurred. No evidence shown to the contrary, because it would appear that no evidence can be shown to the contrary from what I have seen. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you.
Carlson.
Although there was about 30 speakers and, I don't know, 7 or 8 online, and most were very cordial toward the operation of the cathedral. There, like Councilmember Vieira just alluded to, there's either it happened or it didn't happen, one way or the other. However, that being said, I saw the 3 items that the attorney for the cathedral put up, and there was, I don't know how many in years of public service I've seen an irrevocable license for something like this. I think there was 3 that were listed there. Maybe this is the 4th, I'm not sure. But the first one that caught my eye was number 1. That one came back now once but twice, I believe. And it came back for what? For selling drugs, not only inside the place, but allowing drugs to be sold outside the place, and more likely participating in the drug sale, because they had to know it. They had to know that was happening. And guns, inside and outside the operation. And we had enormous amount of police undercover do that work for a long time. I'm not comparing that to this. I'm not making a comparison. These are facts standing on their own. But when I'm looking at that one, they got 30 days for having cocaine and other drugs in and out, drugs in and out, guns in and out, and the whole electrical system, which could have burned that building and all the rest of the buildings close by, was shoddy, done in-house without permits, if I remember, along with other areas that were done without permits. And that one got 30. So I'm looking at myself saying, what do you do with this one? Did it violate the law? Yes. Do I compare it with what? I can't compare it with number 1. Do I compare it with number 2? Number 3? I think each one stands on their own to the level of what you've done, not only a violation of the law, but the health, wealthy, and welfare of the individuals that you're catering to. And there's where I start with differentiation. I don't mind having a number, but I will not support 30. I will support something in the range less than 30. And I'm not saying that I'm for what happened. I think that the organization proved itself to be outstanding individuals, ownership, proprietorship, people that care for other people. But it's not about money in life. It's about what you do for people. And certainly you've done that for human when you give it to different societies to help other people. So these are the things that are not related to the facts. Certainly the others, they do anything but try to kill people. You don't save anybody with a gun when you shoot. You don't save anybody when you give cocaine or sell cocaine or drugs or any kind else. All kind of amphetamines, anything you wanted, they had it. That's the society we live in today. We're all looking for straws. We're all looking to live a nice life, healthier life. And I agree with all that. But there comes a time when you have to realize what the facts really are. And there's where I'm caught in today. Do I compare it to number 1, number 2, number 3? This is number 4 that I know of. Maybe it's more, but I'm only knowledgeable of 4 or 5. So here's where I'm at. So I know there's a motion on the floor.
Not yet.
Well, there will be from what I see. But I think it's got to go along with a certain period of time of that, along with the time of giving them to bring everything up to code. With maybe another thing we ought to do is you learn something every day when you sit here and listen. We haven't talked at all, but we're listening. Maybe we ought to find out when we send enforcement officers to see that if something is not zoned, to put a sign in there, no alcohol allowed in the building. We had one with Yoli Capin, started with how many people can fit into a building, and they had to be posted in the front of the building. When you walked in, you saw it. I don't even know if we have it here. Maybe we don't. But every building has got a certain quota, how many people can go in. What is that done for? Not you want them to keep them out, but you want safety, so if you have to get out, you can get out. And these are the things you have to look at. Is government always right? No. But government can make changes to get better. So these are the things that I'm looking at, just from one individual here, and I want to satisfy everyone. Maybe what we ought to do is also pass something else, that you have to put trees around it to grow. We give you the trees. We can plant them for you, I think. We're looking to plant trees everywhere so that the nature is preserved and it holds the sound a little bit more. And not that you're going to violate the sound again. I'm not saying you are. But just an enhancement to put not only what you have on the outside, but some type of bush that'll grow to that same side so that it's covered twice, 3 times before it gets somewhere else. Not that you're going to violate the law, but that you're going to say, I'm going to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So these are the things that I'm looking at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carlson and then Condon. If we could set a 5-minute timer. Thank you. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the one that gets the 5-minute timer. Most of the testimony from the public was about how great the place is and how the folks are great in the community, and none of that is competent, substantial evidence, and none of it refuted the facts. But it's obvious in hearing that even the people that are not happy with what's happened, they think that most people think that this is a great place and it's got international recognition. The thing though that we saw in the testimony was a pattern of not following the rules. Like with all this humanitarian and philanthropic work, there were questions about certificate of occupancy and all these other licenses and codes, and then for a long period of time, allegedly serving alcohol in an area that's not supposed to have alcohol. And as the attorney mentioned just now, that testimony was not only from the PI, but it was from several members of the public who were speaking out, who wanted some changes, but it also was from the people who spoke out totally in favor of the place, who admitted that they had drinks in this area, and it was all at all different times. And so there's plenty of evidence that there was drinking area that the applicant's own site plan, they drew their own site plan that said that they could not drink out there. And they could have come back and asked for that to be changed. Clearly, the rules were broken. More than one rule was broken, but we're only here to look at the one. And also, I should say, with Attorney Bentley, they've changed everything suddenly. They in effect admit that things were going on before, but they've changed it. By saying you changed it, that means you were kind of admitting to doing things before. But I am with Councilmember Miranda in that I think 30 days is a long time. And I have a question, attorney, maybe they can answer it later. But during prior hearings 2-3 years ago, we took away the liquor license for 2 days on a weekend or 3 days on a weekend, which is a huge financial burden for a alcohol license. I think that 30 days, as some testimony was given, could actually kill a small business. I don't know how much they make, but I would like to know what our options are I don't feel comfortable giving 30 days, or especially not more than 30 days. But I also would like them to come into compliance with all the other codes, like Councilmember Miranda said. And so I don't know how to structure that. Maybe City Council Attorney can advise us. Thank you.
In the motion, we can set the numbers. Whoever
But can we
motion-
set it as like 1 day or 2 days or 3
You
days?
can set it to whatever you want, 30,
I believe-
29, 15.
I believe it, for first violation, it's anywhere between a finding, if you find a first violation, it's anywhere, and Ms. Johnson-Velez, I'm sure will correct me if I'm wrong, it's anywhere up to 30 days, from 0 to 30 days.
And is there anything else that we can put in there that's conditional about coming up to code and compliance with these other allegations that were made, or do we have to keep that separate?
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. This matter is being brought pursuant to Land Development Code Section 27-318, and so what council is authorized to do pursuant to that section is to, if you find a violation, suspend the alcoholic beverage license or permit for up to 30 days. So the
I would
other
just-
matters, I'm sorry, the other matters are going through a separate process. The code enforcement matter, that's already, there's already an order regarding the permitting. There's an order about the certificate of occupancy. I think, there are other ways that those will be addressed.
I would just ask my colleagues who make the motion, please use discretion. We're not trying to kill a small business and one that obviously has added a lot to the community. I think 2 or 3 days, especially on a weekend, would be devastating, but 30 days would probably put them out of business. Thank you.
Councilmember Clendenin?
Yeah, I'm going to start off doing what I hate when people do this, but I'm going to pontificate about some things that are not necessarily part of this evidence. But it's answered a lot of the questions that have come up during this hearing. Florida is a transportation corridor. Tampa is growing. We're proposing to put a streetcar along this section of Florida. There's going to be changes in Tampa Heights, and that change is going to come with a lot of these types of establishments, including noise. And it's going to permeate, it's going to penetrate even the types of developments, and the density of developments is going to bleed into within at least within that first block. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Nobody that has testified today has asked us to close down Grand Cathedral. If somebody said that, I missed it. I haven't heard anybody ask us to close. All I keep hearing from everybody is they just want this establishment to follow the rules. The case that's been presented to the city, by the city, is that Grand Cathedral violated their license by selling and consuming alcohol on an area of the property that is not permitted in accordance with city rules. The representative from Grand Cathedral gave us information that according to their catering license, that they're permitted to sell alcohol. That was not refuted by the city. It was not countered or refuted that the state law permitted them to do that. I didn't. If that was, I missed it completely. About the state, if it was preempted, what the city rules did. All of that being said, we're talking about November 11th and 8th, a very specific times with photographs, receipts about potential violations. So none of this, I've got a laundry list of things that came up tonight that have absolutely nothing to do with this case. All these other things, and I think the city said the exact same thing. We're focusing on N and D, I believe with the two, C and N. DNN. And part of N, and it's been discussed here, in determining whether to suspend or revoke an approval to sell alcoholic beverages, City Council shall consider the gravity of the violation. When I look at this, I see the gravity of this violation. They already have permitted within the city, even if you throw out the state step, within the city, they're able to sell, they have an outside tiki selling liquor legally outside. They have a patio, they're legally able to consume liquor outside. So we're really only talking about this, I don't want to say imaginary, but this divine line in the code that differentiates this RM24 from the CI, and where we put it in this license that we established by the city. So it's this line, but It's whether I'm standing here or I'm standing there, whether I'm in violation of this code. The other, number two is any actions taken by the violator to correct the violation. They've testified, and it's unrefuted, that they closed the patio on the 11th of December. So that was done, which is following the rules. It seems to me it was a good faith effort to follow the rules. And I was very specific when I was asking them to put this information up about past violations. And that's because that's number three is any previous violations committed by the violator. And I know there's been a lot of things have come up, but they haven't reached the end. They haven't reached fruition so that they're not against them. So the answer to that question is no. So as far as the gravity of the violation, we're really only talking about whether somebody's standing here or standing there. So, okay, is it a violation? Yes. Is the gravity, what is the gravitas of that? I don't know. It just seems a little bit to me. Any actions taken by the violator, they closed the patio on the 11th. I mean, and they clearly, it seems as though they've made some good faith efforts, like in this noise barrier and other stuff, to try to mitigate things that are happening from this patio. And there's no previous violations. And those are things that we shall consider, even if we find that alcohol was consumed on this patio. These are things we have to consider. It's not an option. We have to consider those. So I'll be honest with you, if I was making the decision, I would issue a violation notice, a warning. But I understand if people want, to do a little bit something else. I understand if somebody wants to do something else. But we don't know the financials of this establishment. I don't want to kill this establishment. And I'm afraid that if we go too grave, that's what would happen.
Thank you very much. I'll wrap it up with my comments and we'll take motions. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Tampa Heights is the most beautiful neighborhood in Tampa, period. It's got a lot of history, a lot of great people, a lot of people that I know that live there, and a lot of great businesses that surround it, now and historically. If I've, looked back at past cases, Councilmember Miranda mentioned the Ybor City, the one that was suspended for 30 days. They had a gentleman bagging up, I think it was marijuana, it may have been cocaine. You had a carjacking outside on video and a shooting, and they got 30 days. Prana was mentioned. I don't know if there were other establishments mentioned today, but I remember during COVID, we were looking at suspending alcoholic beverage permits for people because of mask violations. And I voted against all of those. I'm thinking businesses were suffering with COVID, trying to stay open, and here we are. I know we're trying to enforce, but we're hurting them even further. I'm a cigar smoker. I smoke everywhere. I have no preference to this place or the place down the street from me. That's just how it's been for 20 years. So this has no bearing on me. Great. Tampa's a cigar city. We have a history of over a century. Whatever. This business has done a lot for the community in raising money. Great. That's wonderful, but it has no bearing on this case. I asked the question of Mr. Bentley, when were they served? It was the 8th, and then it says here on the 10th, he says the 11th. They shut down the patio. In my opinion, this is my opinion, has no bearing on the case. The patio should just be open for cigar smoking only. No music and no alcoholic beverages outside, period. Going forward or whatever, it should just be left like that because it would avoid further conflict with the neighbors. I'm bothered with the private investigator. I think it's creepy, whatever. That is, a decision that was made by the legal department. I'm bothered by the HR complaint issued to the city employee. I mean, that is very disturbing. Wherever it comes from, wherever it was initiated. I mean, I can't imagine how that would feel. Somebody in fear of losing their job, whatever the accusation may be or not be, you just don't do that. I mean, I think this has gotten so nasty and so unnecessarily nasty that it's very bothersome. Again, in an area that I've known that community since I was a kid, and I'm not testifying, but it's changed in the last 35 years of the memories that I have there, and it's gotten better. And like I said, it's the most beautiful neighborhood in Tampa. That's just my opinion. But having listened to Councilmember Clendenin, what he said, the patio is closed. The patio, I think, should remain closed and only be open for cigar smoking and no outdoor music, no alcoholic beverages outside. They should put a sign that says, no alcoholic beverages on the patio. The excuse you can use is, it's an insurance issue. We don't want somebody to slip and fall on the glass or whatever if something breaks. I don't know. But the thing is, we have to be respectful of the neighbors in the surrounding area. They live there. How I look at it, when I go home, my home is a safe haven that I can relax, sit on the couch, whatever. And people should have that right to privacy and should feel that comfort. However, in what I said at the beginning, when we look at businesses and pulling their alcoholic beverage permits, I think I voted against, I was maybe the lone vote on a lot of these cases when it was COVID, mass violations. Prano was mentioned, I think I voted against that, I don't remember. The Ybor City one was an exception because there was violence, drug dealing, shooting. There was a lot more to it and they got 30 days. So I don't know what the motion is from council. I don't know who's gonna make the motion. I don't know what the violation is. If this is considered a warning, Councilmember Clendenin mentioned a warning. Think about all the, all the heartache from both sides, as business owners, as residents, as neighbors, as people fearing retaliation. Let's avoid this. I know Mr. Seal was here earlier. I respect him tremendously, as I do many of the neighborhood leaders here. They're very intelligent, they're very good, and they're very caring when it comes to their community. They're very, very involved with their associations, past presidents and current people. But we have to do better. We have to respect the residents. It's easy. If I were the business owner, I would say, no outdoor music, no alcoholic beverages outside, and it solves the problem. And that's it, and people move forward, and we can continue doing business. It's a great establishment. A lot of people came out in support of it. But again, I end my comments there, and I'm open to hearing the motions from council. Councilmember Henderson, you had your hand up.
Yes.
Wait, Councilmember, I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson-Velez, did you want to speak before?
Hi, Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. I just wanted to clarify the section of the code that these proceedings are being conducted under does not allow for council to issue a warning. It's to
No, I know.
suspend.
I'm
Okay, I just wanted, it's been
use the
mentioned a
word,
couple of
but-
times to issue a warning, and I just wanted
Yeah, we can't issue
to.
a warning. There has to be a motion made with
If
days.
there's a violation, there's a
Yes.
suspension, correct? Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
The
Thank you.
hearing is closed, sir.
The
You
hearing's
can't add anything else. I'm sorry. Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't get 5 minutes, but, I don't want to give a lecture either. I just want you to think about the word privilege, and that is definitely what's sticking out in the back of my mind. Who deserves what? Whether a drug dealer deserves 30 days and their business for what was happening. We don't know all the circumstances, and it shouldn't have to factor into this situation. We're looking at just the violations for this particular situation and the longevity of it, not just the time that the investigator was there. There were other testimonies that came to that. But that being said, I just want to make a motion, and if it gets a second, we'll see. But I move that the city council enforce a 25-day suspension in pursuant of section 27-318 that authorizes the city to suspend the sale of alcoholic beverages due to the violations of 27318 in D and N for 25 days. Now, did I say 20 days? I'm sorry.
You said 25.
I said 25 days.
I'll second with caveat.
I want to say it clearly.
Now, I'm going to ask.
Notice to intent, 25 days. Gosh, I got
Ms.
thrown off.
Henderson?
Yes.
If I can,
Yes.
Councilwoman, I'm going to suggest that you make a finding of a first
Fine.
violation.
First time, okay, I had that
And-
written in my
and
notes.
you said it properly. You said to suspend the alcoholic beverage
Beverages
permit.
for 25
And you mentioned
days
the
in
duration of 25 days, and the next thing you're going to be asked to do as part of the motion is to have a start date. And I
Okay.
believe the start date is Ms. Johnson-Velez, if that's
Help me out,
council's
her tape with a
motion.
The
calendar.
start date is as soon as tomorrow, isn't it?
How long does it take before it starts?
I can help you with finding a fact.
Okay, well, okay, about the site plan. Yeah, go ahead and add the finding of fact for me, please.
Well, let's get the duration, just so it's part of the motion.
25 days.
Susan
duration is
Johnson-Velez,
25
Legal
days, but
Department.
the start date.
It could start as early as tomorrow. Council, it's within council's discretion to set the
It's
duration
up
and the
to you,
timeframe.
Councilwoman.
But I-
What's today, the 25th? Today is the 25th, effective starting tomorrow, which is January 26th, and 25 days from there would be,
They'll figure it out.
Correct.
You don't have to tell the end date, they'll figure that out, I think.
for a failure to follow the designated site plan. Gosh, my notes are all over the place.
Ms. Johnson-Velez, Do you mind?
Go ahead.
Can we put any other conditions on it? Like a condition to meet with the neighborhood?
Right,
I don't think so.
No? Okay, that's fine.
It's not,
No,
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
just asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
okay.
So my finding of fact is,
Before you,
Sec-
I'm sorry to interrupt you, and forgive me, but I just want to be clear. You have two sections. You have section D
can't.
and section.
This
E.
is
I'm
closed.
I'm addressing the chair.
But it's closed.
Well, you have an issue?
Ms. Johnson had an opportunity to talk about dates. We have a Gasparilla coming up, and if we have any say in
We
the,
have a motion, we're in the middle of a motion.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Shelby, do I have to reopen the public hearing in order to allow the gentleman to speak?
Well,
We need to finish this motion.
the discussion of the
We
duration.
closed the hearing, we made a motion.
Yeah. I'm not,
Yeah,
Can I ask a legal question, Marty?
turn your
Yes.
mic on.
Councilman Carlson.
Ms. Johnson Velez is representing the city's case.
Yes.
You're in effect representing the neutral party.
Yes.
And typically we would give both sides a chance to speak. I don't know what we do
Yes.
in this situation because in some ways, Ms. Johnson Velez was answering questions on behalf of the city, not on the case. But since we allowed her to speak, for the record, do we not need to allow him to speak and open this back up?
February 19th.
Turn your mic on.
Ms. Johnson Velez was answering a specific question of council or me as to when a start date can begin. Mr. Bentley did not address this during his rebuttal. If you wish to give him a certain period of time to be able to do that, that's council's discretion.
Do we have to
allow him
reopen the
address it.
hearing to do so?
Yes, you
Yes.
do.
All right, can I get a motion to
No.
reopen? No? We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda,
Second.
second
But if I
Councilman Vieira.
may I?
Yes?
If we do it.
Can we please finish the
We have a
motion?
motion on the floor, though.
But, okay, Mr. Chairman, do you want me or Councilwoman Hurtak? I don't want to.
People keep interrupting me. I was in the middle of something, then it went to Marty, then it went, like,
So,
All right.
I'm okay with the councilwoman finishing it.
thank you.
Okay.
We were talking about findings of fact, so at least let us finish the motion. Section 27-319, subsection N, where Councilman Clendenin talked about the gravity of the violation. I disagree with my council members. The gravity is pretty serious. They knew they couldn't sell alcohol because they created this site plan, and yet they did it anyway for years. We've had competent and substantial evidence that they were doing this over time. I understand that it's a small business, but they have been doing this over and over and basically flaunting the rules of the city. I don't find that to be okay. I think 25 days is perfectly reasonable. I don't care what time of year it is. It's your first violation, but you have so many other violations, and I know I can't talk about that, but what that basically means is that you just don't care. And so the finding of fact is the site plan was created by this establishment not even 2 years ago. And they knew they couldn't sell, and they did so anyway.
That's through February 19th for subsections D and N due to failure of following their own site plan. Do I need to add any other thing else to the motion? And it's already been seconded, so.
Any other findings of fact that you wish to state that addresses the criteria in either D or N is helpful to your motion if you wish to make specific findings of fact based on testimony you might have heard or evidence that you have?
I can also add the multiple public comments that admitted alcohol was
Yeah.
sold and consumed on the patio, not during specific events. So multiple people, both people who supported Grand Cathedral and neighbors, both said that alcohol had been consumed by them on the patio, and that is competent and substantial evidence.
Yes.
We have a motion from Councilmember
Henderson,
Henderson,
second
second
by
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you, Hurtak.
I'll just say, and I'll go to you. Other establishments, I believe, were given advance notice.
Yeah.
Meaning they had an opportunity to cure. I don't know all the cases, I don't know the entire history of the city, but since I've been here, you brought up some examples. I don't know if they were afforded due process. Forget the other violations. We're looking at this. This is the gravity of, this is the liquor license. We're not pulling it completely, but we're suspending it for a period of time. I just don't feel proper notice was given saying, hey, you're in violation of this, you have 7 days to clear it up. They were served, I think there's a major legal issue there of improper, what is it? Undue process? Due process, I don't know. I decided not to go to law school and here I am. So, I don't know, there's several issues here. I think they should have been given, regardless of all the other complaints and this and that, they should have been given on something like this, some kind of notice to fix it. They were served, they closed the patio. I hope they learned their lesson. I don't know what else to say, but I just don't think this was done the right way. Again, I'm bothered by other factors, harassment to the neighbors, the HR complaint, the private investigator. I mean, there's just so many factors here. But, yeah, I take issue with a lot of this stuff. Councilmember Carlson, you had your hand up. Councilmember Vieira.
Yeah, one thing is Mr. Bentley laid groundwork in the beginning for an appeal, and the city answered it, and it sounds like we mostly side with the city, but he laid a strong argument for an appeal. Now we're not letting him rebut, which worries me in the file. And so I would just say to this motion, I think that, as I stated before, 25 days is too long. It just, even if we gave them 0 days, but put this in, then it would be bad, because what happens the next time? What's the
60 days.
60.
Up to 60 days.
Yeah. So I don't recommend 0, but I don't recommend 30. I think 20 or 25 is too many. I think it should be 2 or 3. I think that is on a weekend night that you're talking thousands and thousands of dollars and upset customers. So I think that's reasonable. Thank you.
Councilmember Vieira, you had your hand up. Well, go first, and then Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of issues. On the motion to open or to reopen, of course, we wanted the councilwoman to finish her the councilwomen to finish their well thought out motion. I would suggest that we, for the sake of time, allow Mr. Bentley, if we do it, no more than 60 seconds, so he can make his point and then move on from there. With regards to the motion, again, like I said, I do believe that it's very clear that a violation was made. 25 days is way too much for me, in terms of what I feel comfortable on this kind of a violation. Again, I don't want to do 0, by the way. There does have to be some sort of a penalty. 25, though, is too much for me. But my thoughts on that, on the motion to
So
reopen.
we have a motion to reopen and give Mr. Bentley 60 seconds. Motion from Councilmember Vieira to reopen, second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And what you said,
We have that announced, please.
announce the vote to reopen.
Motion carried with Hurtek and Henderson voting no.
Thank you.
Before you begin, Mr. Bentley, in regards to the 25 days, I remember COVID. We were, people were shut down for 30 days for business, and a lot of people closed. Some got PPP money or whatever it is. Some didn't qualify for it, and a lot of people closed. 25 days is a death sentence. I don't know their financials, but, at that point, you put people out of business. I come from a family of small business people. They would go out of business. Many other people would go out of business. So that's the peril there. You have 60 seconds to respond, sir.
In light of the fact the client has existing contracts and events scheduled, and it's Gasparilla weekend, probably the biggest weekend of the year in Tampa, they would be amenable, not that we have any choice, it appears, to a suspension the following weekend for 2 days. That would be Friday and Saturday.
Can I ask a question to our attorney?
I'm next. Okay, we'll do motion to close.
And I just point out here again, I haven't used my 60 seconds, like I said, maybe I have. Ritz Ybor got 0, and then Club Prana, they had multiple notice of intent, and they were in front of dealing with the city for a long time, working out problems, and they got 7 days. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you, appreciate it.
Your time
Motion to
is-
close.
Motion to close from Councilmember Hurtak, second from
Seriously?
Councilmember.
After you said that to me about
No, you're gonna get to speak. You're gonna
Yes, it's your turn, but we have to close the hearing.
Yeah, Councilmember Hurtak wants to close the hearing. Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Clendenin.
I want to address one about the gravity of the situation. What I'm talking about, I would agree if the gravity of the situation, if they didn't already have a legal liquor license to sell and consume liquor outside. They already have a bar outside, they have a patio outside. We're only talking about, again, if the person's standing here or standing 6 inches away, that makes legal, illegal. So that's why I'm talking about the gravity of the situation. I would like to make a motion to amend the motion to strike 25, insert 2, and strike the starting date and insert February 12th.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, substitute motion. Motion to amend, yeah.
February
Motion,
12th.
motion to amend, strike 25, insert 2, strike the starting date, and make the new starting date February 12th.
You want to reduce the days to 2.
Correct. And the starting date to February 12th.
But she has to approve it.
Yeah, I just said,
Yes, sir, Mr.
Martin
Shelby.
Shelby, City Council Attorney. A motion to amend requires a motion and a second. Then what happens is you could have discussion on the motion to amend, and then you have a vote on the motion to amend, and if that vote passes, then the main motion comes back on the floor with that amendment.
Yes, correct.
No,
Yes, sir.
I had,
Mr. Councilman Miranda.
Amend doesn't mean, it's amending is the same motion.
He
Yes,
said
and
substitute.
there is no, and a substitute motion under Robert's rules is out of order.
So, motion
Yes,
to
if it's,
amend.
yes, if it substantially overturns the motion.
I've never read Robert's Rules of Order, to be honest with you. I remember 2 people that bought it on the same day, though.
So we have a motion and a second.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Carlson, Councilmember Hurtak.
I might agree with you if they hadn't built the patio after they had their site plan.
That wasn't in evidence, was it?
I don't know. about
Yes, it was. It was,
I didn't
no,
know that.
the evidence is in here, in this book, where they showed a photo of, hey, we're building a patio for you. And they put it on their Instagram. It was after the site plan was approved.
and they showed it
So,
today.
so that's my point. They knew. They built the patio, which is also part of this code thing we can't talk about, because they don't have a permit for the patio that they built unpermitted. I mean, that was actually mentioned at the beginning, that there was no permit for the patio during testimony. So there was testimony that there was no permit for the patio, and Ms. Johnson-Velez and Mr. Cotton, I asked about that, and they said, yes, that was correct. So my point is, they created this hardship for themselves. And if that's the case, and you all don't want to do 25 days, that's fine, but 2 is unacceptable.
Exactly.
They created their own problem. I understand they're a good business, and you don't want to hurt a small business. I don't want to hurt a small business either, but you can't flout the rules, whatever.
It's
You absolutely cannot do that, and they have done that time after time. So they created their own site plan, then they built an illegal patio, and now they're having drinks on that patio. So I would agree with you if that was the case, that the patio had already been there, but it wasn't. So I say then, if we really want to do this, 7 days starting tomorrow. I think that's a really valuable, strong lesson.
Is there a
From
second?
25 to 7.
Mr. Chairman,
There's a
There's a
second.
motion and a
But
second on
you're
the floor.
canceling
No.
Gasparilla for them, and I think that's important.
Yeah, 25 to 7.
Councilmember Carlson.
Starting when?
Yeah,
But that's not the motion that's on the floor.
look,
The motion that's on the floor is 2 days, beginning
February 12th.
February 12th. That is the motion that's been seconded for a motion to amend. That's the discussion on the motion.
Substitute motion, yes.
so we
It's
can
not a
only,
sub- It's really, no, it's a motion to amend, it's a motion to amend.
Councilmember Carlson.
so I stated my reasons before why I thought it should be a shorter period of time. The other thing I want to say, though, is that Attorney Bentley has been helping them to change things in the last couple months. if they have a violation again, just for everybody in the audience who goes there, if they have a violation again, even if they have 300 people show up, I'm going to push for 60 days. So what they've said is that they are changing everything and cleaning it up, and so I'm supporting 2 for right now, which I think is a very significant financial impact to them, with the idea that they have cleaned up and they're going to be cleaning.
Councilmember Miranda, then Councilmember.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that I'm like you. If it happens again, it's going to be 60. However, I think that 30 or 25 is a long period of time for what I've heard today on both sides of the issue, the way it was done, and everything else. So I would like to see 2 days for a month, each 2 weeks for a month. And I think it's more than 7, it's about 8 days. And work that out. And I'm just giving that, I know there's a motion on the floor and I'm trying to change it, but I'd say if we do 2 days a week for a month, I think the message gets across, the people that might have this idea in the future gets across, and we can march forward and say, you know, we set the standard. However, if you do this, it's going to be 60 for not this case, for any other case.
Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you very much. So I think that a few days, like 2 days, I think, in my opinion, for the violation sends the wrong message. I want more. However, doing it during Gasparilla also sends the wrong message. And by the way, there's potential procedural issues here, allegedly. And if we do it on Gasparilla, then guess what? The potential damages for the city will go up very much so higher. And to what benefit? To what benefit? So I'm much more in agreement, somewhere around where Councilman Miranda said. He, in effect, talked about 8 days spread out over a month. I'm looking at 5 to 7 days, but not on Gasparilla. So again, 2 sends the wrong message. I think up to 7 days is something that I think is reasonable, because again, a violation did occur. That is clear, and we have to act on it. Doing 0 days or virtually 0 days, I think sends the wrong message. But again, doing it on Gasparilla, when today's Thursday and it's coming up on Saturday, I would not be in favor of that at all. Again, I do think there is room here for a penalty, but doing it in a way that is reasonable but also resolute. Thank you.
Councilmember Clendenin.
I also just want to remind our councilman that we're not just talking about a business, we're talking about employees. So even if we were going to shut down a business for even a day, those employees need to have notice. A lot of these types of employees are the same employees we're talking about that are struggling with their data to pay bills, to pay for rent, to pay for all these things. So every day you shut down a business, you're also, it is very, very hard on the people that are working for them. So even how many days we shut them down, we've got to take that into account as well, especially for notification. Like if you shut them down tomorrow, these employees are out of a job and out of a paycheck tomorrow. So I mean, that just seems, I don't know who would do something like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. We didn't say that we were shutting down their business. We just said that we weren't allowed to serve alcohol. No, they actually have food trucks. They have other ways they can be creative. They have cigars. They can serve mocktails. They don't have to serve alcohol. We're not shutting down their business. This would not fly in East Tampa. They would get a harsher punishment. And I'm telling you right now, this 2 days and 7 days is unacceptable. It's unacceptable, especially in the light of the fact that there are, you know what, I'm not even gonna say it because I don't wanna be in the newspaper, but this is privilege. There's too much favoritism in these days of 2 days and 7 days. It is unacceptable. And I'm saying that publicly to everyone. I don't know who I need to be afraid of around here because I'm saying that, but that is just definitely unacceptable.
Call the question.
Councilman Vieira.
Wait a second.
And then we're going to take this vote. Oh. Second to call the question. We have a second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? Aye. To take a vote on Councilmember Clendenin's motion.
No debate. Would you just take the vote?
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Wait a minute, let's go with that again. Say what's on the
The
floor so that
motion
everybody
is to
understands
call
what's
the
going on.
question, which means to take
I
the
understand
vote
what
on
that
Councilman Clendenin. Ends the debate, take the vote.
On the motion on the floor, which is the motion to amend.
That is correct. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin to call the question, second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. What's on the vote?
This is for 2-day suspension starting February 12th.
Okay.
The motion failed.
I think so.
Hurtek, Henderson, Vieira, and Miranda voting no.
To call the question.
Open.
Okay, anybody else with finishing comments here? Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to respond to the accusations of favoritism. These folks who own this property, I don't know them. I've never been there. I don't smoke cigars. I don't drink. I'm pretty boring, I guess. But I don't know these folks. And just for the record, I speak on behalf of myself. I'm looking to do what is fair and equitable here. I do not know these people. I've never even been there. So this isn't something for me. And by the way, if I had been there and if I'd been there every week, I would, God willing, feel the same way, as I'm sure all council members do. So again, just for myself, no favoritism whatsoever. I have no personal connections. I personally don't like cigars. I'm a Cuban American. I guess that makes me a sellout, whatever. But I'm not a cigar guy, so there you go. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Yes.
My turn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Then we'll go to her.
I don't mean in the fair, in that sense of you being unfair. It's almost like internal bias. Oh, she's too pretty to go to jail. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like it falls into that kind of category. Oh, they're too good. They do great things. I think it's hampering, some of the decision making. It is when you find someone, there is a level of what you call punishment. It has to be significant to some degree. 2 days is not it. And I guarantee you, let's say hypothetically, we did vote 2 days. This business can survive. This business can survive if we do 2 days. This business can survive if we do 25 days. If they're considered the #1 cigar company in the world, it provides them with, the United States, it provides them with an opportunity to talk to the community, to get those things right that were in violation. It gives them an opportunity to get it right. And it does pinch a little bit, but they can be creative. They can open their food trucks, and you can invite the community. We'll come out and support you, just like we did with the coffee shop, King State, when their entire street was blocked off. There is an opportunity here. I'm not trying to be mean, but you definitely deserve to be in a very nice way. You deserve to be reprimanded.
Councilmember Hurtak.
I'm just going to agree with Councilwoman Henderson. I mean, we didn't argue about this in East Tampa. We just assumed they deserved it. And there is some privilege there. And I'm not going to disagree with her. I still agree 30 days. But I understand that council's not feeling that, which is why I went with 7. And I thought that was a perfectly reasonable thing. I would go with what Mr. Miranda said, every 2 days, if it were weekends. Because I think that's what you have to do. This is not a first time issue. This isn't I was doing it for a month. This has been going on for 2 years. And it doesn't, the rest of council doesn't seem to be affected by that. Yeah. And it just seems, it's just so wrong that people are, they clearly have flouted the rules. And y'all are just like, 2 days, can't let them go out of business. They're not going to go out of business. They sell cigars. They ship. They can have non-alcoholic beverages. We're not closing them down. We're simply saying you can't sell alcohol for a certain amount of time. That's all we're saying. Excuse me, you're not allowed to speak. Out of order. Can you remove him?
Well, that has to be done by the
No. Please, no audience participation. Enough. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, but I don't deserve to be talked back to from a member of the public. They need to leave.
Agreed.
So, please.
Who was speaking in the audience that would just go outside? I'm sorry. Okay, ma'am, continue.
Thank you. This is privilege, and Councilwoman Henderson is right. And I'm not going to vote for anything that's less than a week. I honestly don't really want to do less than 30 days. But I'm not going to have a no vote on this.
Okay.
Well, maybe I will.
Councilmember, Mr. Shelby.
I respect what council members are saying. And again, what you need to do is you need to turn yourself back to the code criteria. And you may have different findings under the code criteria than another council member may, which may support your decision. But with all due respect, I don't see privilege under A, B, or C with regard to what the code requires for you to weigh for a penalty. So I'm going to suggest that instead of framing it that way, which may in fact be one's opinion, relative to what the requirements of the code are, that you follow that.
Yeah, excuse me, Attorney Shelby, I thought that that was just discussion that we were having.
Everything you say is on the record and is subject to interpretation.
Understood. Thank
So
you for
that's why I
We
caution.
have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin. We have a second. Was there a
Please
second?
state the motion in its entirety, please.
Yes, and a second from Councilmember Carlson. Please restate your motion. And we'll take.
The motion was to strike 25 and change it to 2, and strike the starting date and change it to February 12th.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, a second from Councilmember Carlson. Mr. Shelby, I'm going to take a roll call vote. Please.
Motion to amend the main motion.
Correct.
Yes. Madam Clerk, would you please take a roll call vote?
Yes, sir. Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
No.
No.
Miranda?
No.
Carlson?
Yes.
No.
Maniscalco?
No.
Vote. Motion failed with Henderson, Vieira, Miranda, Hurtak, and Maniscalco voting no.
And if we can go back to what the main motion is, it's 25 days beginning on, did you say, what date did you say?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I am willing to amend it to 20 days.
You get-
I'm willing to amend it to 20 days if I can get before the
and-
20.
And beginning on what date?
Beginning tomorrow.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson.
That's another motion to amend.
Yes. Reducing it to 20 days, is that correct? ma'am?
Yes.
Beginning tomorrow. We have a second from Councilmember Hurtak. Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you very much. Since there's a hunt for votes, I'll tell y'all what I'm looking for, which is up to 7, but not this weekend. That's my criteria. Was there a second on this?
There was a second from Councilmember.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend the amended motion.
Wait, I
Just-
don't think
You
we have a-
can amend it twice.
You can amend it, you
Yeah.
don't have to take a motion to amend, but you just keep amending?
Yeah,
hold
you can
on.
amend it.
Without a vote?
Okay, go to calendar.
If he has a second,
Yeah,
Oh, we can't.
that's all that matters.
because then you have an amended motion. yeah.
Sorry.
And you have amended motion?
Yeah.
Yes, it's
So what
already,
that does
we've already done
is,
it.
so what that does is by making a motion to amend, you can just actually undo what the initial amendment was, even though it was a motion and a second as a subsidiary motion?
If I get a second, it passes.
Robert Rule of Orders there, that's Robert Rule of
Well, I'll
Orders.
have to take a look at
As long as he gets a second, it can continue.
that. The thing is, what Robert's Rules of Order is supposed to do is supposed to protect the process so that it isn't shortcutted. So that's why I want to make sure it isn't shorted, yes. Motion to amend. Debate. No further. Counsel, I don't
So
want to.
that's through February 14th.
If that motion fails, you can still then make your motion to amend.
But that you couldn't, not the same one.
Robert's rules say.
I can't do this live on television right now if you want to take 5 minutes.
Well, actually, I would just say, I would leave it to the decision of the chair. Do I have, can I make a motion to amend the amendment?
If you have a second, then it would.
Yes,
We would
okay,
take a vote.
that's
So
the
go
chair's
ahead, sir.
decision.
What is your motion?
My motion is to strike the 20 days, I believe you said, and insert 7, and insert the starting date on February 12th.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Carlson. Let's take a roll call vote.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
No.
Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
No.
Maniscalco?
No.
Motion carries with Henderson, Hurtak, and Maniscalco voting no.
So now what is the main motion?
the main motion would be that first motion with those changed dates and the duration, so with the same finding of facts,
Yes.
so.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's the main motion with the same findings of fact as amended.
As amended for the starting date and the duration.
February 12th.
February 12th.
7 days.
7 days.
Thank you very much. That concludes our
Before,
hearing.
no, it doesn't,
Wait.
because wait, stop, couple,
Wait.
Yeah, if you receive and file these, they were part of my.
Can we get a motion to receive and file? We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Carlson to receive and file. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Now, there is still the main motion on the floor. You did the motion to amend. So now it's the final motion. Believe me, I know what I'm doing.
Okay. I'm not saying you don't know what you're doing. But we just voted for 7 days.
You just voted to amend it.
To amend the
Right.
motion to 7 days.
So now we take an official vote on that amendment.
Because what that amendment does, it amends the main motion that contains the findings of fact that ultimately are the ultimate decision of this council.
Yes.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, February 12th, starting date, 7 days. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second from Councilmember Vieira. Let's take a roll call. This is the final vote. Roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Hurtak,
No.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
No.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
No.
Motion carries with Hurtak, Henderson, and Maniscalco voting no.
Mr. Shelby, does that conclude our hearing?
I have a
Councilmember
question.
Hurtak, yes, ma'am.
I have a question for Ms. Johnson-Velez.
Is this on the record? Or this hearing?
Yes, it's a question about this hearing. So how do we ensure that this is actually followed?
Development and Growth Management staff will post the property starting on February 12th and give the dates, the duration of the suspension.
So they will post it on the,
Yes, on the
Okay.
establishment, yes.
okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shelby, does this conclude our hearing?
Me too.
It's only, we haven't even gone throughout the agenda. We're gonna do a 15-minute recess. Thank you.
Here you go, Brittany.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to our morning city council meeting. Roll call, please.
Carlson,
Here.
Pertek, Clendenin,
Here.
Henderson,
Present.
Vieira,
Here.
Miranda,
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
You have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. Before we go into the agenda, I have some housekeeping. And the housekeeping begins with item number 49. There's a request to continue this to February 15th. Is there a motion to continue 49 to February 15th? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, we have people that have been waiting for a long time to speak on this.
It's
Okay.
a staff report. The people in the audience are here for 49?
Yeah, that's the parking one.
But 49 is a staff report, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, boy.
And people, and the
Okay.
thing is, we don't open it up for people to speak during staff reports.
Okay.
It's council policy, unless you want to change it.
Item number 59, there's a request to continue this to a future, to February 15th as well. Can I get a motion to continue 59? Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from? Vieira. This is a continue item 59 to February 15th. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We're going to kick it off with Mr.
I would still like to move number 46.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean?
If we could continue 46 to February 15th. We've had three, it's my district, we have three neighborhood associations at least that have asked us, at least 50 people to move this, not 45, 46. And I would just ask that we continue this for 2 weeks so that Vic and his staff can talk to the neighborhoods.
Well, we asked.
Wait, Councilmember Carlson has a motion. Is there a second for discussion?
Second?
Second for discussion. Councilmember Clendenin and then,
We had, earlier in the day, I think it was maybe about 72 hours ago when we first discussed this. We wanted to have Vic come back in, correct?
He's right there.
Yeah, so Vic is here, so I think we should hear from Vic and then I'd be, depending on what he says, I think I'd be willing to support that motion, but just in case there's something more urgent that we need to hear from him.
is that all right, Councilman Carlson?
Sure.
All right, we'll hold off and then when we get you.
No, but can we just do it now? Because, the argument is, do we need to hear it tonight, or can we
So we
continue it?
move this up in the agenda to now, you mean?
Can we just continue, I would like to continue it for 2 weeks.
But can't we hear him first to see what he has to say about this?
But can he just say whether?
Is there any issue if we continue this for 2 weeks, Mr. B-Day?
So we do have a time period by which we need to accept the grant and then process the agreement. It was 60 days, we're coming close up to that 60-day mark. That's typical with state grants and things like that.
And that's
So-
45, so I'm not suggesting not accepting 45, but 46 is just moving it into a different account. So 45, I'm okay, assuming that he'll let us continue 46, I'll make the motion to accept 45.
Is there any issue with moving 46, continuing 46?
To February
So,
15th.
Vic Bede, Director of Mobility, ideally, both should go together. More importantly, I would like to address the point made about both transparency as well as engagement, because we feel like we've gone over and above when it comes to engagement, and I'm happy to just take a few minutes and share what we have done, because it's truly different than what we've done in the past, and it is over and above.
Can I just say that we've had three neighborhood associations in the heart of South Tampa. We've Steve McElhaney just left. He's the head of the South Howard Business Alliance. He left. The last thing he said to me was that this was going to be continued to February 15th. And I said, "Are you sure? Don't you want to stay?" And he said, "No." So the Business Alliance and the neighborhoods are connected in agreement that this should be delayed. And we're only asking for 2 weeks. It's only so that this money can't be spent immediately until the basic concerns of the neighborhoods and the business community have been met.
That was 49 that was going to be continued. Are you sure it's the same one?
46.
Michelini was clear on 46?
Yes, he was here in 46 and 49.
He represents the South Howard group.
So,
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Yes?
I'm just sorry. Councilmember Carlson, 2 weeks brings you to,
February 15th is the next regular council meeting.
that's not 2 weeks, is it?
It's more than 2 weeks.
It's
Well,
3 weeks.
no, it's like a,
It's like 20 days and change.
No, seriously, no. Next
No.
week is a regular meeting,
Yeah.
and in 2 weeks is February 8th, and that's the
Yeah.
CRA.
I don't think they can do it in a week, and Vic just said that the thing that is urgent is we need to accept this grant, which I understood in advance. I never proposed not accepting 45, but 46, all it does is it helps the neighborhoods and the business community meet with them to answer their questions. And if we delay it till February 15th, they have the meeting, they come back, and hopefully everybody will say, let's move forward. Nobody's against the project. They're just concerned about how the project's going to be conducted, and they need their questions answered.
No, he makes sense. We're accepting the money with 45. The question with 46 is, where do we allocate it? And I think, not to put words in your mouth, he wants just the neighborhood to have clarity before we just say,
And the business-
okay,
businesses.
the money's going.
So that's what I was going to address, Chair, is one, we have met with the neighborhoods with as much information as we have available today. In fact, thank you to the councilman that organized this meeting with the 3 neighborhoods that you heard from. 2 of the people you heard from today were at that meeting. And the information we'd shared with them then has not changed since, mainly because we still haven't awarded the contract and we've awarded the contract, not completed negotiations. And a bulk of the engagement since has been along the alignment. We've had about 15 different meetings, one with the Business Alliance. We have another one coming up next month, which is after the date of the continuance. And I just wanted to emphasize that we've had one-on-one briefings with council. Mayor Castor sent a letter out to key stakeholders within the area. We started our engagement with neighborhoods, starting with historic Hyde Park Preservation, Parkland Estates, New Suburb Beautiful, organized by the councilman. And we appreciate that. On October 24th, we met with the South Howard Business Alliance, so the Soho Business Alliance. All of this before we had even issued an RFQ. We made a city council presentation on this project November 30th of last year, and for a full year, this project has been on the books. I only emphasize this because we've gone above and beyond with engagement and being transparent with the project. If that is in question, then I think we've done more than a sufficient job to move the items in front of us.
So the only thing the community is asking is for us to delay it until February 15th. That's it. And then that'll give him a chance to answer those questions. Obviously, from all the emails we're gotten, there are people that don't know anything about it, and they want a basic briefing. And within 2-3 weeks, they can answer those questions, and then everybody will come together and hopefully say, please proceed.
I think it's a fair proposition. Yes, ma'am, Councilmember Hurtak, then Councilmember Viera.
And maybe I'm wrong. Am I hearing you say that you don't have any details?
So as of right now, in our contract as awarded, it has a communications plan, and that requires the design builder to conduct significant outreach. We've also conducted a lot of outreach before awarding the contract so that we structure the contract with initial input from the community. I've had one-on-one meetings with folks from the area. We've been working with the Parkland Estates neighborhood for many years. So this is certainly council's pleasure in terms of what you want to do with the item, but it's not because we haven't gone over and above in our efforts to engage the community and share as many details as are available today. But this is a design-build contract, and let me assure the community as well as council, we are committed to addressing all concerns, be they landscaping on the street, be they business access, be they why we selected the project that we did and the alignment that we did. And we're prepared for this both with the budget as well as with the team that we've selected. I just don't want there to be a misunderstanding within council that we were either not transparent or we haven't gone above and beyond on trying to communicate this.
Which is why I think we need to do, you know, my day job before I got on council was public engagement. And the team they've got, the firm running it is the one that I get no complaints from, and the PR firm that's working on it is great. But we need a couple weeks because the community, you all saw all the emails, the community's very concerned about this. So there's no harm in holding this part. They're moving forward on the RFP and everything, and then there will be a formal engagement process. But one of the things in public engagement is you sometimes have to start before your official public engagement process starts. And they did have another public engagement consultant, and there were some meetings. One of them, as he said, I brought together personally all the neighborhood leaders in October, and I bought breakfast personally to bring them all together. But there's concerns beyond the people that have been met with so far, and we just need to be able to give them the basic outlines and maps and things. And I'm happy to go with you, Vic, to make sure you can answer the questions if you want me to. But we just need to buy a little bit of time so we can allay their fears before we start.
Councilmember Vieira Clinton.
A question from Mr. B-Day. Does this February 15th, if we approve 45 but don't do 46 and move it to February 15th, does that in any way jeopardize the 60 days?
Not that I'm
Okay.
aware of.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, it jeopardizes the 60 days. We'll have to ask for an extension, which is not unusual. So I'm not aware of the grant being in jeopardy.
Okay.
But what it does do is it creates a little bit of doubt.
Wow.
Because we won this grant through the Resilient Florida program. Our team worked hard in demonstrating that this project, above many other competing projects within the state, deserved $10 million. Our team is right now reviewing an interlocal agreement for THEA to contribute another $11 million to this project. We're adding significant value to this community, and I'm happy to speak to the project itself, but we've made one-on-one presentations to you. But if it's for the public's benefit, I'll walk through the project and what it does for this area now and in the future.
And if I may, for the sake of time, because I know we want to move forward and this is a very important issue, would 1 week, here's a compromise I'm suggesting, which is we do 1 week, and if Councilman Carlson is the district council person for that area is unsatisfied with that, we can move forward for additional time. And would 1 week, late day, I'm sorry. When you said it's kind of unclear if it'll jeopardize it. I saw some hesitation in there. I want a clear yes out of that, and that's why maybe 1 week. I'm just looking for a compromise so we can move forward and not jeopardize anything, but then give the councilman for his district, time to clarify some issues from his constituents. I see one of them here, a couple of them here with whom you could meet and set a time. And again, 1 week, we could make that 2 weeks next week, or 3 weeks, I guess it would be.
Absolutely, and that's not unreasonable. I will just check with Dennis if that works or
But
not.
a week won't be enough time for you to meet with folks. You need at least 2 weeks.
So we've already reached out to all 4 neighborhoods. And the best information we can share right now is what we shared with them in our meeting in October, which is, here's why we're doing the project, here's the benefits, here are the impacts, we are very clear about that. We're going to procure a design-build contractor, which is where we are. The next part of the engagement in terms of understanding from a design perspective is on the design builder. So yes, I've reached out to Pat Cimino. Ms. Meyer knows her and I met, at Panera Bread to discuss this project as well. It's not that we haven't spoken about it. At this point, all we can do is reassure neighborhoods that we will continue to focus on their needs, which is how this project began to begin with. So,
Councilmember Clinton.
So, again, without hearing a compelling reason that because I haven't heard from you that the February 15th would be like a deal killer for you, and I know you really want it tonight, but this is Councilman Carlson's district. Sure. And I understand, because I think a lot of people don't understand design build as opposed to some of the, other projects that we have. So I think maybe, having 3 weeks, a little bit more education, a little bit more outreach, so explaining design build, and then, hearing this. I know we've heard it, and I agree with you. I've been along the path. I know the meetings that Councilman Carlson has had arranged. I know the discussions that I've had and been a part of. on this project. So I without hearing it, I would say I would move to continue, I would move to adopt item 45 and move to continue 46 to February 15th.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Carlson, Councilmember Vieira, and then Councilmember Hurtak.
And thank you, sir. And again, I would be much more comfortable with 1 week and then seeing if it needs to be 2 to 3 weeks. But again, as a courtesy to the council member from the district that will vote for this, but I would be more comfortable with 1 week, because with 1 week, we can still get the best of both worlds to Hope Van Halen. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak, then Mr. Show.
Thank you. I just, from what I'm understanding, and since this is a design build, and in the emails I've read, there are a lot of very specific questions, and I don't think we're there yet. So I think that also needs to be, maybe it's a good time to get questions, and then you can relay them to the team once they've gotten started. But there are a lot of specific questions that, from my understanding, we don't have the answer to yet.
Correct.
So
Correct. There are some questions that we don't have answers to. There are some questions that we can answer the best we can right now. But even within 2 weeks, we'll be able to touch base with the neighborhoods. But scheduling meetings with a large group of people will take a little bit longer than that. So if that works with everyone, we will reach out and we'll schedule these meetings. In fact, like I mentioned, we've already reached out and started on these arrangements. And we understand the community's concerns out here as well. So.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So 45 and 46 is taken care of for tonight, meaning the continuance and everything. Thank you very much.
45 is adopted.
Adopted.
46 is continued.
40,
Continue.
exactly.
I apologize for being late. Did we,
No, we didn't start anything.
Okay.
Just tried.
You clean up and that ended up being longer.
All right.
Just,
did we approve
what?
44?
They adopted?
Yes,
Yeah,
45
I'm
was
sorry.
adopted, 46 was continued.
Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Can I make a motion to approve 44?
Wait, she's gonna check.
May?
Wait.
I have to go back to number 5. He's waiting. But yeah.
Yes,
let's-
yes, he made a motion to adopt 45 and continue 46.
For 3
Till the
weeks.
15th, 3 weeks.
15.
What?
I started a motion, but then Clendenin made a new motion, which was to accept 45 and then continue 46 to February 15th, and that passed unanimously.
Yeah, his motion was scrapped.
I scrapped my motion.
That is correct. Councilmember Hurtak, you wanted to move item number 44?
Second.
Yes.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have a hearing here, a first reading. Mr. Ron Vila, the most patient man.
Yes, seriously.
I think we saw him 72 hours ago, right?
Yes. Go ahead, sir. Item number 5, the presentation was coming up, so if you want to kick it off.
Yeah, I'd like for the T&I to pull it up while I go through this. Good evening, Council. Ron Beal, I'm a planner for historic preservation, and I will be brief. So this is for an ad valorem tax exemption for the address of 1208 North Howard Avenue. Next slide, please. The background and benefits of this program is that it has a positive impact on the area. It stimulates revitalization of the historic districts. It eases the burdens of the maintenance on the properties. This property is eligible. It dates back to 1906 in the infancy of West Tampa, and this was reviewed by the Architecture Review Commission. Next slide, please. So on the left, I have the 1915 Sanborn map. This is to show the early development patterns. You have a cigar factory on the corner of Nassau and Howard. Then the yellow illustrations are the frame single-family structures that supported the factory. And to create a quality of life, you have the stores. In the red box is the property in question. In 1915, it was a store, and currently it's going through an adaptive reuse. It's the AIA headquarters, and I'll show you some pictures. On the right, you see an aerial of the property on the corner of Nassau and Howard is a cigar factory I spoke about, and the property that we're going to review is just to the north of that. Next slide, please. This is a before and after. This shows the benefit of the ad valorem program. On the left, you see how the building doesn't engage into the neighborhood. At the time, the building has some challenges with the environment. It's shut down from the pedestrian and urban core there on Howard Avenue. And then on the right, you see the introduction of the glazing, the man door off the sidewalk, and then the reconstruction of the primary facade. Next illustration. So this is the alley elevation. Howard is a one-way street. This is very visible elevation. The alley is a brick alley. It is not completely reformed at this time. There is a cigar factory that is a local landmark just to the south of this alley that they share, and it's going through renovations. Once that building comes to the point, they're going to share the cost of redoing the alley and bringing that alley up to transportation standards. But on this image here, you also see a pedestrian entrance here. So it's opening up to the environment and to the residential community that it abuts. Next slide, please. This is the rear elevation. On the left, obviously, this is before. To the right, this is the parking area. They have a little courtyard for the employees to come out on nice days. And this will be the employee entrance that's probably mostly used. Continue with the next slide. Moving to the interior, there was very few character defining features of the building when it went through the initial reconstruction. But some of the items that were there was the baseboards of the tile material palette. And then you see the terrazzo floors that were polished to a high shine. Next slide. Moving from the floors to the ceiling, the pressed tin ceilings are very period appropriate for buildings of the early 1900s. On the left, the ceiling was compromised. You see some of the duct work that was there. That was on the right removed. What was damaged on the pressed ceiling tiles have been reconstructed, and you see the images now. Next slide, please. And some of the artifacts that were there were reincorporated into the adaptive reuse. Some of the wood that was there was reinstalled into the doors that are shown here. And then the door on the right is obviously a new door, but it does have the casing around it to show that there was a transom above. Next slide, please. This is the recommendation. The ARC reviewed this on November 6, 2023 and approved the application and met the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Moving forward, the staff also recommended to City Council to approve the historic property ad valorem tax exemption for the property at 1208 North Howard based on the meeting, the criteria, the ordinance, and the Secretary of Interior standards. Last slide, please. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for your patience. They did a wonderful job restoring this because I think we've all driven by, coming up Howard Avenue, and it's completely transformative. And what's happening with the cigar factory right nearby, and a lot of great changes. And you said St. Leo is across the street, right?
Next door.
Or right there. The interstate did a lot of damage in that community, splitting it in half. But little by little, it's coming back. And the important part is they're preserving our history, because it's a lot of buildings that are being repurposed. And this is I know it's, what is it? The AIA has their offices there, and they live up to their creed, and they did a really, really good job. So, do we take public comment for this? Is there anybody in the public that wants to speak on item number 5? No? Is there any question or comment from council members? Can I get a motion to close? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Miranda, would you like to read this? Yes.
Item number 5, file number HTX24/2211. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance approving a historical preservation property tax exemption application relative to the restoration, renovation, and rehabilitation of certain properties owned by AIA Tampa Bay Inc., located at 1208 North Howard Avenue, Tampa, Florida, and the West Tampa multiple properties listing based upon certain findings, providing for notice for property appraiser of Hillsborough County, providing for severability, providing for repeal of all ordinance in conflict, providing an effective date.
We
And I
have a
was
second.
honored to be there when they opened it up, and it was a wonderful place. What they've done is really nice.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Hurtak?
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Is your question about what we just did?
No.
Okay.
It's about the
So-
agenda in general.
Well, I just wanted to say that I can get through 48 and 51 super fast.
Okay, no, but I just have to do some housekeeping. Yes, sir, Mr. Shelby.
Could we just verify, was 49 moved? Could you check that?
Did we
Is that
continue
a-
item 49 to February 15th? I believe we made a motion.
49 was continued by my book.
Oh, was the second reading date announced? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm
Okay, I
sorry.
interrupted.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion
Number 5.
carried unanimously with the second hearing and adoption to be held on February 15th, 2024, 9:30 a.m. at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Check 49, the status of 49.
Continue 215.
Yeah, did we make that motion? I believe we did, but I wanted to verify. Yes,
49 was continued.
we're verifying. We're
Okay.
When we first came back, it was like the first thing we did.
215.
Now, did you say 55, Lisa?
And if we can go to 55 next.
And 50, remember I had to do that.
Okay.
Yes, yes, we will. Was it continued, ma'am? Item 49 was continued to February 15th. We did?
No.
Okay, so it was continued. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. All right,
I can do a super fast.
you want to do 48 and 51 super fast, you
Yeah,
said?
yeah,
Okay.
'cause I-
Councilmember Hurtak, go ahead.
All I want to say about the youth activities for Friday and Saturday night is that Chief Bearcaw decided to move that $280,000 to keep Stay and Play open from 10 p.m. to midnight, but only for, right now, for what we already have, which is summer and any school breaks. But what I've been doing is working with staff and trying to figure out a way that we can prioritize this in the 2025 budget. We have 10 months to do so. I've spoken with nonprofits, and I want to work with the schools. So we have some plans, and I think it would be nice. I see Mr. Mulkey here. Thank you for being here. Is there a time that we could just say we could bring this back just for a little update, maybe in 2 months' time? Do you think that's enough to have a little bit of an update?
Good evening, Council. Tony Mulkey, Parks and Recreation. Yes, I think a couple months we are starting to kind of develop some of our strategic plans surrounding our teen programming. It is a priority of Parks and Recreation. I did provide the memo responding for Friday and Saturday night programming, but actually expanded it because I agree with a lot of the feedback that this needs to be a more holistic view to try and capture more teens into the program as we have a challenge to reach out, but we're really good with our school age between 5 and 12, and it's trying to keep them in the program engaged and provide opportunities.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to ask that we move item 48. We continue it until March 28th for an update. And in that time, I will reach out to Mr. Mulkey and some others and see if we can bring folks together to talk about where we are.
I have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, this is something that we need to look at investing further in because this is a tool that will benefit our youth and keeping them safe, keeping them occupied, keeping them, considering, all the discussions that we've had regarding violence, regarding curfew, and so very good.
Yeah, that's why I don't want it to go too far, but to have a little bit of an idea. And so we can get some movement from there, but we will 100% involve the community because that is what they've said they've wanted.
Absolutely, I think it's very, very wise. All right, Councilmember Viera, you wanted to talk about item number 50?
Yes, sir. I was going to make a motion, if you recall, after public comment. We can accept 50. And so my motion was, I wrote it down here, and I will read down my notes. Motion for the administration to report to Tampa City Council on ideas on how to combat violent crime in our city of Tampa. This includes, but is not limited to, community efforts, the hiring of more police officers, addressing gun violence, youth programs and intervention, victims of crimes, assistance, and all other solutions on the table for violent crime. So this does not then foreclose on any other ideas that have been discussed before, including ones that we discussed today. So if the administration wishes to bring those forward, or any council member, we can do so at that time. And on the date is, what were we talking about, the first week of March, or?
A workshop or a
It's a discussion. We can turn it into a workshop. The problem with workshops is we have so many workshops on the agenda that the odds of us getting there would likely be slim. So I think as having it as a staff report, I think we're more likely to get it. We'll speak on it less, but again, if we make movement, I think that's what's important.
How about March 28th, the same time we're going to be talking about the movement of.
That's good.
Or this youth program, because
Yes,
it
ma'am.
kind of goes together.
And I had to step outside for something to get my motions for this evening, but I also wanted to commend Councilwoman Hurtak, because I did see that the administration moved on that, but if memory serves me right, you're the one who brought it up, so just as Councilman Carlson said, I salute that. I think that's important. But yeah, so that's my motion. So again, it's these ideas, including other things. I know we talked about a curfew, a bunch of different things that we can talk about, just, and I listed some. That's my motion for March 28th.
We have a motion from Councilmember Viera. We have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. Yes, sir.
So item number 50 will be totally restated, is that correct?
Actually, we accept the report. I mean, I'm going to accept, it's
Oh, I see what you're
7:48.
doing. So
I'll accept the report.
it's a whole new motion then.
We'll fight, we'll deal with that in a minute.
I got you.
Yeah, we talked about that before.
Yeah, we did.
About wordsmithing this. Okay, I'd like a scrivener's for the staff when they come back. I know your motion is all encompassing, but also youth work programs. So just when staff is listening, youth work programs. But I know you did not exclude that, but just.
We have a motion from Councilmember Viera, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. We now come to items 55 and 56, which are the last items on the agenda. So 55 is, whoever wants to speak about 55, is it you? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
No, I just see Abby, but then I see code enforcement, and then I see, you know.
It's not just me. Abby Feely, Deputy Administrator Development Growth Management. I have with me tonight John Reed, our Fire Marshal, and Keith O'Connor, Director of Code Enforcement, and also Kamara Pettis-Mackel. The four of us have been working on responding to this motion for you related to the rooming houses located on Nebraska Avenue. I believe earlier today, Ms. Headland and Ms. Grimsdale were here to speak on those. And we did go back and do some research. In addition, I'm gonna just go over that and the zoning with you related to those properties and how those rooming houses were established. I'll be brief, but I have Keith and John Reed here to speak to you. They did go out in relation to code enforcement and do a site visit, and John also went into the buildings and performed fire inspections. So the interesting thing is that the three of these facilities, and I believe Mr. Bentley is still here, and he represented these facilities in 2012 when they did convert from apartments to rooming houses. And I did check all the permits. Those permits were applied for and received and finalized in relation to establishing those facilities as rooming houses. At the time in 2012, when they were established as rooming houses were not a specified use as they are today in the Land Development Code. And those changes came in 2013. So in 2012, when these were done, rooming houses were in Chapter 19. And they did not have the requirements that we have today, which is they need to be separated 500 feet, so there are not congregations of them. They need to have 150 square foot per tenant. They cannot have more than 2 tenants per unit. So given that these facilities were properly permitted and predated the regulations, as you all know, when we put in land development regulations, we don't retroactively go back on facilities that were properly permitted. That is what happened in this case. So those three, in fact, the one at 2821 was established in the early 1960s, 1962 to be exact. So the others did receive their permits and they received their certificates of occupancy and they have remained in operation. Now, that being said, if they were ever to cease operation for a period of 180 days or show an intent to abandon the use, they would then be subject to the criteria that are currently in your land development code today. With that being said, I want to just turn it over to John Reed so that he can give you an update on the occupancy and the relation to the fire code, and then he'll turn it over to Keith and we'll wrap it up for you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. And Council Chair, for the record, I am John Reed. I'm the Fire Marshal with Tampa Fire Rescue. So I just want to take a few moments and give you some updates on the life safety and code aspects, and also tie into what Abby was saying as well. So first I want to reiterate that, as Abby did, recent inspections were done on all three properties. All three properties are now in compliance, no deficiencies, with the exception of 2021, which does have to update some of their smoke alarm capacities and things like that. But they're in full agreement, they know what they need to do, and they're also on track for that. So to step back just briefly to 2818 and 2820, that occupancy load of 30 was often the one thing that was discussed a lot. So I really wanted to just focus on that just for a second. There was a determination made back in 2015 by the fire marshal, and it was in collaboration with the city attorney, that the occupants of both those could be at 30, based on all the life safety and code requirements in place at the time. So it is important to recognize that both of those buildings are both fully sprinklered. They have full fire sprinkler protection, and they do have full fire alarm. So they exceed the standards for rooming and boarding. They actually meet the requirements for hotel, motel, lodging, and dorms. So that decision was made back in 2015. That carries forward. There's been no changes. As Abby stated, if there were to be changes, then it would be up to code at that time to look at it again. So with that said as well, just back to 2821, just for a moment, of course, we are in conversations with them. The initial inspection was performed. The inspector identified the deficiencies that existed with that particular property. It's a little bit unique in that the first floor has all their occupants exiting right to the exterior. So that is a more lenient code requirement, if you will, than the second floor that has an interior quarter. So that's what kicks in the smoke alarm aspect of what they're having to update in that particular facility. And they're, like I said, they're actively complying with that as we speak. And they have 30 days to come into compliance. And if for some reason they would need an extension, we could certainly grant that. So, and equally as well, both inspections that were performed on 2818 and 2820, they were initiated on December 12th. They also get 30 days to complete that deficiency list. They both have done that and come in full compliance. So those are actually what we call I3s. So they receive their inspection every 3 years. And it's the same with 2821. So they were actually due in February, but in anticipation of some of the conversations, of course, that have been occurring, we decided to go ahead and implement that and go ahead and get them caught up in December, and their inspections are complete. So as was stated, the city's rules that are now in effect and were into effect prior to this determination is still intact and will stay intact until there is a major change. So with that, I open it up to any questions.
Any questions for the fire marshal?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. I'll turn it over to Keith O'Connor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, John. Good evening, council. I will be brief too. Keith O'Connor, Director of Neighborhood Enhancement. Just like John just said, all three properties are currently in compliance. I'm going to speak to the structural maintenance issues of the properties. Since 2011, there have been multiple issues at the properties over the years, but they have all come into compliance since then. Specifically, 2818 has been in compliance since January 5th of 2022. 2820 has been in compliance since May of 2023, and 2821 has been in compliance since October of 2021. So with that being said, I just want to reiterate that our commitment to the VM-Ybor neighborhood and the association, if you remember back in November, I don't know if you were aware of it, Chief Bennett set up a meeting with the association. We met at Reagan Park, and we were out there, code enforcement, the VM Ybor Neighborhood Association obviously was, TPD, and housing. We had an hour and a half long conversation with the association. We exchanged contact information, and we are still in contact with them today as far as my team in code enforcement. I have since visited these properties in the last 30 days 3 times. Visually, they are still in compliance with the structural code. I don't see any deficiencies. I went out there with the district supervisor, myself, and right now they're still good. And then finally, the last thing, I did talk to Kim Hedlund yesterday. I explained to her exactly what the process is with us and where we're at. She does have my number. She has the district supervisor's number, BJ Slayton, but she is in regular contact with the district inspector of that area, and she told me she's very happy with the progress that he's making in the neighborhood. So we are committed to that. I know this is a tough topic with these houses there, but we are committed in code enforcement to making it better for them. If you have any questions for me.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Just to, Abby Feely, just to close out the discussion, I think there is a similar motion coming before you on February 1st in relation to sexual predators and the housing of those. And in relation to these facilities, we've given you our report today, but I guess we're all looking for either further direction on that motion because the Land Development Code does not regulate that aspect. And I think there was a presentation provided to you with Megan Newcomb and the police department a while back, but I just wasn't sure if that other motion needs to continue to move forward or what we would be doing with that so that we can be prepared.
Councilmember Carlson.
Mr. Bentley, can I ask you a question? I'll put you on the spot for a second. I know that the community is very frustrated, obviously, and we've just heard reports that there's nothing we can do on the regulation side right now, maybe in the future, but not with these existing facilities. But my question to you, and you don't have to fully answer it now, but is there a market solution for this? So if we found another place where they could go, part of the problem is that there are 3 buildings, and each building has a lot of people in it. And so let's say we figured out how to fund creating a building that had 5 people in it, and we were able to disperse these in industrial areas or whatever around the city. My question is there a market solution where the city could help fund these or other property owners to create smaller buildings that would house these folks dispersed throughout the city?
Yeah, that's a good question, Mark Bentley. Our clients don't go out seeking sex offenders, okay? They're referred by Tampa General, Hillsborough County Homeless Recovery Program, St. Joe's, Metropolitan Ministries. These people are transitioning, a lot of them out of prison, things like that, okay? So actually a lot of them, I think 32 have stayed for 3 years. It's not really, that transient. And I think there are 7 registered sex offenders last time I talked about this to the client. But to answer your question, I think that'd be better put to some of these agencies who make recommendations, for example, to these different rooming houses, including our client, what the market is and things like that.
But for example, if we went in and, I'm just creating a hypothetical after a 12-hour meeting, but let's say we went in and offered an offer one of these buildings couldn't refuse, and we paid for their building, and then with the condition that they could move dispersed to 5 other places in industrial areas away from families.
I don't know if I can answer that.
Okay.
We can talk about it. Are you making an offer to my clients?
Just trying to think of a solution.
But, my client has the 2 rooming houses that have 30% occupancy approved by the fire marshal. And like I said, I think there's 7 sex offenders there at this point in time. It fluctuates, so, but I'll tell you, I've had a lot of clients doing this for too long, especially after today, and these guys are really outstanding people, I take great pride in representing them. They do a great job in the community. I know it's a touchy subject, but, that's just my perspective. They always want to do the right thing.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you only represent the owner of 2 of these buildings?
2818 and 2820. 21's across the street,
Okay.
isn't it, Keith?
So you have 60 folks living in
No,
both?
I
30
think
in both? 30 in each?
the occupancy approved is 30 per building.
Okay.
I think at this point in time, last time I talked to my client was probably 2 weeks ago, I think they had roughly 45 to 50.
Okay.
All combined.
So combined, let's round up and say 50. But you're saying only 7 of those are sex offenders?
Based on an email I got from my client
Okay.
a few days ago. But it's not, all that stuff's online too.
Yes, but I think that's the issue. I don't think it's whether or not other offenders are using that address or using, we heard from the neighborhood vacant properties that are nearby, the addresses of those, and I think that's the bigger issue. I don't think it's necessarily, I'm glad we can keep these in compliance, but I was actually just at Ybor Heights Neighborhood Association last night, and they're basically saying the same thing, that they want to work on the Nebraska corridor, but what breaks my heart is they want to close a park. They want to close Burrell Park because they just don't think it can be rehabbed. And they're like, let's put affordable housing there. And so I think what that says is that the neighborhood is so frustrated by this Nebraska Avenue corridor, and that's what we talked about last night is let's talk about this corridor. Let's discuss ways that we can just with code, the vacant properties. Let's make sure they're mowed. Let's see if we can put some fencing up. Like, what other things can we do? These buildings are in compliance, but what else can we do for the neighborhood surrounding it? And I think that's where I would love to come. And I apologize, I don't mean to drop this on you right now, but I literally just had this meeting last night of what can we do to get together to talk about Nebraska Avenue and to help the neighborhood in multiple ways. Helps the neighbors who are living there, helping the people who are living on the street, who are using some of these addresses, because they have nowhere else to put an address. So I think there's a lot to be done here. I appreciate the work that the city has done, but what the neighborhood was saying in frustration today, they feel like they haven't been heard. And I think what we've said is they have been heard, but there's more we can do. Yes. And I think that's where we need to go next. So I'm fine with taking February 1st off because I noticed the very same thing. But instead, what I will ask is that between now and February 1st, if we could come up with a motion together about what that might look like. I know I'll work with you, Ms. Feely, on that, and I will bring a motion next week that talks about what we can do or what groups need to get together and a future date to do that. Does that work for everybody?
That's fair. Is there something about this on next week's agenda as well?
Yes, and that's what we're saying is I will motion to take, and unfortunately there's no number to it, but I will read the item agenda.
Yes.
It says
code enforcement, the fire marshal.
Yeah, code enforcement, the fire marshal, and legal to meet with the VM Ybor Neighborhood Association to discuss code violations and provide a report. And we heard tonight that already happened, and that the report has been provided. So I will move to accept that report and take that off of next week's agenda. And then I will come next week during new business with an item and a date to talk about this. How's that?
All right, that's a motion from Councilmember Hurtak to receive and file that item because she's gonna make a motion next week in replacement of.
But there's also, that motion next week is coming off the agenda?
Yes, I will make a separate motion.
Okay.
All right.
Right now I'm accepting the file number 55's report.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Okay, second, I wish to take that motion off that I just read. It's third on the calendar, if that helps you, the clerk. So
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak.
move to strike from the agenda, or however you say it.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Anything else?
I just want to say, Ms. Feely, if we could find a time to just have a phone call with Kelly and we'll all talk about it.
Thank you very much.
You're asking what we can do in Nebraska. We could open up a cigar bar and an outside patio. Oh, wait, too soon? Too soon,
soon, sir.
sorry.
Yeah, it's not funny at all.
Motion to remove from the, kick him out of here.
Councilman, you're not funny. Just wanna say it for the record.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes item 55. We go to the final item of the morning, item number 56. We're still in morning session.
Bonding.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you,
Good
thank you for
night.
having me.
Go ahead, Mr. O'Hara.
Thank you, Council. Dennis Verhero, Chief Financial Officer. Of course, this item is our status update about our efforts toward the public safety impact fee. As you see in our staff report, we have an existing contract with Raftellus Financial Consultants. You'll recall we've had a very successful history with this firm. They've got the tools, the expertise, the experience to do one of these publics, because it's a detailed, as I'm sure you know, but for the public's benefit, it's a very detailed process to come up with a public safety impact fee that meets all of the requirements associated with case law, statute, et cetera, et cetera. They've got the experience, they've got the tools. You see, it's a little under $83,000, the negotiated work agreement we have with them, and I'm here to answer any of the questions you may have.
How can we move forward? We heard from some folks in the community this morning regarding the public safety impact fee. We've talked about it. We have these reports. Mr. Massey has ad nauseum, reported to us.
I believe you've shared a memo or two.
What do we do to take the next step? What action do you need from us? This is it? So this is in process, okay, in progress.
Well said. Yes, this.
Do we need to approve?
I would submit to you to approve this item, and this gets the ball rolling as we've identified in the staff report.
Motion from Councilmember Miranda.
They don't need to
move
approve
56.
Oh, okay.
It's a work order under $100,000 under an existing contract, so I don't think you have to approve anything, and we're moving forward with it. We had to negotiate the scope.
Okay.
And unfortunately, there's just steps that they have to take, so.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, after you.
Thanks. Just really quick, I just wanted to point out for the public, all the millions of people watching us right now, that, the public safety impact fee is really, it's great. I mean, we haven't done it in a few years when this was first pushed, but it's very limited in its scope, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, it deals with the affected local area with particular development. It's got to be, the public safety investment has a nexus or connection to that particular development. So this is probably a third of a chicken nugget, and I want 5 McRibs. So, so again, for me, this is fine, but this is not anything near, it's a small part of what we need. So again, all for it, but I just don't want folks to think that, oh boy, here it comes. No.
And if I could just expand on that, you're quite right. These are charges assessed based on development and the anticipated impacts associated with that development.
Remember, you gotta plant a corn before you get a corn tree.
Councilmember.
That's a new low. That is a new low.
I want to say that I do want to just go ahead and accept it and say, let's move forward. So I would like to make a motion. But before that, just what is the anticipated timeline to have this report and get it done? So if we wanted to make a motion to come back, when would we do that?
I'd like to circle back on that, because what I'd like
Okay.
Raftellus to do is to do a little more in-depth work before I just throw out, a date that might not be worth the paper it's not printed on. So I'd like to circle back with a more refined time frame.
Okay.
I mean, it's a reasonable question. I just want to be able to.
Oh,
give you a
no.
concrete answer.
I understand, and that's why I just, we want to make sure that it makes it back to the agenda, so we're following this, but I don't know how long of a process it is.
Understood.
Just, council, as they get into the process, they will, by state statute, they're required to have public workshops before you on the proposal. And so we're going to have to come back to you and have public input before the impact fee is actually adopted. So.
Thank you, and that's really what I was looking for. So it will come back. There's nothing necessary that we need to do, but I will just say I want to make a motion to happily accept this and move forward with it.
All right, we have a motion to accept this.
Happily accept.
Motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anybody else? will I be seeing you at Gasparilla, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
All right,
counsel.
that's it. That's the agenda. Let's go to new business. I'm gonna hand the gavel over to, Councilmember Clendenin. I was gonna say my friend, Councilmember Clendenin, but.
Okay, the Chair Pro Tem recognizes Chairman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation to Beth Alden for recognizing her contributions to the community and her 22-year career with the TPO. I'd like to present this commendation at our next regular council meeting, which is next Thursday. I know it's short notice, but February 1st.
We have a motion from Chairman Maniscalco, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye.
Who TPO is?
So, Councilmember Henderson, the TPO used to be the MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Councilmember Vieira was on it. I've been on it for almost 9 years. And if you'd like to be on it, I'm happy to get off.
Well,
Nobody
I'm
wants it.
kind of liking public safety now.
Okay, all right.
Okay, let's do this vote again. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
All right, I have a
Ayes have
couple
it.
of others. I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation to the Hillsborough County Victim Assistance Program. I will present this commendation off-site at their Call to Action and Information Fair event on April 25th.
We have a motion from Chairman Maniscalco. Is there a second? A second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
And then the last one is, I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation to a couple that needs to remain anonymous because it's a surprise, but it's nothing bad. You'll know who they are. Due to it being a surprise for their philanthropic work and its positive impact on the city of Tampa. I will present this commendation off-site on February 5th. It's nothing controversial, it's good people.
Okay, that's just weird.
That is weird.
What?
That's just
Because I can't spoil the surprise because they don't know.
How about,
and, you know.
if I may, maybe you present it, we'll trust you. In other words, we'll trust you to do it, and then afterwards you retroactively do it. Can we do an anonymous commendation?
That's unusual. I mean, you know,
I'm fine with it.
it's not anonymous.
I mean,
Because,
not
Okay,
but it doesn't comply with the sunshine law. You know, it's sort of like you're leaving it blank. But you know what, if you feel comfortable with it, I don't particularly like it, but you could come back and ratify it.
Yeah, we all trust.
All right.
You know,
Can I give the commendation and then come back? It's not controversial,
Yes.
it's nothing bad.
Yes.
And then I'll come back and say, I gave this comment, let me
We
hold
haven't-
off on this, okay?
Okay.
I don't
So
have
we
to
don't
make
you don't
the
need to make a motion, okay.
I'm gonna present this commendation, I'll tell you who it is. You may or may not, I mean, you know the name, so.
Yeah, do
so
it later.
I can't
Don't
ruin
ruin
the
the
surprise.
surprise.
Okay, is the first name
People
Donald
can
and Melania?
No. They're not political,
Okay, is that it?
That's it, thank
I'm
you
not
very
giving the
much.
gavel back.
Well, I'm taking it.
Okay.
Councilmember Miranda. Councilmember Vieira. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, Chair, thank you so much. I would like to move to schedule a thank you so much. I would like to move to schedule a workshop on April 25th to review and discuss the process for honorary naming of city-owned property as set forth in the honorary naming ordinance in Chapter 2 of the City Code adopted by this council on May 4th, 2023. It's a new ordinance, and there are some issues with the process that have come to light that need to be addressed. As I've said previously, this is not about people, it's about the process. Let's be prepared to offer suggestions for changes to the process. In the meantime, I also include in the motion that council suspend consideration of naming or any renaming of city-owned land and request the mayor do the same until the workshop. Suggestions, of course, are welcome from their office and administration.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a second for discussion? Second from Councilmember
Thank
Carlson. Vieira, then Hurtak.
And I was going to say, I mean, the beginning of it, I was totally fine, but I don't know about suspending any ongoing acts that are occurring now. I mean, I don't know what effect that would have. Is there anything ongoing right now?
Well, there
or-
was something, there was a person, 1 week after a person was deceased, there was a motion to name a park after that person, and we have an ordinance that says the person should be deceased for a year.
Oh.
So we do have some challenges in our process, and that was made by the previous councilman that sat in my seat for a park naming. So, you know, for me, what I discovered was When we make the motion, it's legislative and the staff just does what we ask them to do. And so the problem is that there is no community input, and it can create some misunderstandings in our community because it's coming from us. The power is with us when we make a motion and we say, yeah, it sounds good. Let's name it after that person. Really, it's almost a done deal at that point. Staff is just doing what we asked them to do. And so it's just created an issue, and we have to figure out, should we have all of that power once we make that motion, because it is a courtesy. If that's what it appears to be, or that's what it seems to be when someone says, hey, I want to name something after someone. And the council member that named the last one, is no longer even on council, and we're dealing with the, aftermath of, some public concerns.
And if, may I, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So but for number one, I'm working on, I can't go public with it yet, but on the park renaming with someone, I can't speak about it at this time, that it will come out very soon. And I want to know before I vote for this, who we would be setting aside. And I would need that information. I mean, the first part of it, to have a review of the process, I'm all 100% with that. If we could have the listing of what efforts it would set aside, because I want to know that. That's me.
Okay.
It would hold, you're asking that
Stuff that has-
if there's a problem with the process, you're asking to hold up the process till the workshop in April.
Yeah, because that naming process, the problem is that the letter was sent to, I don't know if to all of you all or to me in particular, where one of the questions was the community said, well, we didn't have any say.
Yeah.
And I said to the community, well, you don't actually get a say, because it's a legislative motion that carries the process to staff. And there's nothing in the rules that say that we have to talk to the community about the naming. So that is one of the problems that was presented even by the community. And I had to inform them of that. Yeah, we don't need your permission, actually, because of the legislative rule.
Two things real quick.
Yes.
The clerk would have any motions that you all have made to rename any facility. So she would have a listing of anything that's pending at this point in time. So that's a way for you to figure out what's in the hopper, for want of a better word. The other thing is, you're right, the process is initiated by you all without any input from anyone necessarily. It does go through a review of some sort, and it does have to come back to you in a public hearing setting.
Right.
And we do, and real estate is required to post this in a prominent place on the website for comments. So I just want to make sure y'all are aware of that. We can stuff.
That's true. That's a very, I don't want to say hidden way, but someone would have to go looking for that, information. Yes.
Councilmember Hurtak, Councilmember Clinton.
I'm just gonna ask to amend your motion because we have 7 items already on that workshop agenda
Okay.
to May 23rd, where we have nothing.
I like that.
I'm sorry, we have 1.
Second.
That workshop, May 23rd is a workshop?
Yeah, May 23rd is a workshop that only has
I will
1
accept
item.
that.
Okay, thank you. Just because this definitely, obviously needs to have more conversation around
Okay.
it.
Yes, sir, Councilman Clinton and Carl.
Absolutely what Councilman Hurtak just said, and I think what you said as well. Clearly, what we've just seen by this kerfuffle that we just came through with renaming, that this is not well discussed. And you're right, the public does have an opportunity, but it's not until we get to that public hearing, and by then it becomes personal and awkward, and so we could have saved a lot of heartache had we followed a little bit more of an in-depth process. And I think this was a learning lesson, and we should take this last situation as a learning lesson. We should take that to that workshop and find a better way of making these things happen, because you know what, it's something we should take very seriously.
Yeah.
A lot of, and I thank you for bringing this up, because I think it's important.
I was gonna do it,
Yeah.
when you all were so gracious enough to allow me to go to my mother's, bedside. And so it's just important for me to do it because we're still getting communication, and, it's important that we address it, together
And
in a
I
workshop.
don't think there's anything whether something's renamed now or we have a 5-month delay or 6-month delay or whatever, these things are going to be renamed, and for lack of a better word, for perpetuity. So let's take the time and do it right.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, first of all, in terms of the weight, this is not like a commendation. It should be, and we've talked even before you all got on council that we should limit commendations too, so that they're special. But this in particular should be something very special and very rare. And the genesis of it, you may know, was that we had colleagues that made some proposals, and the administration then put together a committee that came back with those recommendations. And I thought the recommendations were great. At least it was a process. Before, there wasn't even a process. The problem was then they proposed it as an executive order, and they informed us about it. And so then we went back and forth about the charter, and the compromise was that we codified it in an ordinance, and the mayor codified it in an executive order. And what it said was that if we followed the rules, or she followed the rules, then we could name something by ourselves. But if it breaks the rules, then we have to both agree, which I thought was a great compromise. And then the notice that he talked about, that was something I pushed for really hard, because there could be controversies. Like in this case, the process actually worked, although it's rough. But I was pushing for more notice than just putting on the website, because there are people who, on the surface, might seem good to somebody and not good to somebody else, right? And so we need to listen. There could be backgrounds of proposees that we may not know, and just putting on the website is not sufficient. So I'm all in favor of more notice. I'm in favor of more process to increase the level. I would hope that whatever we came back with, that the mayor would agree in an executive order at the same time. So anyway, right now, if you wanted to do something outside one of those rules, if the mayor agrees, we could still do it. But somehow I think we need to make it more of a special and rare thing.
Agreed.
All right, we have a motion, we have a question.
Yeah.
We have two honorary street renamings that are outstanding, a couple, actually 3 or 4. Does this affect those that we've already passed?
Would this cancel the pending street renaming?
No, I don't, at this point, no. I don't want to do that.
Anything you've already done is done.
Not
But
something that
it's
that's
anything
already-
that's kind of, I think, pending, she's
open
asking
that
it
can
to
of
be
worms.
held
Okay.
until you have the workshop, so.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's fine. So just to disclose to council, I am going to be proposing a park renaming, very likely within the next few weeks. And we can have it come back concurrent with this. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure, because we have Dr. Walter Smith, we have Salvador Martinez Ebor that are still outstanding, and I just wanted to make sure on the record that this doesn't push those back, because that's very important.
We have a motion from the Councilmember Henderson and a second
Real
from.
quick, I guess a clarification, if those have not been approved by you by ordinance, if they haven't, are you asking that they be held until we have the workshop, or are you
They
saying?
have, I believe, but my staff will check up on that.
All right.
My staff of 38 will all check up on that.
Yes, sir.
And if it hasn't, I'll come and ask the court for relief. But
I believe
don't foresee that
they
happening.
have. My
Yes, sir.
recollection is I think
Yeah.
they have been approved.
Okay, so let's vote.
Councilmember Henderson has a motion. We have a second from Councilmember Clendon. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is for our attorney that we, pay big bucks to do. This motion is, I move to set a staff report on February 15th to have our city council attorney meet with us individually to return with recommendations to amend the rules procedures to address the order of business, public comment presentations and commendations and other suggestions proposed by council. So in other words, today, public comment should be about what's on the agenda first. It's on the agenda, they can line up first, and then the other people can come after that. Let's hear I want him to make some suggestions.
Okay. February 15th?
February 15th.
Second. We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
It's individual conversations, I did say that.
Any opposed? Yes, ma'am. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Al?
I'm sorry, I do have one more thing. And this is, under new business, can it just be a comment?
Go ahead.
Okay, good. Every week, there are folks that come to council, public comment regarding Resolution 2025-68. that was made by this body back in
2020.
exactly,
Yeah, September, October.
exactly. And so I think that because I'm the black woman on council, there are people in the community that are waiting for me to say something about this. And, you know, it happened at a time when, you know, it was very sensitive, everything that was happening in the world, and it still is to a point. Section 3 of this resolution says that the City Council of Tampa hereby declares its support for the creation of a reconciliation commission. We support that. That's what this body said back in 2020. It did not say that we would do it. It did not say we would staff it. We did not provide a budget for it, but it did say that we would support a commission. In other words, there are organizations out there that if this is something that they're so inclined to do, then by all means, if you want to make recommendations and present it to council, that is something that we're open to, and that's what this resolution says. It is not legally binding where we have to provide a staff or a budget. It was not presented in the mayor's budget. And so that is what I have to say about it publicly. So every week when people are coming, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, that is exactly what I'm thinking. And in terms of just the word reparations, I know that's a hard word. We've had reparations in this country for a lot of different situations. You can look that up in your own history books. And so if with black folks who ancestors were enslaved, would we be entitled to some reparations? That is something that is a legitimate conversation at the city, state, and national level. This 7 body right here, we have a lot of city business, and that is not it for me. So I'm just saying that publicly, and I'm sure, you know, if the reporters want to call, they can call, but that is all I have to say.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Councilmember Condon.
Councilman Henderson, do you know what date that was passed? Because I want to go back and watch that.
Here, but someone
I
put
know,
us-
exactly.
We were not here, but someone put us on notice today about it, because they said that we were, you know, now part of it.
I'm just-
September 3rd, 2020.
September 3rd, because I'm going to go back
Yeah.
and watch, September 3rd, 2020.
Signed by Chair Guido Maniscalco, and that was when during COVID.
Yeah, we were at the convention
Yeah,
center.
at the convention center, so. But it is a very simple document, and I think I recommend that the public read it again. Section 3 does say that we do support the creation of a reconciliation commission, but it does not say that it is us. It does not say that we staff it or we budget for it. And as you know, we just went through a huge budget adoption process. It was not a part of the budget that the mayor presented to us, nor was it something we included.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate your insight on that. Thank you so much. I have one motion.
Thank you.
A motion to have city planning staff to appear and provide a presentation on the January 2024 cycle of land development code amendments at the February 22nd council workshop session.
We have a motion from Councilmember Condon, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Just a couple reactions and then a couple of motions. On the naming issue, without naming names, the one that is contested right now, I can't talk to you all about this offline. I know one side, but I don't know the other. If there's any one of you that knows both sides, it would be really helpful to have a diplomat that would try to figure out a solution there. I don't know who can resolve this issue. Staff can't do it. It's not fair to dump it on them. It's not fair to everybody who's new because the council member who was here before set this up. But if there's anybody who knows both sides, we need to, I've talked to one side, I don't know the other side, so.
Well, I have a whole notebook I can share with you.
So anyway, if somebody can resolve that, that would be great. On the reconciliation issue, this is an example where it would be beneficial to the city as a whole if the communication department worked with all of us and we all got on the same page. And we can't vote to designate anybody in particular, but that clarification that you just made would have been helpful if the communication department had sent that out the other day. Otherwise, we're all scrambling, trying to figure out what exactly it said, trying to find the documents, because we got blindsided by the media the other day. So I'm not criticizing anybody, I'm just saying that it would be helpful if we worked together on it. I'd like to, as you all know, Dr. Vaughn at UT is leaving, and he's got a big event happening on March 22nd. The mayor and county commission, everybody else has given him accommodation already, and UT asked if we could also get accommodation. So I'd like to make a motion to create accommodation for Dr. Ron Vaughn for his years of service as president of the University of Tampa to be presented off-site on March 22nd, 2024.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And I think that's an event that everybody's invited to. I'm not going to present it. It's just going to be there with all the others.
How many years did he put in? 10?
He was one of my professors back in 1987. So it's,
Okay, but
he's
he
been
became
there.
the president.
I just want to
94, I think.
Okay, yeah,
rename.
I remember that.
Anything
I was in
else,
grad
sir?
school.
Yeah.
Wait, Councilman Clinton, you want to comment?
About the renaming thing, and this is not gonna make friends with my friends and people that are not my friends, but, yeah, you know, and this goes, again, it goes back where Councilman Henderson, in this proposed workshop we have, it shouldn't be this hard and shouldn't be this complicated, and if it is, we probably did the wrong thing to begin with, and I think we need to let this die just a peaceful death, and then just move on from that point, and if it comes up again, as somebody proposed, we can evaluate it at that point, but I wouldn't do the reconciliation thing. I think the question's been been asked and answered, we're not dealing with it. It's done.
You're talking about reconciliation or naming?
But the renaming.
Oh, the renaming.
Because
yeah.
you'd asked about something, getting together and working with,
But you have hard feelings on both sides, and I don't know what the expectations are on either side.
That's why we should workshop it.
So you workshop it, and then if somebody wants to bring forth another proposal for another renaming for another, then we can deal with it at that point for that particular, on the merits of that particular question.
So, in public comment, Yvette Lewis brought up NACP. I'll throw this out and see what you all think. Motion to ask city staff to report on February 1st as to the status of the NACP contract and the payment to them.
Okay.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second Councilmember Clendenin, Councilmember Henderson, and then Councilmember Hurtak.
Yeah, if you go back and look, remember it was a consent agenda item where we passed there was the language for their current contract. It was on the consent agenda, what was required of the NAACP in order to get their funds. They didn't get their funds last year, and so that part is maybe something we definitely need to address, but we definitely had language from our lawyers drawn up on the consent agenda a couple of months ago regarding their funding. And so, of course, we don't comment during public comment, but I just want to recommend that everyone go back and look at that language of the criteria that is being required of the NAACP in order to receive funds.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember
Yeah.
Hurtak.
Along that lines, I want to make sure that the requirements for everyone who receives funds are the same. Because that's part of what we've heard is that it's not the same. So I want to make sure it's the same for everyone, regardless of how much money they're getting. I mean, there's absolutely, we need people to be accountable, but we should be setting expectations that are reasonable for everyone to reach. And I want them to all be the same.
Right. That's why
fairness.
it's so unfortunate
Yeah.
that we didn't pull it from the agenda. That's why it's unfortunate that we didn't pull it from the agenda, and look at the details of it.
Yeah.
That's one of those neophyte things that I'm learning. It's not, and now I understand why we pull agenda items from consent. Because those details, I read it and it just seemed reasonable to me. And then no one came to council to dispute those. So I thought it was okay. And it appears to be a challenge for them, so.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and this is for I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
No, I was gonna wait for you to finish.
All right, motion and a second for February 1st under staff reports.
February 1st? Yes.
Next Thursday.
I've heard from Ms. Lucas, and she's, we have two.
Your mic?
Thank you.
Don't you do it
She
again?
is
Don't
Mike
you
Check,
do it
Mike
again?
Check. That's her nickname.
Well, you have 2 review hearings, and I don't know what else, but it's a 1-week motion, and the staff is asking, the
Yeah,
clerk's asking.
I was going to say, some of these motions, especially if they require some research from staff, we may need more than a week to turn that
February
around.
15th.
We, by the way, with the clerk's office, city council has always had a standing policy to avoid 1 week motions.
So let's
because
do
it's very
February 15th.
burdensome to
I'll,
staff.
I'll change it to 15th. The reason why I made it the first is because they've been waiting more than a year, and they've already provided the services. I'll let them make their argument, but.
All right, we have a motion for February 15th under staff report, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Two more real fast. Yeah, sorry, we talked today, one of the problems that's getting worse and worse, I think, and we talked about it several different ways today, is that we're not getting what's called data dump until the night before. Big sections of presentations came in yesterday, and some of them last night. So I would like to make a motion to ask staff to present a draft ordinance on March 7th that will require agenda items to be automatically continued for a week if the full presentation and backup materials are not in the online public database as of 5 p.m. the Friday before.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I just want to comment on that. One of the things that I'm curious about when
Mic check.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna use my nickname.
Thank you, number 15. I appreciate it. Okay. One of the things that I was thinking, even when I was talking to staff the other day about something is that, their workload is pretty heavy. So I think that sometimes they are still working on it and they're trying to get it to us at the last minute. And I don't know if there's something that we could do about that. If it's a need for more time, can they ask for it? And tell us that, look, we need more time. And that's why it's ending in there late. I think that's what it appears to be sometimes.
If I could interrupt, I would appreciate if you would allow Chief Bennett to at least address that emotion, because part of the problem goes to, you all make a lot of motions, and some of the motions you ask for very quickly, and it takes a lot of time for staff and legal to pull all the information together to give you, especially if you all want it in written form, which seems to be the trend now. It used to be a lot of these presentations were made verbally and not in writing. And so if you want all this backup in advance on the agenda, then one of the things we really need to work on together is you all, when you make your motions, need to give staff sufficient time to put that material together, knowing that we already have, if you look at the calendar, a gazillion motions virtually for every meeting, and so
So the last one, can I read the last one? We passed that one already.
No, we haven't.
We passed it unanimously.
I just have one thing to say about it, that I did speak to Chief Bennett about this on Tuesday and said that it was a problem that we didn't have the information. But also, I just want to say right now publicly to staff that if there's any motion I've made that they need more time on, I'm happy to have them come to me. And I don't want to speak for everyone, but I'm happy to extend time where it's necessary. And but not having the backup material makes it incredibly hard for us to come in basically blind. So
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Last one is.
Wait, we didn't vote on it.
I think we did.
We did?
Yeah.
We did? Okay, I'm sorry.
So what you're doing is you're directing the staff, which is the legal department, now because of that, is to generate an ordinance, which is a whole process in and of itself.
Correct.
Before you have the discussion.
And I guess
with Mr. Bennett.
I'm just asking as a matter of courtesy if you would allow at least.
I would
Chief
rather,
Bennett.
my motion is to have it on that date. If he'd like to discuss it on that day, we're not voting on it yet. It's just to present a draft ordinance, but that way.
That takes a lot of work in and of itself.
Yeah,
I'm not
but that way we can discuss it with him on that day.
I'm just telling you, and that's fine. That day we may not have an ordinance to present. It may be a discussion between you and the administration about
So
whether we need that ordinance.
If you all
but-
want to, just like with any
Sure.
item that we make a motion on, if you all want to make your motion
Sure.
offline,
Be glad
we can
to.
talk about that.
One last thing before you do, Mr. Carlson, just to close this loop on this discussion. In terms of recommendations for your agenda, there may be a limit on the number of staff reports on each meeting. There may be a limit as to the number of staff reports for each council member. For instance, one council member may only have one staff report, maybe two, or whatever the policy is. So you could have less work specifically for the staff, because I don't know whether you know this, but it's manually done in the legal department. The master list of city council generated ordinances, motions, is a masterwork that has to be manually updated every week.
We do it every week, and so you all are aware, every Monday, every attorney in the legal department meets for over an hour to go through that list, to track where we are on the motions, and it takes at least an hour, sometimes more, and so I'm just, yeah.
Yes, yes.
And if I may, on the motion we just passed, I mean, I think it's reasonable to expect, and I want to stand up for Mr. Massey as an attorney, that we will have a discussion on that. The likelihood with their big caseload and the tons of work that they're doing of actually getting a draft ordinance on that day is probably going to be low. But again, that's between the legal department and Councilman Carlson. But from my view, I would be shocked if there was an ordinance by that time. But again, it's between the two parties, but just to put
So
that
the last one, if I may, I'm sorry to hold us up, but if you guys want to reject this, go ahead. But today was the first time I knew that the city hired private investigators. And I would like to make a motion to ask city staff to report on March 7th as to the budget, contracts, and usage of private investigators.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson. Do we have a second?
You want to know publicly or in a report? Do they have to come before us, or can they just?
They don't have to tell us about the cases they're working on, but I would just like to know, how much will we spend with private investigators? How many are there? How do we pick them? We have a lot of discussion about engineers and architectural firms and people who supply furniture and everything. If we're using private investigators, I'd like to know generally, like, what are we using them for?
Yes.
Yeah, and maybe this is something that can be gotten through a private inquiry between the councilman and staff. I would also be worried that if private investigators are being used on cases, ongoing cases, the level of specificity that will be required that could get into private attorney work product and thoughts on a particular case, et cetera. So and by the way, like, as an attorney, I use private investigators all the time. I mean, that's just part of, it's just part of what we do. Yeah, it's
How about this?
Nefarious.
How about this, if I change it to say, motion to ask city staff to privately brief council members
Second.
as to the budget, contracts, and usage of private investigators.
Second.
That's fair. We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Mr. Massey, any new business?
Just trying to set up some.
We have a, yes. We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
At 9.